Futures pretty flat here this morning as we await the Fed minutes coming up this afternoon. Make sure you're with us at 2 o'clock this afternoon. That's going to be the major event of the day. We do have more Fed officials, including Fed Chair Powell, making some comments today throughout the day that could be market moving as well. But the big event, again, 2 p.m. this afternoon, we get the minutes from the latest Federal Reserve meeting, which sometimes can move the market, sometimes can be a bit of a non-event. As we look through them to see if there's any indication as to how they will proceed going forward in this ongoing fight with inflation. So that's going to be the good one. We just got, or the big one, we just got durable goods numbers out there this morning. Looks like in line with expectations, initial jobless claims as well. 240 versus 225,000, 240,000 versus 225,000. Number of individual names to consider this morning, including Nordstrom's. We'll talk about earnings. Shares are moving around here in the pre-market. Autodesk as well, up big time after their report. Not a lot of volume behind the move, but ADSK worth a note. Coinbase back to the upside for the third straight day here, along with some of the crypto markets. Yeah, this rally that's a day and a half old now, trying to extend back to the upside. Bitcoin trying to hold that 16,000 once again as we head towards the Thanksgiving holiday. It's Wednesday, November 23rd, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, not much to see there. Pretty flat start to the day as expected as we head into the break on Thursday. Negative 0.01, basically flat for all three U.S. markets right now. Same story here for futures in Toronto. The TSX basically flat. Crude oil downside once again. We're back towards session lows, in fact, for oil after a bit of a bounce yesterday. 2.8%, 2%, 3% there at the bottom for Bitcoin and Ethereum. Again, that day and a half old rally trying to continue here. We'll have a look at some of the equities in relation to some of these crypto markets. Neil is back after a day off yesterday. Great to have everyone here this morning, guys. It's going to be interesting ahead of 2 p.m. this afternoon. I mean, let's be honest, could be a little bit on the low volume side of things today.
Well, I don't know where the red shirt is, Brendan. But oh, Canada at 2 o'clock.
Wow, Brendan.
We're back in the World Cup. Well, Canada is anyways, after 35 or whatever, 35, 36 years, 35 years.
36,
36 years, right. 36 years should be fantastic, although Belgium is going to be quite the challenge for them. Now, I know volume might be low today, but when you got to factor this in, right? When volume is lower and liquidity is lower, then volatility can increase. So you will find trading opportunities. I know there was a bunch yesterday. Nordstrom's in play. Best Buy probably back in play after yesterday as well. Then you can't really look too far away from the crypto space. So I'm pretty excited. I had a good day yesterday, but I'm ready to be back at it here today. Like you said, holiday shortened week. Make sure you pick your spots. It's all about making sure that you get the right entry point. Don't overtrade. Don't extend too far away. A lot of times the prices will come to you on days like today, and you want to make sure you're preserving that capital for those types of moments. So I'm excited. Nordstrom's here. Already down like 8%. This one I'll be watching really closely. We always talk about that. If it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go. I saw, like, if I'm regretting something for yesterday, it's like I'm already want to look at the charts. It's that Zoom basically did that exact setup. Gap down, test the low, wick bottom at the bottom, and then just went on an absolute tear for the rest of the day. So that's kind of the setup I'm looking for here in Nordstrom's. When you see things gapping down this much, that's one of these setups that's been pretty good the last couple of years.
All right, yeah, it should be a great day. Yesterday was a fantastic day, to be honest with you, despite the lower volume. I was telling that to Neil. So, I mean, Arun crushed it on the futures. I had one losing stock out of 8. It was a fantastic day. We'll look to do the same kind of damage here today. We got SoFi on the list after making that trade last night or in the afternoon yesterday, breaking that 52-week low. We're really excited. I'm excited every day, right? So, I mean, maybe I'm not the best bellwether for that, but no, it's going to be a good day. Like always, we're here. We're going to be off tomorrow as it's U.S. Thanksgiving, like we mentioned there, and back Friday for the half day. Where it'll be Neil and Prad on the morning show. So that should be a lot of fun as I go and chop some trees down. So that should be a lot of fun as well. But yeah, sticky note today. Excited for it. Thanks for coming back to the show one more time. Make sure you hit the like and make sure you hit the subscribe. We're getting ready to rock and roll here, Brendo.
right into what we need to know this morning. It's going to be a little bit quiet today, but doesn't mean there won't be a ton of opportunities. As Sean was mentioning yesterday, full of them. You just had to be looking in the right places for those opportunities. The market itself, I mean, we got a bit of a move out of the gate. We came back to the upside throughout the day, but then it was kind of sideways. Here we go. There's a few things to note. Fed minutes to come. As I mentioned off the top there, 2 p.m. We'll go over those with you. We'll bring them to you live. I mean, it could be a non-event at this point. We've had a steady stream of Fed officials coming through, making very, very hawkish comments over the past couple of days in regards to what could happen going into December. Remember, I mean, the next couple of weeks, jam-packed with economic data. We get PCE next week. That's a key gauge, remember, for inflation that the Fed will use. We get GDP next week. We get consumer confidence next week. We get non-farm payrolls next week. And then we get CPI, and I think there's a special guest with the guys over at the desk.
I was going to say, cut the mic over there. We got some more importance. Can you see? Can you see this?
Look at the red light.
Look at this.
There you are. You're right there. I know. You're looking at the old man.
I love the shade. I've never seen a baby that throws more shade.
I know.
When I try to hand her
like
off,
your daddy.
she'll start hugging.
Let me see.
Yeah.
He said when he hands her off, she's gonna start hugging. Okay, bye, baby.
Say bye.
You're so cute.
Bye. Say
Great
bye to
outfit.
everybody.
Oh no. Okay, see you. Bye, daddy. Wow. Yeah, that honestly,
That's where it's
like
at,
when I
man.
hold that baby, which I'm going to do at some point. That baby's amazing. I've never seen one that like throws so much shade at you. It's crazy, but
She's just like your
not
dad.
crying, nothing. It's just like, whatever, man. Give me back to my pops right there. But all right, yeah, I think you were talking probably something about the Fed and blah, blah, blah like that. So, 2 p.m. Fed's coming through.
That's
That
right.
should be
Yep.
a good one for Fed minutes. But like Brendan sort of started there and like I did as well, there's going to be lots of opportunities today. I think you got to just stay focused on the
you're
right
spot.
names. That's why we talked about SoFi yesterday with some volume breaking that 52-week bottom. Disney's going to be on my list now for 3 straight days. Neil mentioned Nordstrom's is on my list as well. AMD yesterday with a $3 winner, whatever we had. Apple as well with some weakness today. I mean, I'm looking forward to trading some of these names. I don't know if the market's going to be too much of a mover here today, but it was yesterday, so I don't see why we can't sort of have the same thing, especially with Fed coming out at 2 p.m. So we'll just wait to see when that comes. The financials have been absolutely huge the last couple weeks there. As I was thinking going to the upside, I saw John Deere again breaking higher. Procter & Gamble, Procter & Gamble, which we just bought. I mean, look at some of these staple names, right? I mean, I just bought this at 128. Procter & Gamble, it's at 145 right now, and just ripping to, because I was just like, man, I have way too much tech exposure. So when this came down here, that was a great buy as well. We had John Deere report up 3%, I believe, or so, unless it's rallied a little bit. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, 3.5%. Look at this move off the bottom, 340 up to 430 as well. So yeah, lots of these kind of names bouncing around. I heard the guys talk about XOM in the background, although we've had obviously some rough little movements in oil recently. Has nothing to do with the oil equities. They are, I mean, it does, but they are just, I mean, XOM is at the top. Like, that's the thing. Like, when I'm making these bullish calls on oil, I'm buying XLE, ZEO, Chevron. I'm already in all of these names, and they're all pretty much at 52-week highs right now, despite the drop down in oil, right? And so some of these oil equities continue to work as well. Maybe XOM off 110 here today. When you have oil, as we just talked about it, let me just call oil up for you, show you the chart of oil here. Look at this name. I mean, it's not a name, but I guess, whatever. This commodity, all the way down here, trying to break near lows again at $76. So I think this is great for us at the pump, but also the equity names continue to outperform. So I'm wondering if they're getting a little top heavy here because, part of XOM and a lot of these names are based on what the current price of crude is. So, the higher it is, a little bit more on the margin side for these guys, but still great moves for XOM. And this is XLE, right? That we keep saying that we need to be buying. And I mean, this one went down to what, 76 or 77? Yeah, there it is. Yeah, actually touched 70 back there in middle September. And then now you're back to 90, like touching 70 in the middle of September there, back to 91 So although this is why it pays to be diversified. There's a lot of traders that are still feeling a lot of pain because it's the techs have really been the most disappointing trade in the last year and a half. I mean, if you're anywhere else, you're close to 52-week highs. So I mean, financials are getting back there, but a lot of these other names just continue to rock and roll. So I mean, I'm pretty positive about the market in total. It's too bad I'm overweight tech. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, like, the thing about rotating is the timing of it's almost impossible to do. But I want to point out a trend. We always talk about oil. All the time we talk about oil. We don't really talk too much about natural gas. And it's I know it's been a pretty good trading vehicle. It's on a bit of a run here today. And if you just look at it on the daily chart, it's kind of, you can see the channel. That I don't even have to draw it for you. We've had higher lows and then essentially the higher highs that are coming in, and then the 200 period right at the 745 mark. So this is worth watching today, especially for potential breakthrough. I know Tellurian's one that I like watching. I think that's a pretty interesting spec play, so I'll be looking at a little bit of that today. Should be pretty good. I mean, Oxy's the one I was looking at in terms of the oil name specifically. And it's a little bit in no man's land. We like it bouncing off that 50 period moving average on the daily, but you do have the potential, and I know it got above there yesterday. This 72 is setting up pretty well, and it has a chance for that 73 break to get back to some support that it had earlier on. But that's a little bit of ways away because you've been essentially weak this AM, so any strength might have to wait for a dip. I know there's some resistance levels that'll be good up there, but you got to have your eye on some natural gas at some big levels here on the daily chart.
All right, I want to mention this real quick, guys, on SoFi. If you missed it late yesterday, this was an announcement out of the White House regarding student loans. They've extended that deadline once again as far as payments are concerned. So that was the catalyst from yesterday for SoFi. Here's ADSK getting crushed this morning. Again, not a lot of volume behind this move, but worth a note for Autodesk. Carvana on a bit of a move we talked about earlier in the week as well. But fourth quarter revenue guidance downside going into next year. I mean, it's a growth name, so not good as far as the forecast is concerned. CVNA up here pre-market as well. On that note, the CEO, was it? Yeah, it was the CEO or Chief Product Officer buying up a whole bunch of shares yesterday for Carvana.
Yeah, so it's the first thing you said that I wanted to get to because you mentioned SoFi there, and I wanted to maybe throw SoFi up for a quick second because that was, if there was a couple of stocks that I missed and regret for not having a chance to trade yesterday being off. Zoom was obviously one of them, setting up the way it did, but then SoFi, because SoFi was what we were short on Monday, I should say Thursday. And then it's like stair step. It broke 5 and does the same thing when it broke that 52-week low. We keep talking about, you find anything that's taking out these massive types of levels over and over again. You just got to be there when it happens. Obviously, you can't dictate the day that it's going to happen, but those are the types of situations you want to look for. It's all about those key price levels when they are breaking down. I pulled up Autodesk, and I was looking for something, and Autodesk, it's probably going to be a lot like John Deere, right, where this is only $190. Deere is obviously more expensive, but liquidity is going to be most of the concern when trading something like this. So in normal circumstances, I'd be pulling this one up saying, okay, you failed the 50 and the 200 period basically on the same report. It looks like you're getting into like a 180 level that could give you some support there, but I'd fade anything into that 200 period and the 50 period given that convergence, and that's right, any pop into 200. So maybe if we open up and this goes to the upside, like it gets a relief rally, that 50 and 200 converging at $200 sets up a bit of a trade, but I don't think this is going to have the most liquidity or volume for me. I'd probably be going elsewhere. But if I look up at, say 10:30 or 10 o'clock, maybe even midday, and this is hanging around $200, that sets up for a short for me, just because of that daily level, the 50 and the 200 being converged there.
This is what we're talking about with opportunities yesterday. I mean, we just had, one of the better trades maybe of the month for me here. I mean, wow, we have these every day, but this one was such a good break here of 140.60. This I don't know if it was a top or not. I mean, the top is right there, 140, 150. But look at that snowflake move that we had in the late day yesterday, up to 143 from 140. So about a $3 winner right there at the end of the day in the last hour there for snowflake. So that's why we don't want to sleep on some of these names when they start to move. And now it looks like snowflake's going to open up above where we closed yesterday. I mean, it's at the close, but there's a lot of support up here. So I want to look at snowflake again if we somehow, I mean, the market right now is flat. I mean, it's red, but back down into here 140 or so for snowflake. I like to see that level again if it comes in. So just like yesterday, big winner right there off snow. So we'll see if we can do that one more time here for snowflake today, especially if it dips down into that 140 area. So whoops, so I just pushed close on that chart. So we do want to get a little bit of couple bids down in here. That's 143. You drop it down. You can see for the last 2 days we've been holding this 140 area. So I like that for snowflake. Big move up, big move down. This is the life of these high growth names right now. So we'll take a long if it dips back in there. Futures trying to come back. Be very patient here this morning, like we were yesterday, man. That's where we hit that AMD trade. We have AMD today written on our sticky note. Hopefully it'll load up from yesterday because this was the trade of the day and it was one entry. I mean, you don't need to be like you can be very patient. There it is right here. Look at that 945 long. I mean, in there and out. Obviously, the market continues to rip all day. This is what I'm talking about when you're looking at opportunity. Look at this opportunity right there. Low volume is an excuse, right? I mean, you have to find names that are moving. Every single day, there are names that are moving. And even yesterday, AMD didn't really have a catalyst. And look at this move to the upside right there. So let's try to be patient again here this morning. See if we get any dip buys in AMD. I put it on the sticky note to try to look for any market movement down so that we can buy up Advanced Micro. So it's already starting right here to dip a little bit. I don't have any levels for it. Let's just wait to see and address AMD when it comes back today. So back in here into 72 would be amazing. I don't think we're going to get that kind of a drop, but we're going to be patient today one more time. We had the best day all month yesterday, so I think we can do it again here today.
Session lows coming into play right now, guys, for the futures, both the S&P. Hey, Sharif is here again. We were just talking about this one. Man U, guys, higher again here in the pre-market. We were talking about 4,000 here, Sharif and I, but it's going to get tested here even before the open, it looks like. Man U, 8.7 here again this morning to the upside, back to 16.5. You missed it yesterday. I was just saying this little move right here was the Cristiano Ronaldo story that he's leaving. And then a couple hours later, they came out and said they're going to explore selling Manchester United. That caused a huge move to the upside here. Actually, not bad volume considering here, guys, for Man U today.
Yeah, the thing about when you're trading something post, I guess, like buy rumors or bid rumors, you really have to have some sort of sense of what premiums might be if they were to get a sale, which quite frankly, I mean, I don't even know what that would look like exactly. So it usually puts an artificial floor on a stock, which is a little bit more interesting. That's what I'd be looking for. Like, it's okay, where does it consolidate and buy dips? And I think no more obvious than like 15 to 15.5. This also tells you where the real money is at because, the simple fact that nobody cared whether Ronaldo was leaving at this particular point relative to whether or not you're going to get a sale. Like, that's what's going to end up driving the stocks. You always have to have that kind of a focus. This might be more of a, okay, well, if you can find support to buy dips off of, which the first place I'd look for is at 1550 previous day high. That's about it. I don't know that I'd be seeking to necessarily short the stock. There's not enough volume in there, not enough hype in the pre-market that I think you want to go for that pop and fade. So I'll probably be staying a little bit away from that one. I just want to know Apple's starting to slide to the downside here. Hit enter twice, slide to the downside here off of 150. Kind of leading the market down 1% or almost 1% into a flat market. You're seeing Apple sort of lead the way into the downside. It bounced off of 147 yesterday, but also had a bit of a higher low at 148. Those would be the two levels I look for any potential dip, but I much prefer, this 150 stands out for an obvious sort of short area there on Apple if there is any movement to the upside, but already starting to lead the market southbound. As it is, from what I can tell, the big tech name leading us in terms of percentage down.
Yeah, we have the same thing written down here. Join me, guys. Follow the sticky note. Yesterday was pretty hot fire. You guys really liked it there on the talk. And I was even talking with Lucas after, and he's like, we're giving all this stuff away for free every single day. So watch out. Apple, fade any rallies. AMD, buy any dips. We talked about that at the 150. There's some China issues with Apple today. So I think this is an absolute no-brainer fade. I should already be short this name. And so I think maybe we'll start to do that pretty soon here, especially if it does pop up any bit here, which it kind of just did right now. So, I mean, I don't mind an Apple short today. I think we can probably take it. What is the market doing? Not doing much here. All right, let's see if we can get into an Apple trade now and look short even here, even on that bump up. I still like it back up to 150, so we'll be more patient if they can come through there. But right now, let's see if we can get an Apple short here to start the day and start the morning off. An Apple a day keeps the doctor away, but a short hopefully pays the bills today.
So just quickly,
yeah, go ahead.
I don't know if maybe it didn't get set. I thought maybe it had, but yeah, there was an issue at one of their factories, a bit of a riot, because it's like 20. I want to get the number right. It was either 20 or 21% of the Chinese economy is under essentially like COVID lockdowns, which is very close to the number at the height of the pandemic. So obviously that sometimes leads to sometimes leads to a little bit of unrest. Not to get into politics or anything, but yeah. So one of the plants there for Apple, one of the Foxconn plants, having essentially rioting when they're trying to enforce some of those rules. That's going to not be good for Apple. That's why we're looking into the short. That's why it's down almost 1%.
Yeah, and if you're wondering, you've seen Sharif up there a couple times. Sharif's going to be filling in for Brendan, so no pressure when Brendan takes some time off in December. So yeah, the man, the myth, the legend, Sharif, going to be up on the big desk pretty soon. So we'll get a lot of soccer updates and things like that in late December. So that should be a lot of fun. But yeah, if you're wondering, Sharif going to throw down some talents there. Brendo at the big desk.
He's educating me this morning on what I need to know as far as that is concerned. It's great to have Sharif beside me. Disney, guys, let's touch on this once again, because big move down yesterday. It was more than 2% down here. We obviously came back up into the close, but 96 ended up being that support. It's about where we are today, basically flat for Disney. But nothing additional really outside of this. Avatar 2 gets a release date in China. It looks like December 16th. You'll be able to see Avatar 2 in China, which is obviously a huge market for them, according to the Wall Street Journal.
So it's the same
date as here, yeah, because I already have the tickets. I told the kids yesterday they were really happy. We got the D-Box tickets, but they're like $20-something a ticket. But you get to sit, you get to sit in there. I don't know if it's, I also don't know if it's,
I thought it was like a full experience. Like,
oh, no, it is. I just don't know if it's 3D. I don't know.
But how could it not be 3D? I mean,
well, they have different theaters. I don't know. But yeah, I'm looking forward to.
I'm sure it is 3D.
I don't know. I don't like 3D as much anyways, so I don't even really like the D-Box seats. I might not even turn mine on. The kids like it, so.
I've never done that before. That's
it's amazing, but it's 3 hours. So I don't know. It's like you're back and forth. You're jumping. Like every time one of those Avatar dudes like goes flying, the chair will go like that. It
could be fun.
The kids love it. No, the kids absolutely love it. All right, I've already talked about this on the sticky note for the third straight day now to the short side. The first day we were short 99s or 100s. That paid off. Yesterday we actually, did we dip by long yesterday? I can't remember if we were, we were in this short. Yeah, we were in this short yesterday. We had this short. It's not going to print, well, hopefully sometimes if you go like that and shake it, my trade will show up. But anyways, yesterday we were short off this level right here, 97. We waited for a little bit of a bump up early, got that short, hit this to the downside. The bottom yesterday was 95. We'll see if that's going to be the bottom again here today. I already have an offer at 98. Near 98. So if we get anywhere near this top here on the 20-minute, I want to short Disney. I think Disney's a short for pretty much until next quarter or something else happens for them. I just feel like they've been an absolutely destructive name. Disney Plus has been pretty much an epic fail from them as far as money is going. You can see where the stock is now. I mean, anybody that thinks Disney Plus has worked out well for them, talk to shareholders. Straight downside right now. Hopefully they can get that going. They talked about it maybe being profitable in 2024. Everyone was so peed off that they had to bring back Bob Iger. So we're going to see if he can change things. I don't see how he's going to be able to do anything with Disney Plus. But again, we'll see. And then there's also that news coming out that James Cameron said Avatar 2 cost over $2 billion. So they're going to have to smash all the records to make any money back, which I'm pretty sure they'll do fine on it. But again, that's going to lean on that stock. So I just say, imagine, and Avatar 2 is still a month away from coming out. So I just like to see, like, what if those numbers fail for Disney and it comes out? This is still a month away. So Disney's not going to be anywhere near 96 by then. It's either going to be at 86 or 106 probably in a month. But I just wonder if that fails, then they're going to be missing at the box office, missing at home, and parks are doing fine, I guess. But I still want to be short Disney.
Cruises are slow too.
I just don't think Disney's operating properly right now. So we'll wait to see. The proof is in the pudding with the earnings. So I'm going to try to stay short until something changes.
Yeah, I like to think Iger will probably make some. We don't even know what he's necessarily doing yet in terms of making some changes. I want to see what's going to go on with the costing of Disney Plus because he had a difference of opinion there. So the only thing different I would probably add to this is I don't had a 95 bottom. But since the earnings, it's been like 94. That's where I've been kind of looking for this to make a bit of a low here. So if it gets down to that price, that's probably the only place I'd be looking for the long. I too would lean short. We shorted it on earnings. I like the 98. I'd probably give it to 98.5 to be honest with you, because I remember in the afternoon on Monday, that's where it topped out. So it's in the middle, which means be patient. You want to make sure you get your price in a market like this. And if it goes to the upside, I think we have a chance to get it. Just because I don't think we're going to talk about it. We got a little bit of time. I just wanted to pull up Netflix as well. And Netflix has an interesting setup in that if you go to the 15, like you've got this, yesterday everything dipped, but you've got this wick bottom through 280, and then you reestablish previous day support right around 282. On Monday, I was trying longs off some of these bottoms as well. Not a lot of success with it. Got a couple of scalp trades in there, and then it took out the low. But now it looks like you have a chance to start breaking out after that wick bottom. So I'm looking at that previous Monday's low. It's about 282 again. If that can hold as a higher low, that's where I'd be playing the dips. And it's kind of set up for this nice little 290-ish breakout. The only problem is I don't like breakouts in this type of environment. I always want to be buying dips if I can, because when you get the kind of volatility that we've seen, a lot of times you have that price sort of come to you. But yeah, Netflix, if we get down to 82s, I do like that dip buy again here on Netflix.
There we go. First segment, guys, as always, brought to you by True Trading Group. Link on screen there. It was great to have Mike back on the show yesterday. Great conversation. You should go back and watch that. A lot of great information from them. TTG. Use that QR code. Let's go to analyst moves this morning. Upgrades and downgrades for you. Tesla, top of the list here. Citigroup with a positive note this morning, pointing to the possibility of a Korean factory that we'll talk about here coming up. Warner Music Group on here. Yum, not Yum China, but Yum Brands. Autodesk, same company. Autodesk, ADSK, we talked about a little bit, down off earnings. Medtronic, and I just pulled up this one, Beyond Meat, with a negative note here from Goldman Sachs, but not much volume behind that move so far for BYND.
Well, there's not much volume, but there's definitely an opportunity there. I was actually going to look at Jack a little bit in a second, but Beyond Meat, it's kind of like a firm for me where I've been ignoring the stock when it's giving you trading opportunities. And the reason I say kind of like a firm is because $13 is exactly where a firm broke down the last couple of days. And Beyond Meat, pretty much the same thing. This is 6-7 days in a row to the downside. And the last time it did this, pretty much the same pattern. 16, got down to 11, right back up, failed the 50 period, and then you're right back in. Not at those lows yet, though. So like $11 is where it put in that bottom. Kind of feels like it has a chance to get there. I'm looking for that 13 level on this. This is where you sort of line up key price levels and look for trends. And then if you get an opportunity to get the trade, you go for it. If it doesn't set up, then you don't have to have it. But Beyond Meat, it's on my radar because of that 13 level, and only because I said it. I mean, a firm failed at 13 Monday, topped out right at about 13 yesterday, and this one again is going to be on my radar. I don't know how many times you get the exact same range in a row. It's like, really, is it going to give you the precise range? Coinbase did the same thing. It just basically gave you the same trade 2 days in a row if you had it. So if you get it a third time here, like 13 to 13.20, I don't know if you can get all the way down to the bottom because it's like everybody's seen this by now. And if it gets to a quarter, then you can just get out. So today I am looking at some Affirm. Beyond Meat's a very similar setup, whichever one comes first.
Yeah, I'm going to, for me, Beyond Meat, I mean, it's only 40,000 shares. So I think I'm going to probably stay away for that real quickly. I just saw a note here, again, at Wall Street Jesus posted this, but I feel like this could, I mean, I remember I talked to Mike yesterday there about Tesla, and look at this. Widely followed analyst Adam Jonas, I guess, said in a note to clients Wednesday that CEO Elon Musk's management of Twitter is hurting the value of the automaker in the eyes of Wall Street. He sees the situation potentially long-term risks here for Tesla, including consumer sentiment, right? So I think that makes sense there, because if people are negative on Twitter and the sort of the way that that's being run, maybe that does flow through to Tesla. Commercial partnerships, I mean, we've already seen some people back away, some big accounts, corporate accounts back away from Twitter. So again, I don't know if they're sort of associating sort of some of the policies and whatnot that Twitter's going to be eventually putting up as leaking down into Tesla and sort of the values that are with Tesla, and then government relations support, and then capital market support. So that's what we're talking about. But yeah, maybe. I mean, look, if some of these, and I just retweeted that, so you guys can follow me at TraderTV Sean for just obviously lots of content, but interesting stories that I find as well. So I just feel like there might be something to that. But you see today Tesla's up that 2%, so it's a nice little rally here. We're going to watch out for 175, but I think there might be some meat on those bones there, which is why, like I was saying yesterday when we had Mike on there, I was asking him about this move down in Tesla. Tesla's chopped in half in 2 months. So I mean, from 310 down to 173. So, you know, down 40% or so in just over 2 months. That's a major move for such a major player in this economy, right? So I'm going to watch out for Tesla here today again, not because of that note. That's just an interesting take. So we'll see if Tesla, Twitter, and Elon Musk, what the combination there is as well. So I don't know. I don't know if it's anything there. I'm not going to trade it based on that, but just some interesting stuff because we did talk about the downfall of Tesla. We are 30 cents out of the money now on Apple because it just made a move up to 149.50. So we're short right now. We might get some more short, but we're waiting for the market to open up. We don't, you know, we've already had a great day yesterday. We don't need to do anything crazy here today. So we'll wait for Apple at that 150 mark at this point.
Let's get a check of how things over in Europe are shaping up so far this morning. Here's a look at another kind of muted board so far. England holding on to positive territory there. Mixed for the most part. Sweden having a nice day up 0.5%. Nothing major, though, happening so far throughout the European landscape. Here's a quick look at what's happening on social media right now. The COSM, was just going to pull that up. Haven't looked at that one yet, but getting all kinds of mention. Worth noting, this, can't see it down there, but COMS and COSM, different stocks. Tesla, SPY, the Qs, all three green right now. Good to see. There's that Meta Materials, been on here for a couple of weeks every single day. Apple, AMC, Amazon, to name a few, all positive. So a pretty mixed board relating to how flat the market is overall. Speaking of, let's bring in Arun here, get a check of the futures as we head towards the final day before the break tomorrow. We get obviously a break with Thanksgiving coming through tomorrow. We get Fed minutes coming up this afternoon. Arun, what do we need to know heading into that?
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be one of those days where, remember, it's going into a holiday, so you're expecting lower volume until you get to points where there's going to be news coming out. So Fed minutes later on today, that's towards the end of the day. So that's when I would expect volume to pick up anyways. And the Fed minutes would probably start that little closing final 2 hours of volume pickup as we go into the holiday. But going into the open, I'd also be patient because what do we have at 10 o'clock? We've got the consumer sentiment, and attached to the consumer sentiment is that CIE number. Remember, 2 weeks ago, we got the preliminary number. Now we're coming out with a final for October, and right now they're expecting, what, 3%? So there's a couple numbers that you've got to pay attention to. This market does look kind of slow, at least to start, but we saw how that started yesterday with tech falling off right off the open. So we may get something like that, but I would be aware, pay attention to the fact that we do have that number, consumer sentiment, the Michigan consumer sentiment attached with the consumer inflation and expectations number as well at 10 o'clock. So for now, levels, the long is still intact as long as we don't get below 39.95. So for me, for now, it still looks like a long, even if it sets up, depending on the timing of it. I imagine as we get closer to that 10 o'clock, if it's setting up, I just want to see what that number looks like before making a move. Because remember, if you get caught in a situation like where you get into a trade and volume dies off and this number comes out, it's going to be a rough go of it. So I'd just be patient with it going into 10 o'clock. 39.95 will break the trend to the downside. If we do break that trend, we still have that 39.55 from yesterday's trade available as a next support level. So 2 support levels to work with. Trend still intact for now. We'll keep an eye on that 10 a.m. number and see what that brings to the table in terms of volume and volatility.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. Let's get into everything else you need to know as we head towards the open here. Under 30 minutes to go before the market does open for the day. Just saw a note on Cisco there. Back to the downside, it looks like. We'll get into that. But that is the link to the watch list. Make sure you grab that every single day. Use that QR code, enter your email address, and then it just appears in your inbox for free every single day. So free resource for you from us. JWN, top of the list this morning. Nordstrom's holiday forecast specifically, a bit of a problem. They pointed to slowing sales in this quarter and then said, yeah, it's going to continue into Q4 as well. So here's Nordstrom's, guys, down 8% already.
I did want to give a big shout out again. I was just talking with Adam online. Shout out to True Trading Group. What's up, guys? Thank you so much again for Mike yesterday. That was a good opportunity for us all to learn more. Okay, JWN there, Nordstrom's. All right, it's an NQ. No, it's an NY. Good, I got it right. All right, so again, retail's been pretty hot lately, but when you miss, and well, I mean, not even like they missed. It's more about the guide to the low side there. Just like Target came out and said possibly poor holiday sales there. We have it on our sticky note. Net loss, not a great holiday forecast. Be patient for the short is what I'm going to be looking at. So I feel, yesterday was a nice little move up here on the 20-minute chart. We can look at the daily, yesterday's 1-minute chart. There's 2280, right? So there's the dip down. So I just want to see, like yesterday's bottom was 22. We bounced around yesterday, when that number came out. We bounced around 22. We got as high as 2240, 2250, something like that. I feel like there is an opportunity for this name to get back up to the upside and hit near that 22 level. So if that does happen, then I'm going to be there for the short. I think it makes some sense. It has really been barcoding. JWN, unlike, you look at Gap just quickly here, just to show you guys what Gap's been doing. Gap's up almost 50%. If it will load, it will load. There it is. Look at the Gap chart here as opposed to all the other retail names, right? Look at how well this has performed. And if we just flip back to JWN quickly, you're going to see a completely different story. Although well nicely off the bottom, 16 up to 22. I just think that this 22 level, and I'm not even looking back here to August, but there's some bottoms there that held before busting to 27 and then boom to the downside there in late August into September. Had that bottom in October, like most things bottomed, and then a nice move back up to 22 right here. So let's wait to see what happens through $20 now today. I don't want to punch the short. I'd rather wait for a fade upside. And just like yesterday, on Zoom, where we missed the long by 20 cents. We missed the long on Zoom, which would have been a $5 winner. Let's see if we can get a little more aggressive here. I already have the offer, 21 and 3/4, 21.75 upside for JWN. So if we can get short that name, I'm all over that one. So I like the short here, and I think that you guys should have that trade if it does come up into $22 again. Someone asked about what site do we check for floats? And this is thanks to Leisure Suit Luca over there. I think that floatchecker.com, JWN, and I can't take credit for that. You weren't here yesterday, Neil. Someone said it on the chat. It was absolutely hilarious. 24, 23, 24, 18. There's a lot of opportunity here for a run to the high side for JWN, right? So watch out in case it gets squeezed higher. But you normally don't get squeezes on bad reports, but we'll see. It could still go to the upside. There was some things to like there. So Nordstrom's is a name that I'm going to be on today. Hopefully, we are waiting for the short.
Yeah, I remember back to, I want to say it was Peloton. It might have been something else. Had a god-awful report. It might have been, it was Robinhood, actually. It was Robinhood. They had a terrible report, and they, at the open, halted to the upside almost immediately at 9:30. And that's when I started the notion of looking at some of these trades that are gapping down. And instead of always looking for the fade short, don't get me wrong. I like resistance at 22. I got nothing wrong with it. That's pretty much what I'm always looking for. Like previous support, it's already turned into resistance. Bad report, you're looking for that short trade into there. But if it doesn't break the low, you look for that opportunity long. I showed what Zoom did yesterday for that bottom pick, and I love that play. So if we do hold the low at the open, it's about 20.40 here. If you break down, you give it a few shekels. Like if it goes 10, 15 pennies below, and then snaps right back, then you look for that recovery long. Or if it just doesn't even break that low at all, you just go for that little bit of a long off there. And it's a risk to reward style play. You're only really risking, if you set it up right, 20 to 25 cents, as long as you're not chasing it too far to the upside and away from the low of the day. And then there's room, I think, till you get to resistance at 22. 20 to 25% short interest on Nordstrom's there. And you know, like I use this as an example. If you're just tuning in now, like that same setup happened in Zoom, and then look what happened. It goes right to the bottom on a bad report, and then goes to the upside. So like that's what I'm looking for. I think it's a little bit closer to those bottoms, so setting up that long makes some sense. I like Apple in front of 150. We're sort of talking about there. Apologies for all these wicks on the chart there, so it's kind of hard on the 15-minute to get a sense. But we closed at 150. That's easy enough to see. So you get past that, like 150 quarter. I want to be getting out of Dodge. You get down into that 149, take some out. Get down into 148. I think you can start to find some support in there, so take some out at that range as well. We talked about the Foxconn news being the reason that they're down, but hey, it came to the upside, starting to get close to that 150, so closer to that entry for me.
Let's talk about crypto here a little bit and go on to Coinbase. Back to the upside again this morning. Bit of a gap to the upside, but we are fading off. And it's because of this, it would appear anyways. This is Bitcoin right now trying to fade off a little bit as well. So a nice move higher, a second push overnight. We get back to 16,600 and a bit of a pullback here now. So Coinbase coming off a little bit with that, still up 1.6. Trying desperately here to make it 2 days in a row back to the upside for Coin.
So on Monday, had to wait pretty patiently for 44s. Well, 40 was 44 and a half, but this 44 at a 44 and a half move on Monday, you had to wait for it. It went up from 42 into that level, and then just shorted the rest of the day. And then ends up giving you the same short a little bit later on in the day, yesterday at 11 o'clock. Doesn't quite get down to the same low. Suddenly, you're basically with the same range here. You got a 45 top. You're trading right in the pocket here at 44 even. So any kind of a move to the upside gives you the same short that has worked 2 days in a row, albeit it didn't give as big of a move yesterday as it did on Monday. But that same level, it might be a little crowded, but it's hard to get away from the notion of, okay, well, if it goes up, I'm shorting in front of 45. You've got to show me this breaking out of this level before I'm willing to give that one up. And it's, you know, I always say this, like even though I wasn't here yesterday, I traded it on Monday. And if I was here, I would have traded it on Tuesday. So I treat this as if this would be the third time being a charm. So that means usually a tighter stop. Sometimes that can mean a little bit less shares. Whether I trade it or not, this is the third time it's trading off of this level. And if it breaks at 45, fair enough. This will be the third time I've seen it. And I'm going to be right back shorting in front of that pop. If it gets through the high of the day, I'm out Coinbase. Brent?
Let's go on to China here a little bit. Talk about Baidu. Baidu out with earnings. We have more COVID concerns coming through as well. But there was this note on Baidu that I found kind of interesting as well. In their quarterly report, they talked about a surge in autonomous taxi usage and pointed towards that even more coming not only next quarter, but into next year as well. So Baidu really a bright spot here, but some of the other ADRs worth a note. Baba as well, a little bit active here so far this morning.
Yeah, I was looking at Baidu. I couldn't find anything in terms of anything that I liked as a trade unless it makes a really big move down to 91 or gets up to like $100. So it's the definition of kind of sitting in the middle. The robo-taxi thing is pretty cool. I think it's got a long way to go. They're still driving with the driver involved, obviously. Alibaba, this is giving you like. It had a wall on Monday. That was the first thing we're looking at, that $80 bottom. Sorry, on Friday, I should say. At that $80 bottom. And then on Monday, it just abjectly rejected 79. So it gapped below what was a breakout price, what was support on Friday. It gapped below that. Now you have this like thing happen at 79. So I like two levels here, 79, I like 80. If you do get to the downside, here's 74.5, previous resistance into support. So those are the levels. I think there's a better chance that Baba sees them than any key levels on Baidu. So, I want to be shorting to 80. and then I want to be looking for that 74.50 bottom on Alibaba. I'd much rather get the short trade, to be honest with you. Gapping up 2% on some Baidu news when really all the talk has been about sort of the lockdowns and whatnot. I'd just much rather be playing off of that 80 level. It was such a good level when it got broken down on Friday, and then of course the shorts were solid on Monday.
Look, if you were here yesterday, you kind of know all about how we traded Alibaba. And again, I think it was my most profitable stock yesterday, although, like I said, we were 7 for 8. It was a great day yesterday and an amazing day. Look at these shorts here for Alibaba. We just waited for it to pop up to 77 bucks. Hit that short down there. We made $2 on it. We were already up $2 on Alibaba in the first 5 minutes of trading. So we're going to see if that happens. That was lucky. Like, we are trying. I mean, it wasn't lucky. You got to be there, and we had the right price, and we could have got it even again there, and we did get it right there. But that was 77, so then if we just sort of move forward to where we are today, you can see now we're all the way up here near 80. So I'm gonna do the same thing. Alibaba's been on the sticky note now for a while. Anytime it gets near this 80, obviously it was on there yesterday. You can watch out for 79 maybe for a top now that I look at this, but I really like 80 there as well. So any kind of a bump up here for Alibaba or for the market today, I think gives us that short that we want for Alibaba. Whether or not it is 79 or not, I mean, that top was 78, 70. So that leads me to believe that 79 could also be decent. But yesterday was right there. The day before that, we topped out. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you know what? Let's try it. Let's try a 79 short. So same way we were yesterday on Alibaba, let's try that 79 short. Let's just have a quick look here at the imbalance locator just to see if it's even on here. No, Carvana's on here as a buy. We already had that story, a CFO or something buying $1 million worth. Yeah, I mean, I'm not seeing any names on here that are of any interest whatsoever to me. So Ape is on there, but that's not AMC. Citigroup is there. XOM is there. We talked a little bit about that. So for me today, it won't be anything to do with that. But yeah, I love this name. Alibaba, again, my #1 name yesterday. Let's just go back to the well again and continue to short it. So 79. Perfect. We'll do that again. 78, 75, something like that. We'll start with just like we got yesterday. There's the trade yesterday. Let's see if we can repeat that one more time here. If it gets excited early, we'll be there for the short, and then we'll watch to see what happens at 80. But in front of 79, we'll take it and roll the dice with that.
Just seeing a note on Bitcoin, guys. New York, the first state to limit BTC mining. We saw the chart there, a bit of a pullback already for Bitcoin. Both you guys talked about this already, but for anyone just joining, just so you're aware, there was this Foxconn plant issue for Apple late in the day yesterday, worker unrest. And I mean, this is only a concern for Apple in the sense that if for whatever reason this affects production in any way, shape, or form, delays maybe some of the shipments coming out of the Foxconn plant in any way, shape, or form, could be a negative for Apple. We had a decent day yesterday, though, back to the upside for Apple. We're kind of chopping around here. Not much to see so far, guys, inside of this consolidation.
Yeah, well, it did put a move down. Like, there was a move down with a breakdown at about 850. Just before we came on, it was moving down a little bit, and then it broke down a little bit more about 845. So, look, I like it to 150. It's a bit hard to see here, but if you pull up your daily chart, 147, about 50 to 60 is going to be your 50 period on the daily. So I am looking at that 148 for potential support there. A lot of times you can find your way down to prices like that when you have lower liquidity. So if it's in front of 150, I want to be shorting it. Give it give it a little bit. I don't like even dollar stops, especially on days like today, especially on a stock like Apple. So it's not a hard stop at 150 even, like if I was sitting on the bit of Tesla at one of those levels. But I'm just shorting Apple into this. I think that'll give us a good opportunity for some potential downside. If the market does fade, this is a name that obviously can certainly fade with it there.
What was it? Oh, Apple. Yeah, I'm already at Apple. So I mean, this is on the sticky note today. You guys can definitely check that out if you are so interested. We've already hit this short. This was just like a tester trade, so getting short at 149, that is going to look sucky. But again, our average price is 25, so we're right here right now. It's basically a flat trade for us. I do want to short this name into 150. That wick high is 151. We'll see if it can hold that. I don't know what the market's going to do today, but when I look at Apple down with the market up, I know where I want to be, and I want to be short Apple. So we'll wait to see. There is some unrest in China, but I'm not. that's not why. Yesterday, Apple was actually really strong. If you noticed it, it just kind of ticked down and then just kept going up all day, and then bouncing off that 150.50. So I don't know if this is going to be a plus trade or not. I mean, we could get taken out here at 150. So I feel like, you know, it's only 12 minutes to go. It'll be interesting to see what this does on the imbalances, because it is starting to go back to the upside. The market is not falling anymore. This could be a day, you know, light volume. Obviously, we've talked about Thanksgiving coming through. And I mean, you know, the ES is down today. You know, meanwhile, the NASDAQ is up. So that was something that we hadn't seen in a while there. So, you know, with the NASDAQ being up and the ES being down, you are going to get led by, you know, the bigger names here. So we'll watch out for Apple, Microsoft, Meta, all that. But for now, we're still under 150. If you look at the 20-minute chart, I mean, 150 has been a decent level here, obviously, in the last couple weeks. So we'll see if it can hold it. If it doesn't, we'll get out immediately, and then we'll try something else. So that's what we're going to do for right now. I'm actually already have a decent amount of shares. I will average it up when we get near that 149.80 or so. But I just feel like with 10 minutes to go and only 5 minutes until the NASDAQ imbalances, and these are the imbalances here, you're going to notice they're all New York. So at 9:25, NASDAQ names will be populated, and that could send, especially if the market's up at that time, I could see some Apple bids coming through. So I wouldn't be surprised if this does test 150 almost off the open. So yeah, you know, we're stuck a little bit here with our position, but I am bidding lower in case we do get the other way. It's always possible that Apple falls today. So, you know, that's what I'm betting on for right now. Let's see if that does happen. I do have some bids in the teens for Apple to get some pressure out, but hey man, maybe we do see that 148 bid today. So let's see if that happens. That's the bottom right there, 148. We'll see if it retraces back down there, but this could be a quick trade for me on this current position.
We saw some strength late in the day yesterday for Tesla back to the upside. We closed back at 170, essentially. It's struggled there throughout the session. That 170 came into play a number of times. We get back to basically that number. Here we are, up 2% this morning. There was a note suggesting that, a bit of a minor story, but Elon was considering South Korea for another manufacturing plant over in that region. There's also this note this morning from Citigroup saying the stock is not overvalued for Tesla. So a nice positive move finally here for Tesla.
Okay, I mean, look, obviously you're going to have differing opinions when you come to some of these analysts. And look, Citigroup is not going to be the reason for any of the trades that I would be making on Tesla. I'm just looking at sort of what's going to stand out as obvious and not just 180. But if you go back to Monday and to Friday, you had a bottom at 177 and you had a flush out at 177 on Monday morning. So that's the level I'm looking for, 177 on Tesla. If it gets to that price, I think that's where you could find a little bit of resistance. Starts rolling over there. That's been a key price before. I like these areas of price acceptance. You get equilibrium, and then a stock can move away from said equilibrium. And then you have a better sense of where you're going to be wrong. I don't know if we get down to that bottom, but remember 167, these lows, that corresponds essentially with the 500 level pre-split. So I think that's why you're seeing some support down at 166, 167, and that makes sense to me. So that's what I'd be watching for. I've been liking Rivian the last couple of days, a very, very similar setup. The Rivian breakdown was really good at that $30 level. I think 30 sets up for some resistance. We had to pay for low case to be able to short this. If you ever, I see some people in the chat like asking when we short stocks, and we're not trading options. We are trading the actual shares in the companies for those that are paying attention or those that are interested in that. Like, we're not trading options here. So sometimes we do have to pay for locates to be able to short the actual individual stock. So I like this Rivian in front of that 30 level. If it gets up there, Tesla could be right around that resistance as well. Big wick bottom in yesterday's trade. Sometimes you can get a breakout off of that, but until that resistance breaks at 30, I want to be looking for the shorts at Rivian up there as well.
I would say cheers to everybody who's having some of their breakfast right now. Fruit salad is mine, and it's 1 cup worth. It's pretty good. Yeah, melons again.
Melon,
I threw down some melon, and I put some blueberries up in there as well, so that's pretty good. Okay, so just like we talked about yesterday again, I think Tesla, I like the name. I'm still in some shares for this. We were able to get out. I remember when I got out here, and it was around $300 300 or 320, and this thing ripped up to 400, and I was like, oh man, this is such a bad out. But now it's come right back in, and it's looking pretty good. That wasn't here. That's October 2022. It was into here. We got, no, it was 288, I believe, and then it ripped up to like, 310, 320, and now recently, this is a weekly chart, guys, so that's what threw me off there. But look how much this has come down. The reason why I call it weekly chart is I want to go back to, obviously not the COVID bottoms, because that's right here, 20, like Tesla went from, in March of 2020, Tesla was $30, okay? And then it ripped, it's split adjusted. And then, in basically from March to July, it tripled. Then March to March of that year, you went up 10x. So you went up 1,000%, 10x, right? All the way up from $30, 10x, up to it only went to it went up to 300 right here. So it went up 10 times in 8 months, Tesla. So obviously that was the inclusion in the S&P. We talked about that yesterday. There was lots of reason for this name to be going to the upside there, especially coming off COVID and a lot of that. So, there is potential for Tesla just to rocket right back up to the upside. So here comes Apple back down. So hit the alarms for that. So that's going to be a good one as well. And I just said it. I think 160 is a good level to start buying some more. I think we will probably add some to our Tesla position at about 160. And then the ultimate bottom down here about 150. So I like Tesla. Don't get me wrong. There we go. Yes, sir. Ye of little faith is I, because here comes Apple. Just put us into the profit on that short. So hopefully you guys took it with me late and not early. And you can start cashing some out right now. But Apple's still not really moving. We'll see if it can come in. We are bidding in the teens to get a piece out. Oh, there it is. That's why the imbalance just came out. So let's see. All right, well, obviously it's not on here or anything significant, but that's good. Nice little move to the downside. Robinhood right now. Wow, okay, that's $9 right here. Okay, yeah, that makes sense off the 20-minute chart. So not much for Robinhood until we get going there. But this is the imbalance locator right now. Pretty exciting as we go today. And by pretty exciting, I mean
not a lot.
Pretty dead. So here we go. Apple in the money now for us. This should be good. What's up, Brendo?
I just have one more, guys. I saw a few people mentioning this one. BBY, Best Buy, back to the upside. Huge day yesterday. Most of this move was pre-market. Ended up being a bit of a choppy session, but we're right here at this 80 level for Best Buy. There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, count them, positive moves from analysts for Best Buy once again today, guys, off earnings.
Yeah, of those 8, by far the most important one has to be Telsley Advisory Group. That one I hadn't heard of, but I just quickly saw that. But it's not about that. It's about $80. Double top at $80 yesterday, essentially floating to the upside, right? If it breaks that, fair enough. Don't get me wrong, that's a pretty strong move. It's above the 50 period. It's in a bit of a breakout zone, but until you break that, you got to respect the level like the 80. So I like it. I'm probably going to be looking for an 80 break on some volume if we can get there, if we can actually get there in the next couple of minutes. And then also, if it fails that $80 break and it's one of those quick, okay, you take the long, it immediately puts a wick top in, and I'm out at 60s or 50s. I'm more than willing to short off of that level a little bit later on, maybe 9:35 or a couple of minutes. And I just got asked about NIO. I'm not really, NIO wasn't my focus because I liked Alibaba. I was looking at some JD.com, and sort of NIO has been hanging out, setting up for this. The last time it set up for a break like this, I took the break and it was no good, right? A day before, you trend to the downside, day before resistance, right at about 1070, broke 1070, couldn't go. The same thing here is setting up for 1035, and that feels almost like a little bit of a trap. So what I want to do is, if it breaks out and does go, well, I'm looking for this 1075, that it failed the break last week, that's where I want to grab it. I know on Monday I was trading it to the long side off of that sort of failed break to the failed break at the open, and that was a good trade. I don't know whether we see those 980s again. If we see 980, I don't mind support down there. But if there's a breakup on NIO, I'm looking for 1075. That area I'd probably be shorting it. I think some trades are going to come into Alibaba before that would even happen. So that's why it's not the primary focus for me.
Yeah, you're right, Brian James. Let's go. We're getting ready to go here for today, man. It's going to be a good one heading in. We just got an Apple bid at 15 there. Like, I don't know. It just came down, filled us, and then it just popped up a little bit here. So Apple should be a good trade today, I feel like. Should be a little bit of a runner. Yo, what's up, Katrine? All right, so Katrine will be on the bell in just a couple minutes. Getting ready to rock and roll. Only a minute and a half to go. We've already talked about some of our ideas off the sticky note. Follow me at TraderTV Sean and get some of the ideas that I'm looking at today. It is going to be a SoFi kind of day. We shorted it yesterday. I don't know if it's going to be a SoFi kind of day, but if we come back up to this area, we'll try to get short again. This was a big trade for me yesterday, right there to end the day, as was Snowflake. So a couple things that we're looking for, especially if Snowflake does dip down into 140, we wouldn't mind grabbing that trade. JWN is a good one as well for the short. If that comes in, we are also looking for Disney shorts up near 98 in case that gets going as well. So Apple, Disney, and SoFi actually all on the short side. I'm actually looking, I'm turning this guy around, I guess, right now. I'm gonna look at a bear today for the market. So I'm just gonna make this call. I don't know if it's gonna be a bearish day, but for me, I'm looking for shorts right now. So we're gonna turn the bull into a bear, and then we'll judge the market as it happens. But right now, more ideas for me on the bearish side. So, all right, only 30 seconds to go, man. Should be a good start. We'll also watch crypto for you.
Yeah, and just we haven't talked any chips there, but NVIDIA 163, that's pretty much last week's resistance level. I'm going to go back into that one. If we do get a move to the upside, didn't really talk too much chips. We always got to look at some of them. We're going to have Katrine on the bell for this Wednesday. I don't know why I almost said Thursday, but it is the day before Thanksgiving as well, and it's O Canada Day in 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's ring it.
Yes, thank you, Katrine, on the bell. Always fashionable, that, Katrine. Thank you so much for hitting up the bell for us again. All right, so Apple's dancing around here. Everything's just getting opened right now as the market's thinking about a lower push here, but still not much happening right now in the NASDAQ, as you can't really see. There you go. Thanks, Lucas, for that. Or Fahad, sorry. All right, we'll wait to see what happens now to the downside. Apple just dancing around here. We're going to wait for that 150 area to come through before we do anything.
Yeah, and it looks like there was just a little bit of a dip. I have Coinbase up here because I'm looking for the short on any kind of a pop, but there was just a dip on Nordstrom's that I have to get over to because looking for that to hold the low, and then if it can hold the low, then I think it has a chance to squeeze to the upside. So the risk is it bounced off of 2040. Long at 60, I want to risk about 25 pennies on this trade, and then that only. I'm not adding to Apple just yet. I want this to shake out at the open. So you don't want to be too overly aggressive adding back into positions or working positions at this time. You want to make sure you're getting your prices. Alibaba was another one to focus. That's sliding to the upside, but not really, nowhere close to that 79 or that 80 level. So I want to be patient with Baba here.
I was watching Robinhood trying to go, look what, I mean, so first of all, Apple's the only position I'm in, so we're going to watch out for Apple right now, starting to go back up to the upside. Oh, Shopify's a New York name. Okay, so Shopify actually taking off right now to the upside. Yeah, $36 straight up right now, up about 80 cents, but the market's exploding here, so let's be careful. We're not heavy into the Apple trade, but watch out for Shopify at 36. I'd like to let this market settle down just a little bit more, so before we do anything, it is starting to hit up to the upside right now. But again, we're nowhere really near, like 11,800 might be something. Okay, so there we go. We are pretty much now in our Apple. I'm actually going to cancel that last bit and then watch out for this because if this continues to go to the upside, we're just going to get out breaking through 150 here. So there's Apple. We have the trade on. I'm not going to add to it. We don't have a great price. It's 149.44. We're going to wait for that. So let's see if it does fade back down a little bit. It looks like it's going to take, see, it's just straight to the upside right now. So there it is. It takes 150. We'll be out in a second here. Apple going through 150.
Yeah, my stop is just barely above it, so it hasn't been taken out just yet, but it does feel like it's going to be a matter of time on Apple when that does go. I was able to get some 21s there on JWN, so Nordstrom's bounces off the bottom. Get that 2040, get to 62 long, some out 21. If it breaks out, I think there's room to that 22 level that we were talking about, so I want to give it some room. I just finished saying on Neo that I wanted to be patient, and if it did pop to the upside, there goes Apple.
Yeah,
now
I'm out of Apple. There goes Apple.
I don't like even dollar stops. The even dollar stop would have saved me 10 cents, but I just don't like them. I think you use them in certain circumstances. But Neo 1075. Now that it's headed to the upside, I'm looking at that 1075 level for a little bit of patience to see if it can get there. oddly enough, Alibaba, it's going the other way. So Neo's strong. Baba actually fails immediately at the open. A little bit surprised to see that over in Alibaba. And then just want to come back over to one other one there. We're talking a little bit about, it was BBY. Whoops, that's force of habit. I almost put Bed Bath & Beyond instead of Best Buy because I probably trade that a little bit more. It broke that 80 level pretty much immediately. Not a heck of a lot in the way of liquidity at the open. It's done less than 250,000 shares. Suffice to say that there wasn't a lot to catch that break, but it's broken that 80 level right away. I'll try to get into this trend, but I don't know how far I want to chase it away from that 80 level. So big move already on Best Buy.
Yeah, some good one there. Today, Tesla got upgraded by Citigroup, so we can look at Tesla for sure. I want to look at Disney. Look at XPEV starting to go. I want to look at the 760 level for a break, possibly long on XPeng, although I was seeing the 750 isn't bad either, but nice little move to the upside right here for this Chinese EV name. Any kind of a pullback to 720, out 710. So let's do that trade as well for XPEV. Of course, it's a New York name, so nice move up. I do want to get the long if we, like I just said there, if we break above 760. But right now, I'm going to put in a trade just in case we get back to the downside and we're able to buy some just because it's up 5%. These Chinese names starting to go right now. We do like XPEV. Pull back to 720. We'll get long on that. Alibaba, just a quick check. Hey, I thought I was trying a 70. Oh, no, where was my short? Oh, 79 was the short. So, yeah, that didn't. Oh, almost got there. Almost got there. We almost did that. No, why is AMD's probably starting to go here?
Yeah, AMD's kind of...
Shoot, we talked about that.
AMD's pumping right now. I'm not in it either, but I'm watching because I have 163 for a resistance on NVIDIA, and that's getting pretty close. I was watching AMD up 1.5%. You remember where this got to, like early in the week, or last week, I should say, tested up to 79. It's got room on this breakout. So if it, on the way back, if it can hold 76, this was a good resistance level. Holding 76 on the way back. There's size in the bid at 76.40, but at 935, I really don't want to trust any size and care about it. So 76 is where I'm going to like it. But there's 100,000 shares on the bid of AMD at 76.40. There you go. You can see it right there. It's on the EdgeX book there. I don't want to trust it. I like 76 as a better price. That can get filled and it can flush back down. So don't trust it too hard.
I trust it.
It's probably real.
It's just going to get filled. There it is. It just got filled right there. Yeah, so, okay. What am I in here? All right, let's put some more shares on here. We're going to try to watch out for that 76 bottom. I actually like that trade. We put it on. Thank you again for the nice comments there. We did talk, I did talk anyways, on the sticky note there right here that AMD is the name that you want. If there's rallies, it's on the sticky note today. So there it is, a nice little move up. It just touched 70. It just touched 77s there. No, sorry, 76.70 there. So nice little move up. Let's get out if that happens one more time. We are long right now into AMD. We're going to get out there if it goes back up to 69 or one more time. What's up, Brendo?
Deere, guys, off earnings. We didn't mention a pre-market, but nice move here. Back to the upside right out of the gate. 430 up to 440, already up 5% off a report for Deere.
Yes, sir. And starting to slide back down here is Nordstrom. So it got to 21, but now it's been testing this. It's been testing it a couple of times on my 3-minute. 3 times you've gotten to this 21 level, and a bit of an iceberg's been standing in front of it. I don't want this to happen and not get anything out, so halfway is going to be that 80. I'm going to take some more off, because if it's rejecting 20, I think you're headed back into this low. Got to respect Neo's strength. It got so close to 1075, got to 1060 there, and then started to roll over. I liked it a little bit higher up, so I might have missed out on my opportunity to short Neo, but I'm going to remain patient with it. At Tesla getting close to that 177, but 175, proving to be a little bit of trouble. Just got my NVIDIA short, so 163 is where I like the out there. And here comes Tesla absolutely charging. I want Tesla to break so that Neo can maybe get to that high that I'm looking for. And still no Bed Bath & Beyond, sorry. Still no Best Buy dip for me just yet. I want to be patient with this, but I'm trying to get this 80s. It's now gone. It's through 81 and continuing to churn here. So might have missed the opportunity with that 80 on Best Buy. NVIDIA ticked in 169.5. We got some in there. The only way I want to add to the short is if it gets to 63 and fails. So I've taken some on the way up. I only want more on the way down off of this level. I'll grab some 62s and then a retracement to 161.50, just looking where there was support in the pre-market.
That's pretty funny. Oh, there we just got it. Let's go bang. I mean, there it is. Your big winner of the day already right there for me. After losing on Apple, we take it right back on AMD. I want to give a big shout out to all of our viewers there. You guys definitely showed, and you were like, oh my God, AMD. And I mean, we did put it on the sticky note that we wanted this name if the market was strong. So the minute we saw the market strong today, we just followed our own rules finally. So good move to the upside there for AMD, making it back here. So there it is. Look at this, man. We are now 70 cents in the money on Advanced Micro, and it's just continuing its climb to the upside. So we're still holding on to a third of this. Good trade there for anybody, and I know some of you in the chat do have it. So good on that. Tesla right now, again, 175 coming into play. Looks like it's going to take that on a very strong move up for Tesla. That bottom was already in today, 172. It touched the pre-market bottom and then just took off. So it's already seen 175, but that looks like a decent top right there. So I know it's 9:38. I'm going to be, more active in these stocks soon, but I just want to see a little bit more settling down here because the futures, and I said we're going to get to that 11,800. That's what we want to see. So we're right there right now. So again, that's a 50-point move there that just happened in the NASDAQ. So should have been trading the futures on that play, but nice little move to the upside. Check back in on Apple. Good thing we got out of that one at a 150 break because right now that's rocking to the high side as well. There goes Apple through 150.50 up to 151. That could be a short as well. We're going to just be patient and wait for these fades.
Yeah, I'm looking at Amazon actually. I'm going to get some NVIDIA 160. We scalped some out for 50 pennies, and now it's up to that 162. Oh, goodness, a wick on Amazon. I can't even look at that chart. Yeah, that's going to suck. I have to get rid of this 3,000 print on Amazon, but suffice to say, if it gets to 95 is the level I like there. That chart's of no use because you have that wick to 3,000. Here comes 163 inbound. You can't really see it there. I'll go to the 15 next time, but it's right at that 63. Only on a fail on the way down do I want any part of adding to this position. And if we get all the way down to 162, that's VWAP. I think I want to be taking another leg out there. So I need to check up, give a consolidation, and then work into it. Nordstrom's is potentially breaking out. If it gets through 21.25, I've taken a couple legs out. I want to hold through the break and then look for that 22 level for me on Nordstrom. So there's a bit of a curl on NVIDIA. If you get it on the way up, don't get me wrong, if you get it on the way up, I'd already have 162.90 and you can just be right in front of that level. I prefer to see it sort of fail off that level, know where my stop is going to be, and then work into it. So a little bit of patience for me on NVIDIA. Nordstrom's here just very quickly. We're going to have that breakout hopefully imminently, but if we break this 21.20, there's, I think, room to that 22. So that's not a bad place to be adding to it. I'm still in the bid of Bed Bath and Best Buy. Don't think we're going to be able to get that one at 80 anytime soon. If the market gets away from us here and breaks out the high of the day, I might have to chase on Best Buy, which I'm willing to do.
All right, new position alert. Yeah, Best Buy was yesterday. Yeah, good. All right, and always good looking at second day moves, right? So, I mean, good there on Best Buy. All right, so we're into Disney now. This might be a little early. Let's just see what this market wants to do. I'm actually just going to get out if it takes out 50s and 60s here, back up to the upside. I've averaged in as much as I want to on this name. We're just short here at 30. So I feel like this, yeah, there it goes. I mean, it's starting to get excited again here to the upside. There goes Disney starting to go here on the market move up. This is just more of a play that if the market does fail, we're 70 cents in the money on AMD here, and we're waiting for this move to come on Disney. So, oh, there it goes. I feel like you can see the way it's sort of, quotes are just being lifted up here. It's doing a lot of volume right now, but even the spread is not great here, 4 cents. These levels can just bust, and that's what I mean. Like, normally when the spread is 1 cent, you're going to get a little more algorithmic trading in there, and easier to, sort of close the gap and things like that. So for me on Disney, we're out of the money 30 cents. We're not now, but that's going to be my out, is 96.60. So small risk on this trade so far, but hasn't been working out for me yet. We are going to wait for a 96 bottom to come on that. You mentioned Nordstrom's. I'm waiting for that as well. Okay. Tesla up there, 175. That's a mover right now. Coinbase starting to go to the downside as well. There's lots of trade opportunities today. You just got to, like I said, you just got to find them. And I'm trying to be patient, waiting for more. So I see what you're saying there, Ashtosh. Apple, Microsoft, yeah, maybe shorts for them as well. So we'll watch out for that. Right now, just looking at Tesla. Brendo?
A little one from China, guys, software company. So this is a freight and logistics company out of China called Full Truck Alliance. They reported better than expected results over here. For this one, YMM on a move here through 7. There was huge volume there.
I'm trying to fix this Amazon chart. It's not really cooperating with me. But I always say if you get wicked out, you're supposed to get back in. I got wicked out on NVIDIA there. And did not get back in. That's the problem with liquidity sometimes. I took my stop and then got out of it. There's Zoom. I wanted to quickly show Amazon. I don't know if this is going to actually give. Nope, it's still not going to be any good. I'll zoom right in, and there you go. So Amazon, I like that 95 level, but it's had a top at 94. You're seeing relative weakness once again in Amazon. It feels like that's been the case every single day. So I do want to give it a chance at that pre-market high, looking for things to fade that are still weak, as long as we're not breaking the top on the market. So if we don't break out this top, okay, well, what do I like still that's short? Because that short is still going to be relatively valid when looking at the overall future. So I'm not giving up just yet. I'll stop out where it warrants on Apple and on NVIDIA, but I want to look for those other opportunities. Amazon now sets up at 94. Just wanted you guys to see that. NVIDIA,
94.
is this a load up? I got stopped out. I threw my stop actually at 20s, gave it a little bit past that 63. This is me trying to get back in when it gave that wick top. So you always re-entry just below, give it to the high of the day for a second shot. I don't know if I like a third over in NVIDIA. And now Best Buy is starting to come back in. So there was that $80 break, which is the big level we talked about pre-market. Broke out, got to 81.5. This is where the dip comes in. If the market's going to break through that high on the ES, I got to feel like Best Buy is a name to watch. I'm trying to get something in front of this 80 level. If I can't get that, I'll probably look to VWAP to try to get to this on any kind of a consolidation. I want something that's going to trend to the upside. This is about as strong as it gets.
Whoa, all right, yeah, I just realized we got stopped out of Disney there, but we did have, why did I go short? Okay, so I just got some more shares there. Realized that we got stopped out, but I have to put that order back in now to stop me out again if we go back through 97. I mean, this is more the trade now. 97's a better short. We wrote down here on Disney, just double checking my notes, and again, I don't want to get carried away with getting too short, too early. Again, there it goes. Look at this market. Holy crap.
Just floating.
Almost like there's something there. Brendan with some news. What's up?
Yeah, this just kind of popped up as that happened on Disney, guys. But I mean, it's self-explanatory, really. Could we, Fahad, go to thank you? Crazy Rumor says Bob Iger might want to sell Disney to Apple. Not that that would ever be allowed, but that just popped up, guys.
Nonsensical. Well, okay. No, but realistically, I don't know that there is any chance that that could pass any kind of regulatory scrutiny. That just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I haven't looked at Disney on that. I was watching Apple, and my instinct was to go with Apple on that, but I don't know what's going on in Disney. But Apple, obviously strong. I stopped out that 150 level, and you're sort of seeing it continue to glide to the upside. That doesn't, I don't know. I'm pretty skeptical of that. Let's just leave it at that. That doesn't sound.
Yeah, I mean, that's not. Apple doesn't buy anybody, so that's not.
They do small deals.
That's not.
Apple is known for only making small deals of.
That's what I'm saying. They don't buy anybody.
And integrating businesses.
Yeah, they're not doing that. But that's fine. I mean, that's what Bob Iger's there for, right? He has a lot of connections and stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised if he tries. I mean, how do you try that? I mean, I don't know. You're just going to approach Tim Cook with that offer? I don't even know how that works. So we'll wait. But we are now again short Disney. But the short was really 98. So here it goes. It's starting to get blown up to the upside. We're just taking paper cuts on it. There we go. We're just taking paper cuts on it. So it's not a big deal here, but there goes Disney. We are going to have to be more patient at that 98, but maybe things have changed, right? So we're just going to wait for that. If it does come back up to the upside, let's just wait for our 98 to come through, and if it does, then we'll get out of that. We'll put it back on if 98 comes upside again. So things have now changed. Remember what we said, like you want to trade the news and make sure that you're aware of everything. That's why we've got Brendo here. Nice little move to the upside there for Disney, up 1%, but the market's also up. So I don't know, man. All my ideas were short. But the only stock I've won on today is this long, which is now 70 cents in the money for Advanced Micro. We got to look for some more longs here at some point.
Yeah, that's why I went to Best Buy, because look what happened again, bless you, on NVIDIA, top wick. I don't know if I've ever been in the top wick in a stock twice in the same morning. only to see it come right back into VWAP. But it's definitely happened today, and that's the issue with this, like, not this time of day, but this is kind of a holiday style trade, is it's going to happen to you. But there's no way I don't want to have a stop because the market breaks out. What are you going to do, hold NVIDIA forever when the market goes up? You know what that stock can do. We did get it. You got to find some longs when the market's doing this. So we talked about Best Buy. I wanted to add to it off of VWAP period. Wick down, didn't give you 80s. But then held VWAP on the 3-minute here and then back to the high of the day. So bought the dip there. I'll buy the dip again, continue this trend. I don't know where the top might be on this, but I see daylight on the daily chart. So if I see daylight and I see a trend and I see a break, then I like taking it there. Nordstrom's is going as well. 22 is about as far as I think this can go. So I kind of foolishly, because I like shorts, got out of some of this when it broke VWAP. And now it's coming right back and testing a breakout of this 21 quarter area. So I actually had a bid to break that out. What I should do is just buy dips into VWAP on this one as well. I think 22 is your ultimate target. I'll just start buying dips on Nordstrom. This is definitely printing. So it's the longs that have come in. We just had more of them. Tesla broke out as well. So if you're looking at that name, getting close to 177, that broke out 175. Might have heard me say it under my breath that was going on. Yep, the longs are of the flavor of the morning, to be sure.
Yeah, I'm going to try an NIO long right now. So Neil's trying to, it's not even really at a key level or anything, but we'll just see here. We are now $1. $1 in the money on AMD. My bad. So that is a good trade for me coming through on NIO. On AMD. Maybe it's a short. I mean, I did say it, and you guys are right there. I did say in the chat that the top I was looking for was 11,800. We already got that, and it absolutely smoked through it. So, it bounced off once and then went back down 15 handles, then came back and took it out again. So, good move upside there for this name. The futures continuing to go to the upside. So Neil might have just bounced off that. We'll wait to see if there's any sort of a trade coming through on NIO. We could also look to get back into AMD at some point, but that name just keeps on getting higher and higher. 77.40 here. Let's just hold on. We've already seen the kind of big day that can happen. Let's see if it can happen again for us here on AMD. I mean, already $1 in the money is a good trade there. What else, guys? Like, is there anything else you guys want to look at? I mean, coin is dying. Okay, I like that.
Down.
Yeah, I mean, I like that. Netflix and Meta, someone's talking about there. So definitely have a look at both of those names. I love trading these names. Netflix is going to be a short, I think, today.
No, it's going down right now.
Yeah.
But I liked it for a break, but it obviously didn't break. It didn't break out. You can see. So it's heading to the downside. I did like a 280 if it gets there, but the big question is like if it can even get there. You talked about. We'll go to Brendan in a quick second and maybe come back to some Neo and Tesla. Wow, Tesla 4% now.
One guy's moving around here. AI company out of Taiwan. Perfect Corporation. Up on a couple of analyst moves here this morning. This one's already halted twice now. It's not a teeny tiny float, but worth a note. 99 million on the float for this one, but just breaking through 8 here for PERF.
All right. Yeah, I just put a bid down there at Meta at 111. So if Meta does fall in, I don't know if it's right now, it's just doing this barcoding stuff. So maybe a 112 break back to the upside could be something, but then we've already done that and it didn't do much. So I don't know. If we break 112, I think we can get away with going long on Meta here on 112 break. That might be worth the try. We just got Neo long as well, as that just for some reason took 1060 and then went back in again. So we're going to watch out for that. Meta might be the good long though. Oops, where's Meta? There it is, through 112. Let's try a break of 112 on Meta, guys.
Yeah, Meta's definitely worth watching. Just very quickly, I want to get to Oxy and some of the oil names. Holding the bottom for now. Talked about some resistance levels on this at 73 if it gets to the upside. But I was saying holding the bottom for now. It never really got there. Could break the lows in a couple of minutes here. Oxy trending to the downside. Brendo.
Another big mover, BioMarin, just popping up here, guys. I mean, huge move already. But on this note, positive FDA review panel for one of their products for this one. BMRN is not on New York. It's on the NASDAQ. Trust me, it's up huge.
I trust you. Always trust in Brendo. Trust him. It's up huge right now. But you know what else is up huge, guys? We talked about this. It's sticky note time. AMD, $1.40 now in the money on advanced micro. Again, this is the trade of the day yesterday. Can we repeat it again here today? Huge move to the upside right now and taken really early. Same way we did different way we did yesterday, same stock. Yesterday we waited for a pull down. Today there was none. So we were just like, forget about it. And we took the long when you guys were like, oh my God, AMD. So nice little long there for AMD. Waiting for Meta to break. We just said that came close to breaking 112. If and when it does, we will go long there and we'll give it back to like 111.50 or something like that. But again, this name is weak today as opposed to the market. It's not necessarily that it's weak, it just hasn't gotten going yet. So hopefully that can go. I don't know, man. NEO, I took a piece out at 56 because it didn't really look like it wanted to go upside. But I'm going to give this one a little bit more room. For sure, breaking 50 will get something out. But then I want to give it back to this 40 area for NIO.
Yeah, and speaking of NEO, I'm going to get to Tesla in a quick second. Nordstrom's, I'm still going to wait on the bid. I don't mind what I'm seeing here. I still think there's room to that 22. I don't want to get too aggressive. But Amazon is getting very close to that 94, that pre-market high. With the market breaking out and this not breaking out, I gotta look for shorts here off of this level, but I want to be very, very patient. The shorts have been running over, and it's easy to get wicked out here. So it's a 94 stop. 95 is also a key level, but Tesla is absolutely on one, and it's right at that 77 on the daily. That's a pretty key price on the 15-minute chart. It's a pretty key price. It's chewed through this, and then there's been size showing up on the north end, like 177.5s, 177.10s, and even 01s and 3s have had some size on it each way through. So there's been sellers at this level. The longer it holds here, the more I'm going to favor that scalp trade. Just get a quick short, give it into that high of the day, maybe even a little bit past it because the way it's running stops, and then play out to 76 here on Tesla. But there's definitely some other people selling at this particular price. I did get another dip buy in Best Buy, so I want to get back over to that in a quick second. That's been strong. So as the market breaks out, I don't think you want to be terribly concerned with your long positions. Although, well, I mean, you should always, adhere to your stops, respect your levels, all that good stuff. But it's the longs that are holding, I think, are fantastic. But any shorts, I want to make sure I have it pretty defined out and know exactly my risk to reward. More concerned with shorts today at this point.
Yep. Basically the same thing as me here. We are very focused on what we're trying to do now. Meta did go up, but it stopped at 20 right there. So where's my out? I thought I had some outs here on Meta. I do. 21s I put for some reason at 112.21 I put it. So we'll see if we can get it. There it is. Nice little trade there. Bang on Meta. So far 20 cents there on the first piece. We'll see if we can get a little bit more here for META Meta. Hopefully they can continue to go 112. Remember where my out was going to be? 111.50. So we needed to get 50 cents on this, but it just, we're running into this area. So this could be a scalp trade, right? We have the opportunity to do a lot of everything around here, both scalp and hold for a little bit longer. So we're doing that on AMD right now, $1 in the money. But right now it looks like Meta just gave us, we got it at 20%. So give us a little bit of an out there. Now we'll wait to see. Here it comes fading back again. The market, remember, we don't expect this to be like a very busy day here. So that's already taken out a lot of room there to the upside for Meta. So be very, very careful. The market could fade out. We've already talked a little bit about our plan here for NEO. If it doesn't go, it doesn't go. We'll get out on a 10.50 break and then see about a long down here at 10.40. So that's what we're going to do on NEO. There it is. So it gets out there. Look, it's a 12 cent hit there on NEO. Not a big one, but hey, still a hit, so we have to respect it. But it is coming back down. The futures are doing this little bounce. Maybe NEO's not the right trade, but still up 5%. Let's see if we can get a little bit longer at a better level.
Yeah, we'll try to ring the register at least a little bit for Bed Bath & For Best Buy, it's Best Buy that I'm trading. I'll get it right one of these times. VWAP again, 80-60s, right back up to the high of the day. 81.25 seems like it's a bit of a wall here. There's a couple of wicks above that price, but I think you have a good chance at a continuation. It just might need to settle down. You might have to wait for this opening range to get put in. 10 o'clock, have the numbers sort of come out, and then we can maybe glide further. I'm not sure it's going to break the high of the day before that, so I want to hang on to this because it's got room to the upside. I'm not going to buy another dip dip in front of this number at 10 o'clock. I always like to let things play out for there. Tesla, we did get into this one right in front of that 77. It's literally 76.98 that I'm short, and the top is at 20s, so it's a relatively tight stop I got in there. Got some out at 1-to-1, 2-to-1, and then, well, I want to get 2-to-1 next. That's where I'm bidding. And then if it plays down to 75, I want to be all out. Tesla's on one, so you want to make sure you're adhering to your risk reward. Nordstrom's is fine. I like NEO at 10.75, thinking that maybe we wouldn't get there and that Alibaba would be the trade. Alibaba decides it doesn't want to go up, obviously. So we're getting pretty close to that level on NIO. That's where I saw the short at 10.75. Alibaba, like, I don't know, I find when it's at its best for trading at the open, it's usually the days you're sitting in it, but I didn't want to be sitting in Alibaba at the open, unfortunately. Brendo?
Just saw this one popping up, guys. DWAC, fair warning, 200,000 shares on the day, but a huge move already from the lows here in the pre-market, back to up now, 2.5 almost, approaching that 23.5 again, which was this level from yesterday for DWAC.
Oh, man. We'll look at DWAC at some point here, but I'm just a little bit embarrassed because we called Snowflake and I didn't put the order out down here to 140. That's exactly where it went, and then it ripped up $4. So we called this. I don't know if anybody in the chat had this trade. Good for you guys. We talked about this. Look. I mean, it came right back. We wanted this trade. I just forgot to put the order out. So there it is right there. Good trade back down to 140s. Now $4 in the money on that, or at least $3 depending on what price you got. But good move up there for Snowflake today. That really, really sucks because that was one, what's up Henry, one that we wanted there for sure. That's too bad for me. But there we go. Now we go look at Palantir one more time here. Breaking, not really doing much. I'm only going over to this name because we did look at Snowflake and, they're kind of similar. Well, pretty similar. So 725 breakout, not much happening on Palantir, only 2 million shares and nothing really dancing. We did reload our meta, but this is coming back down a little bit here as well. So look, we haven't really put on any big positions. When you hear me get excited and talk about a trade, and I'll tell you about a bigger position, but right now, like none of these levels are hitting, man. Disney's not hitting up to 98. We can check out Disney so far. It's not hitting up to 98. It came pretty close, 97.60. We're waiting a little higher than that, so that's not hitting. Alibaba, Neil talked about that a little bit. We're waiting for that one. That's coming close, actually. We had Alibaba at 79. So, all right. Let's go over to Brendan for the Michigan number coming out right now.
Hey guys, there was the S&P one at 945 there that did cause a little bit of a move up there, 47.6 worth noting versus a 50 estimate. Typically, this is the one that causes the bigger reaction. So this is the final November U of Michigan sentiment number. So 55 expected here. We'll get this in a couple of seconds. Right in this box. There we go. So 56.8 versus 55. So higher when this one came in lower. Again, both essentially the same. There is an inflation portion of this report as well. So can cause more of a reaction, as I said, to the market than the PMI number. There's the board for you as well. 0.4 for the S&P. Currently, the Dow about 0.3. The Russell 2000 specifically struggling there, back downside now into the red. The NASDAQ coming off as we're looking at it here as well, back to about 0.5% for both the composite and the 100. There is DWAC we were talking about a little bit earlier. JWN I wanted to mention here as well, back to the downside, bumped its head off 21.5. Under pressure, though, as we head downside for the overall market. Brought to you by, guys, Chart Prime. They offer top-notch indicators that find support and resistance zones, chart patterns, and so much more. Check them out. Link on screen, guys. Shout out to Chart Prime.
We just went long there, or we got stopped out on Meta on that move, but I want to get back in it. I mean, that was a kind of a wick bottom there, possibly for the market. I don't know what. I mean, that was a big move off the number. When you're in it and you get it right, then you can do that. But look at this. We touched 11,850, then we touched 11. So the NASDAQ moved 50 points there up and down. So yeah, you are going to get a little stopped out on some of those trades if you do have them on, and they just wick around like they've been doing Bless you for that one. So AMD went back down to 77 as well. So that's probably a decent long next time that does happen. We've already hit that pretty good though for that today. So yeah, we'll reload AMD if it gets back to 77. That would be a little bit of a bigger position for me if that does come in. So let's wait to see what happens with AMD. Now we are reloaded back into Meta. That bottom of Meta, we basically made it 1140. So let's see if that comes in again, especially if this market rallies. I don't mind this long, but the market has to go up. So right now we're long into Meta. We can make that money back in a heartbeat, but 1140 is the bottom there for Meta.
Yeah, Tesla just broke out from that 177 on the pretty much on the number, like pretty much to the T, guys. So I was short in front of it. We got out pretty good stop out because we only got slipped by a couple of cents there on Tesla. But Best Buy actually turned around as well, and that took out the stop. So we reloaded it for the third time and then had to stop in beneath that support level. So the first two times good into the high of the day. Third time, not a charm. I think 80 level is where I want to play off of it next. We'll be patient with it. If there's one thing that's left for me, it's 94 on Amazon. So Amazon still, it's up on the day, but hasn't broken that pre-market high. So I am in the short of Amazon. NEO's going to get pretty close there. But again, kind of fails at that top. I don't want to compromise. It's 1075 that I like. And I see this COSM, COSM, I'm just going to call it COSM, COSM that's making a move up 100%. Penny stock, obviously, as you guys can see there. I just wanted to pull the daily chart guy up for you. You had this pretty big pivot at about 70 cents. I think it's headed for that number. That seems like the pretty obvious key price area, 70 to 75 there on COSM. I don't like chasing these things when they get that far gone. A lot of times I look for that breakout price to hold. 59.60 VWAP on any kind of a dip. And I don't want to be chasing this close to that 75 level. And Tesla has to get to 180. Has to get to that 180 on Tesla. But I don't mind looking at these penny stocks. I just want to see what's going on here. Check out the float. Might have to pay for shorts on it. All of that I'm just finding out now.
Guys, like, it's too late now for this. I was just going to put a bid on AMD. What's the point? We talked about getting this longer if it went down to 77. It did that on that number, and we just weren't sitting there. So, yeah, mistake there on AMD as it just continues to fly to the high side right now. This is looking eerily similar to the first time I took this meta trade. We made 30 cents early on that. Sorry, it was 20 cents early on that trade. Then we lost it. Then we just bought it back at 64, and now it's 50 cents in the money. Here. So we're like I said, we're going to be back positive on Meta if we get it out, but I still think that there's a higher side to this trade. So we already took one piece out, and again, that's just another 20%. Like if we took out all 100% there and all 100% here, then we don't have that loser right there. So I don't know. Meta right now doesn't really seem to want to climb too high. I'm talking myself into putting another offer here at 98. It just bounced off of us. We are offering 98 right now. I should just punch 97. What's the difference? There it is. Well, there's the difference. We got out at 98. So good take. Now I'll cancel that and see if we can get a little bit higher. My next out for this one about 112.30 or so, which is that high. But there it is again, man. Out now 40% of Meta off of a nice retake long. And, you know, again, I don't consider, like, I don't call it wicked out. It's just when your stops get run and it's on a number like that, that for me means you get back in, especially if it does bounce off that, right? And that's what we saw with that number there at 10 o'clock when that came through, right? So nice little move down, nice little move. It's a huge move down, and then it just bounced back up. So any longs that you like that maybe you got stopped out on, definitely worth getting back in. So yeah, all right. Apple people like that short, okay. LU could be another trade people talking about. COSM.
That's the penny stock we were just talking about.
Yeah, exactly. So that's 60 cents and running right now. So
that's actually expensive.
Good name, man, for COSM here. Only up 75%, guys. I'm sure a lot of you were in this last night. Get cash out if you were 80% up. Nice move for them. We're going to wait for Disney to get to 98. That's coming up.
Yeah, I'm still looking at a firm. Don't get me wrong. I said I would look at this and was beyond meat as well, that 13 level. But a firm's getting really close to that top. I want to make sure I give it a chance to get there before I look at the rollover. NEO still doesn't want to come into pocket. Tesla testing 180. I'm into Amazon here at the 50 level. Doesn't look like it wants to go very far. But there's one big tech name I haven't looked at once. But look at the strength on Softy up here. So dips and now ripping on the 3 minute. You can kind of look at this on the on the daily chart, maybe you'll look cleaner on the 15.
Booyah.
You're into some territory where it gets up to like a 248, 249. That's the next resistance. So softy trending to the upside and looking like a 46 is going to be good for a dip buy. I want to get back into Best Buy. I feel like I got wicked out on that little bottom on the number. I don't mind getting stopped out when a number comes out, but I definitely want to get back into that long on Best Buy.
Wow, wee woo-wee right now. AMD, we just got out of that at 78. It just ripped up, and I was like, you know what, man? If we can take $1.80 on this, we will do that for AMD. Monster move back up to the upside there. So, wow, I mean, again, if you're going to do anything, guys, go long AMD. We talked about that early. Again, on the sticky note was the trade of the day yesterday. And, hey, man, if it is proper today, maybe we can do that one more time. There's Meta again. Ring that register. We just talked about 112.30, and there it is right now on Meta. Another out on that one as that's going back up to the upside. Our Neo is coming back. The only thing here is Disney. So Disney, I wanted that 98. We're getting pretty darn close to that right now. I guess I can cancel some of these bids and offers that I have here. Like, by the way, Sean, AMD's not coming back to 75, so I can cancel that right now. Alibaba is going to be into play soon as well. Is that? That's what I'm just thinking that. It's not up.
No, it's not.
It's not yet there. That was 79. I'm only saying it was going to be there because of the move here in the market. And by the way, N to the I to the O, be patient right here on Neo. We did get out. Look, I mean, it wasn't a great trade, obviously, to the high side there for me. But there it is. Let's see if we can get a 67 print. Neo just ripped up as well. I'm assuming Tesla is also. Don't tell me we just missed that. 79s? Okay, so Tesla with a nice move up as well. Oh, we just missed that Neo up to 67. That's twice that's happened. So we'll get a little bit more out on Neo as that goes, hopefully, back upside. In Meta, we only have 40% of Meta left, but that was a good one. And then, yeah, AMD, I don't know. We got out of it, but I don't know, hopefully we'll find another spot to get back in.
Yeah, we'll see. I just got into Coinbase. I talked about this level. Didn't get into the pre-market. You had to sit. If you wanted 44.5 off the 45, you had to be in it at like 8:30. So now that it gets to that price level, this is what I've been waiting for. 2 days in a row, this has been pretty much exactly where it's failed. So I want to give it to that high. If the third time's the charm, fantastic. But I'm not stubborn if it's not. If it wants to go, fair enough. I don't know if I'm going to get that Best Buy re-entry, but I'm going to be back on that bid over there. Neo's getting real close, man. That's 10.75. You said Alibaba was going. Was not there just yet. The other name in the space that I did like, they'll load up there in a quick second. JD also showing a little bit of relative weakness. Like, it's just not really going either. Yeah, I was looking for a short off the pre-market high. That's probably not there yet. Got to be some patience. I got to be patient with JD. I was about to say this was setting up, but on my 3-minute over here, it looked a lot better than this 15. So I'm going to stay away from JD and in JD and Alibaba at this particular time. So I'm into some Coinbase. I'm going to look to add to this if it can make any kind of a double top here, failing off that 45 level, but patience with some of these shorts. The market is churning. Still like Best Buy to that long side. Microsoft, we'll see if we can even get that dip into 246. Whoa. It just hasn't happened for me yet, but I don't want to jump out too far in front of it. I just got some Best Buy, so maybe we can get this dip on Softy. 246 is what I like because that's where it broke out on the 15-minute.
Yep. All is well over on this side as well. We are, so again, Neo did go up. We are at, we're at 70 now. All right. We'll take a piece out on 70. We got some out there, 67s we talked about there on that trade. So we'll see what happens here at 70 for, there we go. We got it, obviously. Wow, okay. Now up to 73. Oh, why not, Sean? Why? Why did you have to retest Neo? Neo retested down there at 1050. That sucks because we got out there at a 1050 break and then it basically just shot to the upside there, obviously on that good number. From 10 o'clock. Yeah, there's Deer as well today. Nice move to the upside. We just talked about that. So, all right, Brendan.
There was a bit of a move on HP this morning. HPQ down first, back to the upside. I'll show you in a sec here. But 4,000 to 6,000 layoffs coming for HP Incorporated. That was announced just before the open. So a big flush on that initially. But we're right back to where we were yesterday. Decent volume, though, on HPQ.
All right.
I like John Deere. It's just a matter of they need to do a split on that stock. It's not always the most liquid thing in the world, but I like it. Look, it's a good quarter. I think it's a good long. Neo's come right into the pocket, so this is what I was sort of waiting for the key level, try to get that risk to reward on there. I got some Coinbase, but I wasn't able to add to it. It looks like it's starting to come back into the downside. So as that one makes its curl, I want to get over to that because it's decision time. I'm waiting for Neo to kind of slow down, which it looks like it's trying to do what Coinbase is doing here, which is give you a level off or rollover. I think VWAP 43.75 or so is a good place to get some out here. Maybe even some at the 44 even, because I am sitting at 50s for the entry points. We're going to get some bids out on Coinbase as this one tries to get back into the downside. Maybe I should already be in NIO, but I feel like the way the shorts have gone today, you want to look for weakness and then jump out at it, and not to get you don't want to get too far out in front of these because they've been running you over pretty much every single time. So going to give some patience here to NIO, but it looks like it's starting to slow. Coin, come on, give me my fill. It just went to my price and then didn't give me the fill, which usually means I'm just going to adjust it by 5 cents.
All right, yeah, I mean, you got to be.
It always does that, but you know.
Yeah, stocks do weird things sometimes. But okay, I'm just gonna get some more out here. Neo, we were able to get a 70. What was my best out on Neo? Actually, it was only 70. Yeah, so we didn't get any of those 73s. We were waiting for 75. That should have been in. And then the market started to pull back a little bit, and I was like, yeah, maybe Meta's a little bit weaker, obviously, than we had thought. We had thought that from before. But there it is, Meta right now. Meta's sort of picked itself back up. So I'm actually going to change that thesis now. Meta is now pretty much in line with the market. I mean, that market move up, Meta appreciated that and went back up to the upside. So I should have waited. I just got out at 10 there, another piece, another 20% for that. But hey, I mean, I was staring 50 cents in the face there, and it just didn't seem like it wanted to go. So I'll take advantage of that if I can and get out of Meta and now hold the rest. I do have a new trade idea for everybody, and it is Netflix. I know it's a little bit more expensive, but if you guys are trading options, Neil and I, of course, are not. We're trading the actual equity, but I want to look at this 286 level here, thinking about that as a potential like target area to go short. So that's what we're going to try to do right now on Netflix. It's negative today. 286 is right there. You know, content is king, and these guys are the #1 content provider as far as streaming is concerned. So I like the name, but again, we know that Disney Plus has struggled on that side as far as keeping their costs under control. I'm interested to hear what the pay for ad stream service for Netflix is doing. So that should be coming out at some point there. And I don't know, it's been pretty weak. If you're looking at a 20-minute chart, you could see obviously the action here. I don't feel so bad anymore for selling this at 288, but now it's right back into that same level. So watch out for Netflix trying to break lower. There's 288 right there. I'm talking about when I sold it before, not today. We're gonna go short here very soon, man. 285.50 is my short target for Netflix. So I want to put a short on in that name. So if you see that fly in, that's why. Meta right now almost $1 in the money as Meta going upside and dumping AMD. That's okay. That's still at 78. Actually, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, so I just got into a Neo there, waiting for it to get close to that 75 level. Got to 73, put a wick top, then took out 70s here, so that gives me an entry at 69. If it breaks high, reevaluate, get out of it, and then come back over to it. If it gets to like $11, that could be a bit of a level as well. I see someone just said Tesla rejected 180. I don't think it got there. Yeah, it got close. It got to 179.49. So pretty close to that 180 level. That's where I was looking for it next. I probably should have just reversed at 177, but that's not the name I liked that long side. I'm picking up some Nordstroms on a bit of a dip, but I wanted to get to Micron because I've been asked about this a couple of times in the chat, and like I think I see what you're getting at. Like maybe you're looking for this to break 59. I don't really see another trade. It's kind of gentle downward decline. You have a wick bottom, but there's other like stronger names in the chip space other than Micron is what I want to kind of say to you here. Like maybe if it breaks 59 and follows everything else, but yeah, I'm not really seeing it there on Micron, unfortunately. NVIDIA and NVIDIA and AMD have been making stronger moves. I'm not really sure what you see there. Maybe you can clarify, but I'm not really seeing much of a trade on Micron. If it breaks 59, that's fair.
All right. Yeah, we are just, we're just chilling. We got some decent positions on. We're 70 cents in the money on Meta right now as that's taking out day's high. So that's a banger for you as well. And then Neo, we're just waiting for it. So let's find some more names, man. Tesla up to 180. AMD, we've already talked about that. We could check out Amazon's actually positive today. So that could be a look for us on AMZN here, trying to I mean, we were short it yesterday before it started to get going a little bit in the afternoon, I believe. Anyways, where did we trade this thing yesterday? Yeah, no, so short all day. Short, yeah, Amazon was a great trade. Oh, yeah, that's right. Amazon off that 91 bottom, we had a $3 winner, or sorry, $2 winner there. We got out at 93 and then shorted it again at these levels. So yeah, 94, a great level for Amazon as it's coming up to that as well, a 94 takeout right there. Okay, so here comes the market pulling back in a little bit. Let's take advantage again and get some more out of Neo. So we just got some 67s there, and Meta's falling back in, which is fine. Market's coming in as well. So market coming in, not bad for us. Let's just wait to see if it does pull in a little bit more, and then we'll try to reload some of these longs. So yep, that's what we're doing right now, waiting for some longs to get reloaded. Probably AMD. Amazon is a decent short, but I don't really see too much here as far as shorts are concerned. Maybe you guys can help us out if you do find any trades. Put them in the chat. I'll look at some stocks for you. Tilray, maybe? I just
got my first leg out, 64s on NIO. I think VWAP's going to be a good target for the bulk of the position to be able to get that one out. But I was going to look at some DraftKings, to be honest with you. DKNG, which is still a NASDAQ stock, last I checked, $15 is a big level on DraftKings here. It's got an 03 top. There you go. It's got a wick top on it at 03, but it's also the 50 period on the daily as it slightly glides up. What's interesting to me is if the market does roll over, it's crazy. When things are at resistance, I'm always thinking of resistance holding in a bear market. But when this thing gets to 15, it flushed there earlier on in the week. I remember on Monday what happened with this stock. If it does fail 15 on any kind of a breakout, that's going to set up for a bit of a short. I'm in Amazon to the south side, so I'm holding on to that short. If it breaks 94, fair enough. I'll respect that. Someone asking about Carvana there. I was looking more. We talked about Autodesk. Whoops. As one of the big movers. Carvana is still actually about 9% to the upside. Just remember, a lot of this is about that short float. This is exactly the price that it broke down the other day. That's what I wanted to get at very quickly. Like it basically at the open just flushed through 750, and now you're trying to break that price and reject it. So if you're long in this name, that's a good place to take some profit. It is maybe setting up for a consolidation than a secondary break. I'd like the secondary break better. To me, resistance is resistance till it's not. And speaking of that, that means I'm back into some Coinbase. Talked about 44.5. So I got some out at 44, got some back in at 44.5. I'll get some back out at 44 if it wants to do this dance over and over again.
All right, new position, of course. Google, you might have saw that on the board. It's at $98 right now. We went long at 94 cents right there, so hopefully it can come back up, break that 8. So it's trying to do it right now. We'll get it. Okay, that's a decent move up. We'll see if we can get an 02 right there. And I'm just trying to scalp this. I do want to hold. There it is. So that's a good trade right there. A quick dime piece there as it's 04, sorry, out. We'll see if it continues to make a move higher. The high is 08, so we'll see if we could take a 10 there or a 9 or so if it does want to go back up to the upside. So here it goes, man. We just put this trade on for you. Sub 98 on Google, trying to get back up to the upside. You can see that it's relatively strong. It's up 1% here today. So these are kind of the levels that I'm dealing with. So it's already in and already a piece out there as we get back up to day's high for Google. So that's going to see what happens here. It's funny because I'm long into Google and into Meta, and we just put on a short here for Netflix. So this might be the one that doesn't work out for us. Neo, of course, going back up to the upside. That's a good one. Let's wait to see what happens here with Netflix up to that danger zone right now. So up to that 286. This is sort of what we're looking at. That high has been 286.15. If that gets breached, then we will get out of that one right now for NIO. But long Google, or sorry, for Netflix. Long Google, long Meta, long NIO, Neo, and short NFLX right now at 50. So let's see. We're in this name now. So there we go. All we can do is manage it. There's another fill, which we wanted at 86. So wow, the spread is quite spready right now. 25 cents on Netflix. What's up, Brendo?
Just saw this one. Coinbase guys trying to test the highs here. A bit of volume coming back in through 45 there. Bitcoin not really doing much, but nice day and bounce so far anyways for coin.
I was just about to talk about coin. It got to that 45. There's an iceberg sitting at 45 even. That just means they're displaying 100 shares at times, like a couple of hundred shares, maybe 1,000 at most. and then it gets filled, and then it just goes right back to 100 shares. So it's holding that offer. My stop is clean through here at about 54.25. So I've just added back into it. 44 has been that wall, so there's a chance, even if it pulls back, this could hold VWAP and start to go. But once again, you're patient for the short. It gets to the level, you get the entry price, and then it starts going. I'm going to have my stop just above the 20. Someone asked me if I'm reloading Nordstrom's. I'm close. I haven't gotten the bid just yet. But I am there, so I want to look to see if I can't get some more Nordstrom. But there goes Coinbase. I knew that was going to be next. Actually have a partial fill that didn't get filled just yet, so I'm going to get that out manually. Sometimes you get a partial fill, and the order's sitting there when you cross up. A lot of times it's like, yeah, do you just wait for your order to get filled for the rest of it? No, I'm just going to get out of it. This one's starting to go. I do like a bit on Nordstrom's to be able to get some more into the long side, but at this point, I got to go back over to this short in NEO, which is right back up to my entry. Oh, it was right back up to my entry price. Now starting to fail again. So another wick top there on NIO. This one sets up for a re-entry price. If I can get those 70s again, I'll jump back into some shares of NEO. But it is making a bit of a bull flag here. I know where my stop is going to be, and we'll definitely get out there. Going to have to hold off on that Microsoft. I don't think we're seeing 246. Oh, maybe we will. I don't think we're seeing 246 just yet. Why is that not at 33? It should be at 13. I'm just going to get my bid out there at 246.13. This has been strong. VWAP and pre-market breakout. And on the 15-minute, this 246 sets up. So looking for some of these longs to be able to get into that aren't Nordstrom's. And Microsoft's going to fit the bill for me.
All right, hopefully this market can fall down a little bit here because we have reloaded again. So we did get a piece out when it came back to 70 on Netflix right there. So just so we could reload it at 286. Honestly, I feel like when this is going to take that high, yeah, there it is. It's just going to really open up now. Hopefully it doesn't, but you can see the spread. There's not even that many shares available to trade here on Netflix. So pretty risky right now to even be in this short. So I don't, we're getting close to getting taken out right now. You could see even the spread. I don't like this, because again, we don't talk about share size, but if you have any reasonable amount of shares and this blasts, then you're not, you can't get out of a couple hundred shares of this unless it goes in your favor. You're gonna have to blast it up. So that's going to be a little bit of a problem here if it does take that high. Hopefully I've only crossed a certain amount of pennies there, like 20 cents or so. Hopefully that'll be respected there for that move. So let's see if we can hopefully limit some damage here on Netflix. I am still bidding, I'm bidding again here. Right now we're in the money again, but let's just see. It needs to swoosh down to fill some of the bids we have. I am at 60, trying to take 25 cents right now. So if it does fall down, there it is. Yes, sir. We get it right now. So now I can breathe a little bit easier as Netflix pulling back in for me right now, but it just bounced off 50. So you see what I mean? This is a crazy, crazy name here. NFLX, just dancing around right now. Let's hope for a downside move. But also we have Brendan over there at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, small cap brought to you by Trader's Edge. Stop using spreadsheets, start back testing 3 times faster using Trader's Edge. You'll get a free back testing guide, a full strategy building course, all for a $470 value, free 7-day trial for free. Check them out, that link on screen right now for Trader's Edge, bringing you small cap recap. PALI was one we were discussing yesterday at this time. Ended up being a pretty good fade in the afternoon. So continuation downside here for this one, still down huge. 12%. It was up way more than that yesterday. $4 though was that level right at the end of the day for PALI. Just about to make a new low on the session. This one, GSUN, we were talking about a little bit pre-market there, was up in the pre-market and did nothing then but just go straight down. If you go to a higher time frame, this thing has so much room to the upside. I just couldn't find a way into it and control risk. 280 maybe. But just couldn't find a way into GSUN. Downside today was a great fade. And then I was going to mention there was one other one. Oh, Man U was a decent long out of the gate as well. Had that one up. But Man U, quick trade long through the high from pre-market was a good idea as well, guys.
I guess I'm not getting Microsoft that bid.
Yeah, we actually did okay here on Netflix. We got 22s on the break, so actually a pretty good fill right there for me on Netflix. So loser, but again, and not a big one. We were able to get out of the way a couple times there in the 60s. So that put a little bit of a couple scratch in our pocket. And then when it took it off to the upside, that came out in a little bit more. But anyways, we did get out of the way of Netflix right there. So there it is, a nice little move to the upside. I mean, look. What am I supposed to do? I mean, the market just ticked higher there, and we got taken out of that trade. So unfortunately, that's the trade there for Netflix, and we are now out of it. Big move to the upside on the futures today, up 0.9%. So yeah, no, I mean, I had more ideas short on the sticky note than long. I'm still glad, though, we are into NIO. Still 10 cents in the money, 10 cents on that one. This is the name I wanted to talk about. We did get a good Google fill as well there. We're already long at 93. Am I long? What am I long? 94. We just got an 09 fill. That was the top of the day. We talked about waiting for that. And then the newest position for me right now, we'll see if we can go 0 for 2 today on Disney, because it's right up to 98 now. So let's see if that one can fill today. Disney up to 98. You know, that's going to be our target sort of area there on and out. But 98 right now looks like it wants to be tested. Beautiful move to the upside today for Disney. I have been short. We've made good money on the short, but it looks like we'll give some back here if it does go back up to the upside. Short 97.80.
Yeah, and when the market does this and you have levels that you like for resistance, they're going to start to come in. So Rivian did get to 30. 29.99 specifically. So anytime you see that, I'm looking at that 30 level. I'm right here. It didn't actually, that's a bit of a dark pool print that got it to that 30 level, and I have an offer on the other side of 30 to get more because it's about 30 quarter that was that resistance on Friday. So Disney's going to be in Disney. You're trading Disney. Rivian in play for me. Had to pay for locates on this one. I didn't want to ignore that Cause M stock. And I was looking at that 70 level, but it's already, like, it just put a death candle in, and it's starting to pull back pretty heavily. So I said, I don't like chasing these things. In particular, I would have thought maybe VWAP could hold up. Now it's trying to hold the actual open breakout, which is 50 cents. That's not a bad line. I usually like taking that. So if we start going sideways and hold that 50-cent level, COSM can come into play for me, but the new position was just Rivian. I haven't been able to add to it. You can see my offer there on the 3-minute. Like everything else, if you're not paying yourself out on shorts when it gives you what you just got to, because we've been trending to the upside. So even as I say that, it's like, ring the register before VWAP, because a lot of these aren't getting back into VWAP and you're just sort of taking the hit when it runs that stop. And if I'm saying that on Rivian, then I can't be ignoring that on NEO as well. So I was able to get some out there 64 last time. I'm waiting back at some 59s. We'll take some out at 53, 54 if it goes even further. But I feel almost right here, the longer it holds, the more I should be getting out. Even some on the bid, it just took out 63. So NEO, strong up 6%, but I like that 1075 level. If you're wondering where 1075 came from, just pull my 15-minute up and say, hey, if it goes up, what's the key level? Okay. That looks pretty clean. Why do I know 75? Because I had the 70 break last week, and it failed miserably at 75. So if a long fail last time I was trading up at that level, I don't mind looking for a fade at that price.
All right, we're sort of doing the same thing there. Disney went back down there. So we did short it, obviously, at 80. We were able to get some 70. I mean, my best out is 74s, so not great. But, when Disney does take off there and almost breaks 98, like when it comes back there on a little bit of a market move, if that market move does not continue to the downside, then, I mean, I think we do the right thing by just getting lighter on the position. I mean, I don't need to be in this trade. I thought it was a good trade to be short up here at 98, and we're going to hold it and see if it can now. But I did take out a quarter of the position when we did fall back in for profit, back down, let's just say an average price of 75, so only 5 cents. It's like, it sucks, but again, the market failed, Disney pulled back, and Disney's also testing this level. A couple wick tops up here at 98. So I feel like if the market just bumps up just a little bit, man, Disney is going to break through 98. So this is a very, very touch and go position up here. I'm going to stop myself out if that does happen. And you know what? Today's actually been a pretty decent day for both sides of the trade. The AMD long was the banger for sure for me today. The Meta long, definitely a good trade as well. We got stopped out there for sure on that number. Bad job by me. But look at Meta come all the way back up and back up to the high of the day one more time here at 112.40. So as Disney gets blown up here, looks like it's going to take 98 right now. We also do get a bump up, of course, there it goes, in Meta. So Meta's going upside, but we do take the L there on Disney. It actually just broke and came back. So right there, I'm going to take one more shot here at Disney, see if it holds that 98 one more time. See if we can make this all back. We can make it back if this goes down. Like, it's crazy. If this goes down 20 pennies, we make it all back on Disney. But let's see what happens there. 98 just broke, but held. We did get topped out there, 98.05. Our fill was 98.02, so it's okay. But here it comes right back to this level again. Let's give it a little bit of room, but it looks like it wants to break one more time.
Yeah, and just looking at like Tesla just rejected 180 again. If you're watching this and you're in the long position, like, I like that for resistance, but having put Neo and Rivian on, it's kind of it's almost a little bit pointless unless you get the actual price there. Nordstrom's is back above 21. I'm not even getting anything out again until it's about 21.15 to quarters, so I want to be getting to that one. But it's Microsoft that I'm going to be, if there's one thing I'm regretting, it's not being aggressive enough once this will start in the breakout. So even when the market dips, it's not dipping very far here on Softy. So there's got to be another, if this trends all day long and I don't get into it, I'll be incredibly frustrated. I love the 46. That's what you can see there on the 15-minute chart. But there's room to 248.5 on Microsoft, which means that there's room to be able to chase this one. So if we get a top-end break on Softy and this market wants to continue going, I mean, the daily chart, you're above the 50 period. There's a lot to like here. But 247 is about to, it already broke once. You got a quarter as the high. I think if it takes out the quarter, which it just did, I'm getting, oh my goodness, you couldn't even, it basically floated to 35 on that move. So I just got 35, and then we'll see if this plays back into 247. I want two separate trades. If this breakout doesn't work, I'm not holding it all the way back into VWAP, right? I want to get in at 46 if I get that opportunity to. But this is, to me, worth chasing. Nordstrom's is back to that 21.10 area, so I am looking to get some more shares there. And then Neo, where's my other fill on Neo? I should have just got, yeah, I think I just did. I just got another leg out on NIO. Pay yourself on anything that's working to the short side because this has been trending to that upside. I think VWAP's a good level, but I just took some out there at 10.58. It was 75s. I liked the entire way on that. And as the market came back up, this should give an opportunity to add back into Rivian only at that 30 level. Like, we're able to get 97s down into 29.80. We'll see if we can't get tight to 30 again and then make the same trade twice.
All right, if you can't beat them, join them. We are now long on Disney here at 13s. It's not doing anything, but that's twice we tried the short at that key level of 98. So looks like Disney does want to go back up to the upside today. It's only up 2%. We know it can go a little bit more. I'm keeping my eye on it because I don't know if I want to get out if it breaks back down through 98. Spending a lot of money here, burning through a lot of cash, just going back and forth through 98 and being wrong, like shorting it, breaking it higher, and then going long, breaking it out again to the other side. So although Google's working and Meta's working right now, Disney is going to be the biggest loser of the day for me here today because we just kept fighting the short. And sometimes when you fight it, it works. But today, it looks like Disney here again, just kind of dancing around on decent volume. I mean, 4 million shares, but definitely not really working out here on Disney trying to fight this 98. Like, the thing is that I want to get out if it breaks. Like, if this goes down and then touches like 97.50, I'm going to be peed off because we were only looking short and then, of course, now stuck long because playing the momentum in the stock. So this could be a frustrating one here today if it doesn't continue to move upside here for me on Disney. So let's get some, that's twice, that's 4 or 5 times actually that it's just touched 98.20 and bounced. So hopefully we can get a little bit of an upside move. And it's always good luck when we go to Brendan. So let's see what's going on in crypto. Maybe Disney's going to put a coin out.
Crazier things, right? Here we go. BTC downside right now. Back, I mean, we're still inside this range, but back to the downside very briefly here for Bitcoin. But we had this sell-off early on this morning, after a nice move up overnight again, got us back to 16,600, kind of chopping around between 16,400 and 500 currently for BTC, but quiet overall, positive anyways, 1.8% right now, 3.5% back to the upside. Meanwhile, for Ethereum, good to see some green on here. Binance as well, they're coin 12% back to the upside, 2.8 there for Doge, 1.9 for Polkadot at the bottom. Up 2% at one point was Polkadot, but coming off a little bit. Matic and ADA, no, the only ones in the red, guys. Back to you.
Oh my God, I made my Amazon chart work just in time so you could see it stop me out. So I'll slap to fail.
Ouch. It only works when that happens.
I swear to you, I got rid of that wick. I swear I got rid of this wick. Anyways, you can't see it, but Amazon, if you have a chart, it broke 94s to the upside. So I was short 93.5, was giving it to that 94 level. It's not, there's no point even showing it there. I'll go to Nordstrom's. It's just like there's this one pre-split dark pool print that just keeps on showing up, and then every time I clean it up, it just does that. So I got some about Nordstrom's here, 21.20. It's like, okay, you got one long that's been working. So hold on to it and add to that position as it trends to the upside. Was able to add some at 21. It's back to the high of the day. I still think this could get to 22, but I got to respect the fact that as the market's been churning higher, you know, Nordstrom's has been gliding back up to 21.25. Can't really break the high of the day. So if it does come back down into VWAP here, it has to hold above 21 for me to want any more longs. Otherwise, I think it's likely to check back into the absolute bottom. So patience now over there with Nordstrom's, because it is, look, it wasn't a great report. Their guidance wasn't fantastic, projecting the end of the year profits not to be looking that great in terms of sales anyways. And it's down 7%, but I'm looking for that dead cat bounce a little bit here. I see people talking about AMC. I'll give the obligatory, why not? It's break, yeah. I don't want to say meh, but I know the price that I like on AMC, and I want this thing breaking out. So I tried the breakout here at 765, and that was the big level. There's more room to run if it gets past 65. I think you're probably looking at the 750 when you're talking about it, but it had overhead resistance at 765. So I don't think it's in the clear until it gets above that level. That's where it caught my attention last time. And I think if it starts holding a bit above there, for sure it will. $7, great level if you got it, but that's been challenging.
Yeah, we will, be happy, but I mean, well, actually, you know what? Let's take a piece out on Google, because I'm just noticing that I was going to talk about Disney there moving up, but I am also noticing that there it is. Google just took 16, so that's going to be a good one there, man. We went long on Google today, and again, like that's starting to work now to the upside, breaking through 98. I mean, next top for Google is 100, and whether or not it happens today or not, I'm not sure, but it is a great move up for the market. Remember, we are off tomorrow, so thank you once again for joining us here today. But tomorrow is U.S. Thanksgiving. So most of you in the United States will know that because it's the most traveled date for the U.S. For travel. So obviously, and happy Thanksgiving to everybody. If I don't get a chance to say it again, but yeah, we're off tomorrow, and then I'm off Friday and back Monday. So it should be a good long weekend. But yeah, so Google out. We only have 20% left on that name. I was just trying to think about how much I had to begin with, but 20% or so on that. Disney, again, it just, like we've been getting out. My best out's 26s, sorry, on Disney. So the high is 29. Now that we've broken above 98 there, I feel like when you look at this daily chart, sorry, this is a 20-minute, but you can look at it daily as well. This 98 right there, pretty key from the 21st and 22nd, which is, of course, just yesterday. So we've now broken above it. A nice little move up. I'm only, I like the short in Disney for sure, but the momentum's to the upside. I'm going to get stopped out if this takes below 98. It's a little bit below that. 97, 90 or so is our out, but there's 98 as well. So I just feel like it's going to hover around this level as long as the market stays northbound. I feel like Disney will just start to leg up a little bit. Like, look, it's failed. On its way up, it has had these, retracements. So there's the retracement down. We were able to get out of some of our short, which again, we should have been buying that dip to the downside. And then there's a move now back up to the upside. So maybe a little bit of a dip back to 98. We could reload this. But so far, so good here to the upside for Disney. And it hasn't been so far so good, but this trade is decent. And then Meta's doing Meta's doing Meta-like things right now for some reason. It tends to do this, man. Like, it'll just make a barcode and then blast one way or the other. So I'm hoping that we take out the top, as we are long still right now, 70 cents. 70 cents in the money on Meta, 12 cents for Google, 10 to 12 cents on Disney. And then we still have a small position in NEO. That's 5 cents out.
Yeah, I'm still. I mean, we're in different positions in Neo, but like I think, and it bears mentioning. Someone just asked in the chat, like, I'm short Rivian at 30, but why not be short Roblox at 32? I kind of see what you're getting at, but it's sort of breaking out a little bit after like the last 2 days. It's flushed at 31.40, big time. Like you're talking $2 moves almost, and that was breaking out from that price. So I just looked at what was going on in Rivian, and just like that setup a little bit better. It is a bit of a distinction without a difference. But this is, at least on Monday, this is the short level where it worked, right? Where essentially you had 2 days at the same level in Roblox, and then it's breaking out from that to get into 32. Whereas I waited for 30, where I shorted it on Monday. And maybe it's just because I didn't trade it yesterday to have the short down at 29, why I still like the 30. I'm not going to completely rule that out, but I like what I saw on Monday at this price. That's why I'm back over into Rivian. That cost M's making a bit of a bouncer. I like that 50. AMC is making that push, so it's broken 65. So now it's gotten interesting for me. Brendan? Hey, thanks, buddy.
Hey guys, quick update for you on the S&P 500. Right now, we are holding on to positive territory. It's been kind of a muted session, as expected, with volume kind of low going into the holiday. 0.5% right now up here for the S&P. This is the way the sectors break down here. Energy stocks all red today with this move in crude oil. It's worth noting there was a larger than expected drawdown in crude inventories that was out today. As per usual at 10:30 there, but didn't really move prices too much. Nice day for Tesla, 5.25 back to the upside on that Citigroup note. Some of the toy makers popping up here. Hasbro, HAS, nice day, 2%. TGT, BBY, the retailers have been strong since earnings. Domino's and Booking.com leading the way as far as services are concerned. Outside of Autodesk, ADSK still 6%. Everything else having a pretty good day in the tech group. It is software names, in fact, leading the way. Semiconductors pretty much all outside of Enphase and SEDG, outside of those two, all positive on the session, as are hardware equipment makers. There's Deere, 6.5% for DE. Industrials positive too. So pretty good day. Warner Brothers up here, 3.6% higher. Disney, 2% higher. So this group, if you remember yesterday, was under pressure. There was a negative note on Paramount among the Disney move as well, downside. But back green today, as is the market, guys.
Yeah, we actually had a good little, we finally decided to, oh yeah. It's frustration because that's supposed to be that DAPS one, but we're waiting for more to come on and say a big thank you to Dell on our chat, who's going to be working, I hope, for, if you're on the chat there. You've messaged me on Twitter, and I've gotten you in touch with Justin, huh?
Is that
yeah,
Dell day trader, right?
Yeah,
okay.
Del Passad.
Yeah, long time
exactly.
viewer.
So he's going to work on those for us, hopefully, and get back to us.
Thanks, Del.
Right there. What's up, Diamond Realty of Miami? All right. So there goes Neo's back up to the upside. Oh, what I wanted to get over with you guys was Disney. So for some reason there, I don't know what it was, but we'll take it, man. Look what happened to Disney. It ripped up into the 30s, the mid 30s, I guess, and we took advantage of that, man. Like, we got some out there, 34, 35, and yeah, so that was a good trade. Made some money back there, obviously, in Disney. So we'll look. Now the market's starting to extend higher. So look at Meta. Boom goes the dynamite on Meta again. We'll go. That was a good idea, holding these longs. Meta back upside right now. Oops, let's zoom in a little bit more. Just trying to take it out, though. But you're still at the tops. I just want to hold, man. I want to be able to hold in case this goes. Neo's back into the money. And then Google, not really going at all either. But this is a name that we can sort of wait out on. We only have 20% left. So let's just see if this continues to go, man. J-Pow is going to be coming through. We do, well, not him, but we do have the minutes, I believe, today. So we'll see if that does anything. But look at, like, the NASDAQ has no liquidity. We've already talked about that. Look at this move. 11,900 goes up 20 handles and then just falls right back down the very same minute. So on nothing. I don't know if there was news there or not, but nice move up and down there for the futures. So yeah, liquidity pretty sparse, man. Hold your trades close to the chest is what I would say.
Yeah, like, as a matter of fact, like, Microsoft just spiked high of the day, broke 247.50, got to 60, and then just was right back into that 35 range. So it's holding the line at 247 pretty decently. Let it get down there and then add it back in front of that 247 level. I want two separate trades here. Like I said, if it can't hold 47, this area, then I want to work back into 46. But if it does a wick top through the high of the day at 11:45, then I'm going to take some out. So I did take some out when it put that wick top in. If it gets to the high again, I might just start playing inside of this range, 47s, 247 and a half, and then working back and forth, and then try and rinse and repeat that trade. Nordstrom's is working just fine. I think that's okay. So you got to manage the short trades. One of those, of course, is NEO. That bounced off VWAP, but still putting in a bit of a lower high. So let's trend up. I'm actually going to back off and not just sit there in front of the offer at 70 like I was before. Like I said, we're trending to the upside. No need to just stand in front of a level and get run over. Rivian here back into 30. Just put a wick top at that 30 level. But I want to be really cautious going against the grain. This only gave like 20 cents back in. Didn't really flush into VWAP. Still holding strength. I want this holding beneath 30 before I add back into this short. Otherwise, it's just about when in doubt, zoom out. I know this is a top here at about 30.15. So I think 30.20 is my terminal point. Let's check my stop. It's probably like 21 or 22. That's usually where I like to put it. I'll double check that. But I'm not adding back in unless I see some more weakness out of Rivian. Up 3.5%, right? Up, market trending up. I like the short level and I waited for it to get here, but that doesn't mean I have to get back into the shares that we took out super aggressively. Now we're back below 30. So now that we're checking up a little bit, I think I'll get some more shares into that short trade. Microsoft, probably more of a rinse and repeat trade for me. And then I just wanted to come back over to Tesla, showing you, whoops, that 15's a bit messed up, but showing you it did get to 180. It broke by 25 cents or 28 cents, and now coming back in below. So it's another reason to maybe even like some more Rivian here. Tesla has now rejected that 180 for real.
Yeah, watch out with this market coming back down here a little bit. So we're going to watch out for Meta. I mean, if Meta takes down this 50 period, it's sort of been just respecting it the whole time. So we'll give it a couple pennies below, but like 112.15 or so, and we will get out of Meta. So we're watching out for that. A name that's obviously just pulled back in, we've talked about that, is Disney. Maybe the short is now in. Look at the futures coming back in a little bit here. So there it is. We are now out of Meta, but we're going to go sirens on that one. I mean, it was a good hold for us. We talked about it taking out the top just a couple seconds ago, and then we get stopped out. So like, wild market here. We talked about that today and how this market is moving around on light volume. So be careful. We did refresh Disney though, like we just said, down here at 98. So let's see if this is going to be a long. We're long at 98.11 right now. This is going to be my biggest loser today. But again, it's kind of like
Amazon for me.
We're only like, I mean, the amount of money that we made yesterday compared to today is kind of a drop in the bucket. But, you know, one name that I'm really happy that I'm a part of, man. This name is, and you feel bad when this is in your portfolio because everything else is ripping, you know, during COVID and everything like that. But it is nice to see IBM also right now back to 52-week highs right now, up to 150. Look at this move on IBM right now. So, again, I was actually buying some of this name as well. I'm so diversified that it doesn't, like I told you, I'm still overweight tech, but IBM, again, this is one, when we were putting out videos, like this is always one that we talked about, you know, get some tech exposure to it and a solid dividend, a consistent blue chipper, right? I say IBM stands for International Buyback Machine. I mean, these guys are an absolute monster, and right now they're at 52-week highs. So if you ever get tech exposure and some sort of steady Eddie stuff, that's IBM, man. So a nice little move to the upside. Collect that 5% dividend. I know it's probably 4 point something now, but a beautiful dividend to the upside. And IBM right now, brand new 52-week highs. Glad to have this one in the portfolio.
Yeah, and speaking of market turning around there just a little bit, that was a pretty harsh rejection. Like I said, the 180 rejected on Tesla, I was just able to get Rivian back through 30 to the downside. So I was able to add back into this one. Ended up picking up some 94s, some 95s in there. So my average price 95.5. It might show 96, but it's basically rounding it. I'll get some out at 80 if it gets there again. And then, like we said, play down into VWAP. But yeah, it was more the Tesla rejection that caused that move. It was a wick top on Rivian, but when Tesla pulled away from 180 there, that's what caused that bigger flush into the downside. What didn't move, however, gotta respect it, NEO. So this isn't real. It didn't wick through. I'd be stopped out if it did that. but still pressing to the upside. Even with that reverse I saw Tesla and Rivian pulling back in, NIO turning back. So I canceled my offer to reload, and I'll only reload if it fails 1075 and comes back in. I suppose everyone's sort of looking at that, looking at AMC. Yeah, if you got the long, it gave you 775, but couldn't hold that 65 area I liked. As a matter of fact, on the way back in, that was probably a short. Here's a chance for a 750 VWAP dip on AMC, so I want to be patient with it. I think if it levels off here at yesterday's high, that's a good entry point. If you can start to hold that, then you can look for that scalp trade, 750 into 65s and 75s. That way it doesn't have to break the high to look any good. As far as Microsoft goes, still holding that 247 line. 15 is not going to be very good for that one, so I'll go over to 3 minute. Still holding the 47 line. I said if we keep bouncing off 47, I just start to play inside of the range here. And look, maybe you do get a 40 or 50 cent range for the afternoon, for lunchtime on Microsoft. If that's the case, I want to be long in that range, hold some for a potential breakout, but can't ignore the fact that it's now starting to channel at this time of day.
All right, NIO's back up 5 cents in the money, so that's going to be a good trade there as long as it keeps on going. Alibaba's back to 78. I mean, I'm not trying to push too many keys right now. We've got the Disney long. We've talked about that. AMD maybe. Let's have a quick look because this has been a strong. Ooh, darn it. See, another missed opportunity there bouncing off VWAP for AMD. So just looking elsewhere, man. Sometimes it's just about staying with what's been strong and what's been working. I mean, that long off 77.50 would have been okay. You would have had to hold it down to 30s again, and you're not too far away from that right now, but up that 3%. We do know that we like AMD into some strength, into some weakness for the long, just because it's been so strong. Let's look at another name that was on the watch list today, or on the sticky note, sorry, not the watch list, was SoFi. Unfortunately, that name really hasn't moved. We did, that's what it looks like today. We were short yesterday on this, we actually had the break rate here earlier, 77, and then the break happened. So we're actually in this break a little bit earlier, but nothing today. I was thinking, I don't know. I was going to go short 70, but I just, we just barcode. So it's if it ticks up a couple pennies, am I going to get out? I don't know. SoFi today looks pretty dead. Let me just check out on Robinhood. That's another name. I did pay for Lucid shorts, so we could look at that. Robinhood's not doing anything. I paid for Lucid earlier, and it doesn't really have a trade on it. I was thinking about a 10 break. That came pretty close there. But right now, Lucid's still up that 1.5% on Tesla, pretty strong today as well. So EV space strong against the market, higher than the market today. 1030 maybe for Lucid. I don't know. Waiting for the market to make a bigger move, or at least do something, or some stocks to drift into some levels. So for right now, we'll stay with what we have and go over to Brennan for Money Talks.
Hey guys, 2 days in a row back downside here for the US dollar, giving a boost to pretty much every other currency right across the board. Today, nice rally, in fact, for the euro coming back in. We're back above that 103 area we've been mentioning over the past couple of weeks or so. 0.7 to the upside, 1.5 meanwhile for the British pound, 1.2 once again for the pound. 74, a little bit of move back down here for the Canadian dollar. It was green initially on the day. We have gone red, though. Back to the downside. This is the USD. DXY, again, 2 days in a row, right back to this support level once again, around that 106.5 area. So big moves here. 1.5 for the pound, as I mentioned. Japanese yen, 1% back to the upside. Full percent here for both the Swiss franc and Australian dollar. New Zealand as well up big time. So big move down heading into the holiday for the DXY.
The dollar making some moves. Look, Tesla just took out that 180 again. So I was short right in front of it. I had 83s just before Sean was talking. But I'm going to have a tight stop when I'm fighting against this one. It actually gave one leg out. The first time I took a short off 77, it didn't even do that here. It just went immediately through that upside. Rivian's holding on for dear life. And of course, if the market's doing, well, the market's actually off the levels, off the highs a little bit here. But Microsoft just made another push to the high of the day and rejected it again. So it goes down to 247. Back up to 247.5, touches the top, and then comes back in. So I've rinsed and repeated another time. Now I don't want to get any more out unless it gets to 48, but I'll get back on the bid at 247 here. Looks like it's trying to respect that. I was asked about Boeing. I haven't looked at Boeing a single time today. Quite frankly, I don't think I looked at Boeing all week. But it's another look. Everything is pretty strong in today's action. So the fact that it's up, I don't know how much that necessarily means. It's been in the midst of a consolidation, and I've been waiting for it to break away from this before I got involved. Like 75, looks like it needs to take 75, or to the downside, take out 70, then reclaim either the 200 period, where I think it's a good long down there. But if it doesn't break 175, I don't see what the trade is going to be. You're either fading. I guess you could short this, but I've been shorting a lot of tops, and all that's happening is you get a good scalp trade, and then you're getting burned when it breaks out. So yeah, it's a good level, that 175. It's been a good short. If you got it, it's working for you. I just pay yourself out because the market has been trending into this upside. So if you got it, fair enough. That's a good level. Take your dollar, maybe take $1.50 in here, but the trend is pretty cleanly to that upside. The breakout, maybe next week, or maybe it happens today, but I think it's unlikely it happens today, just given the nature of the long weekend. But breaking out that 175 is on my radar. It just hasn't really happened.
Yeah, we're hoping out for a breakout here in NEO as well. This name now a dime in the money, but hopefully we can break this 1075. I mean, we just got another piece out. It just started to rip up. So we got a 66 and we got a 70 there because we were waiting at 70. And now we'll wait. I mean, I wasn't even really realizing this name only because it started to pop there and then I got that fill. So now let's wait to see. Oh shoot! I did have a 74. Cancel that. Ooh, wow. Okay, I don't want to get out, which is why I'm saying like I want to see this name continue to climb to the upside. Let's just see. It's already up 7%. That might be too much on that one. Disney, we're long at 96 there. It's back up to 98. So that name's starting to go a little bit here as well. Disney, Netflix checked back in. We did go short here. Got out. This is a cup of coffee, so it's not the end of the world. But 289. Right there, if it can come up to it. Maybe we don't want to go short Netflix after all. This market's been a long one today. And then we just got back into Meta right now as well. So let me just see what that's doing. Google's a nice little trade. Okay, Meta, I see you. I was waiting at 34. Is it going to go? I don't know. We just picked 34 because it was the top before. I'm at 34 right now. I'm debating just honestly canceling this 34 and just taking a 32. So there it is. We'll cancel that and punch out there. Yes, sir. So a good little trade there on Meta. We got a 32 out off of just a recent reload at 11 right down there. So nice little reload back up to the upside. There goes Disney. Yeah, buddy. Disney back upside as well. So all is good here as we get ready to wrap up the show. 30 cents in the money on Disney, 30 cents in the money on Meta, dime on Neo, and 20 on Google. But the longs haven't been that good today. All right, Brendan, what's up?
Tilray popping up here, guys. Some cannabis names moving around. There's an article being circulated suggesting the Senate is preparing a banking bill that they may try and get done sooner than later. So some cannabis names moving here.
Yeah, 3%.
I would just short them.
I don't even know if it's at a level to short yet, though. I'm like just having it load up here. $4 is the level on Tilray. At least that's what it was earlier on in the week. So I'd probably wait for it to get there. Microsoft just took out the high again. Like I said, I'm done scalping that one. At this point, either it goes or it doesn't. So I want to give it some room. I want to get back to Nordstrom's here because I don't want to forget. Like as it's now finally starting to break out, I'm out of this thing in front of 22s, 100%. I just feel like that's too far for it to go. The report wasn't good. This is more of a dead cat bounce than anything else, or squeeze, or whatever name you want to give to it. Neo, I was able to get most of it out in front of VWAP, but I've got my stop. If it gets above 75, this is the break I had last week. It didn't work, but there's room for it to go if it does break that level. So I don't want to be stubborn about that. I want to make sure we're getting out of it. I talked about Tesla there, and as Tesla tested that 180 level, going to go to the 3-minute for you on Rivian. I got the reload. It got right down to 80s, bounced away from my bid. I don't know why I have 2 there. Bounced away from the bid in front of 80s, and then right back up to that high of the day, but has not taken out the top just yet. So, Rivian gave the wick top, got the reentry, but it has not taken out that top, still trending into the upside. There's not much shorting in front of the highs that haven't broken. This has held the line, at least for now, so I will stick with this. Neo also hasn't broken the level, but I don't know if I want to be chasing Tilray too much there. And we only have 1 minute to go. I just want to check back in for everybody. 750 did just hold on AMC. At 752, it looks like it's bouncing. If it starts going sideways off that 750 level, I don't mind risking 3 or 4 cents to get 15 up here to 765 and maybe higher than that. But that's the kind of lunchtime trade I want. Not risking 20 or 30 pennies like you normally would, maybe more on AMC, but tighter risk off of that VWAP.
That Google high or that Meta high right now is 50. I'm just going to put an offer there. I mean, if it rips up and gives me 50, great. We'll take that. It sucks because we wanted a little bit lower price. Like I should have just put the whole. Well, if I put the whole thing, it would have been that would have been too much. But should have put on a full default down there at 112 for Meta, man. So that's a mistake there for sure. But now it's starting to go back up to the upside. Meta again, huge move here. Let's go. I'm at 47. Are you really going to stop there? Like I just picked 47 as a random top. So just because the way this, oh here we go. Just because the way this day's going, let me see. Right there. Okay, maybe we'll get a 44 then. I just feel still a little bit silly here on that one because we just missed that by a penny. There it is. Yes, sir. All right, chicken dinner winners, man. Enjoy your turkey. That should be a turkey. Well, with me on top, it is a turkey, but there it goes. All right, Meta. Yes, let's go. Here we go. The rally is back in the building. Your boys got this on as well on Meta. We're going to be positive on Meta today, positive on Google today, positive on AMD today. Neo's going to have some work to do. Negative on Netflix. Apple. I'm going to nominate this as the trade of the day just because we got out of the way of this. We'll see where this goes, but Apple with a big time movement to the upside today, and there goes Disney as well. Now 35 cents in the money on the upside for Disney, but this is a negative stock for me. There is, okay, I see some size there, so let's see if we get, there we go, we'll take some out at 32 there. We just put the offer and it just rips up. You saw us get filled there, but there is some size there at 35. I ain't scared of that. It doesn't matter. That's only 25,000 shares, so that's not a big share size, but we'll get out a piece just in case it turns around on that. So wow, what a good little, looks crazy because I have 50 fills on Disney today, but we did start this day short there on Disney, got out, went long, and now the long finally paying off, including the reload down there as well. Let's see if Disney now back up to day's high. So that looks like that's a good one. Meta's a good one, now 40 cents in the money and taking it out. So, oh, and there goes Google back to day's high as well. Obviously, everything's going to be at day high when the market gets back up there. So. Yeah. So far, so good here today, guys. I hope you enjoyed the show. It was a banger one more time, and happy Thanksgiving.
Yes, happy Thanksgiving. Just quickly here, because it just happened, Rivian took out the top, so when you can't beat him, join him. You got a key level, reverse off that key level. Now it's joining the trend to the upside, but we have to get over to the midday boys. It is time to go to Trader Prad and Sharif. Go get them, gentlemen.
To this wonderful Thanksgiving evening. We are your hosts, Sharif and Trader Prad, on board today for the whole show, for the whole midday show. And you know what it is. You know what we're going to do. Keep on looking for the wonderful opportunities the market's going to present us with. Today, the NASDAQ up 1% and the S&P 500 up 0.5%, well above 4K for the S&P 500, and the NASDAQ now playing with 11,885. I'm guessing we probably will see 11,900 coming into play at some point today. Currently in a couple of trades, we'll dive into that, but more importantly, I'll let Sharif introduce himself.
Yes, great to be back with you guys. Another day of great trading. You've seen some movement this morning. The ES, as Prad was saying, has now reclaimed that 4,000 level and, yeah, holding above it. I'm watching Man U today, Pradley. Yeah, so anybody watching the show knows that Man U is one of Arsenal's big arch nemesis, and by extension of that, mine as well. So always interesting to see how they're doing financially and game-wise as well. I'm short Man U. Now, I took a short here initially. I tried to front-run that 1750 break. It ended up stopping me out, so I got out. I gave it about like 8 pennies worth of risk. It went up, and I'm looking for a sort of reversal candle either on the 3 or the 5 minute chart to kind of hit me to get in. So I saw something nice on the 3 minute chart on this one. I'm currently looking at the 1 minute chart, but so that's why I have reinitiated the short. This was half position. The one I'm in is currently a full position. So let's see. This one broke 50 to the downside, was printing some 40s now, flirting between that 50 and 40 level, Pradley. But I'm looking for some downside momentum, maybe even retracing down to the whole dollar level at 17 or VWAP at 1705.
Wow, Citibank right now getting really clapped, absolutely being pushed to the downside for them, breaking 49 at 48.70 coming into play. The volume does seem to have spiked off the compared to the opening drive itself, but now we're seeing a bigger move to the downside. And Brendo putting in our work chat about PARA. I'm guessing this is Paramount, right? PARA. Yeah, Paramount Global with relative volume of 0.67, 2 million shares traded so far. High short interest mentions on CNBS. CNBC, for those if you're wondering where CNBS is. So CNBC is currently talking about Paramount having high short interest. We are seeing that on the Trade Ideas platform. It says 12.23 short flow. So pretty high up there. Not high numbers of those 20% that we're used to seeing and those 40% on what is it, Bed Bath and Beyond or something.
Yeah, we saw
but still
high
12% is still pretty high of a number. I want to talk about my trades that I'm in. It's the TSM long. TSM, NVIDIA, I was watching NVIDIA trade around 163, and missed out the move on the 163 breakout long. We could have gotten a nice move to 164, 165. So instead, I saw that TSM was lagging a little bit. You know, TSM did have positive catalyst, and then not too long ago, about Papa Buffett investing in them and owning some shares of TSM. Today, with SOXX moving to the north side, with AMD ripping, with NVIDIA ripping, TSM was lagging behind. It was actually negative, was down 0.12% on the day when I punched into the long. But thankfully, you know, we're winning on this position with the help of the market ripping up, with the help of the overall ETF for semiconductors ripping up, taking TSM back to the positives, giving us wonderful ranges to keep on scalping these profits in, and not having to worry too much about the volatility in that market. For example, like if you were looking to, you know, get into NVIDIA somewhere, if you missed out on it, you would have gotten a bad price, and you would have had to give it a little bit more wiggle room than you wanted to. And currently, watching NVIDIA pull back, watching the market pull back, I think TSM might have a pullback in it also. So thankfully, let's take some size out before the pullback in TSM shows up.
Yes, sir. I'm sitting on my Man-U trade at the moment, short 49s. The other stocks that I'm looking at, though, are BBBY, a continuation from yesterday. A bit of in a range. You know, there's not much doing at the moment, but I do like that it's above VWAP, and there is a decent amount of volume coming in. So I'm looking for, you know, just playing a range possibly on this one. Perfect, PERF. Brendo was mentioning that earlier on. As a small capper. This one, you know, currently not looking that good at the moment, below VWAP. I tried to reclaim it there momentarily, but was unable to stay above. This was a mover in the earlier on. I believe it halted twice on the way up here. So this one, you know, we could find ourselves right back in there. Grinder, yeah, I'm not really, that's a continuation from yesterday, not really looking at much at that, but YMM is another one that I'm interested in here. This one had an aggressive move off the open. It didn't really have much doing in the pre-market, but held VWAP for the majority of the morning. Then you had that big pop up through the high of days, creating new high of days, now retracing back into support levels around that 710 area. So we're getting a period of consolidation here. So I wonder if this is a flat bottom breakdown, maybe testing that whole dollar level into 7. So there may be 10 pennies to be had for a trade like that, assuming it continues downward. So YMM also, you know, on my volatility radar, so to speak. But the trade I'm into at the moment, the one I'm focused on, is the Man-U trade. I'm looking for a breakdown below that 50 level, a decisive breakdown, and to stay above it, below it. You have, you know, a sort of a period of consolidation at the moment compared to what we had prior, which was basically just a whole bunch of green candles all the way up from that 1690 level all the way up to 1760. It was pretty much nonstop. Now we're getting some sideways action here, and I'm looking for possible retracement before maybe another continuation for high of days in the afternoon, Bradley.
I just want to quickly talk about how does Japan end up beating Germany?
You know what? That's the World Cup.
You see the buddy in the back pumping his hands up because he had money on Japan to win. So
yeah, he showed me. Yo, man, that's why you play the games.
These games are crazy right now. Saudi Arabia coming out of nowhere, Japan coming out of nowhere, catching the dubs on teams that we've known to be monster teams in the past.
Well, let me tell you, dude, like Arsenal has one of the main guys on Japan, which is Tairahaki Tomoyasu. I hope I didn't butcher that name, but yeah, you can just tell by the way this guy plays, his work ethic and his heart man, those I think that kind of reflects some of the culture they have at that team at the moment. And so if they play like him, I think they give any team a bit, a tough ride.
These Vegas odd makers are losing a lot of money right now on the favorites not winning and the underdogs winning and so on.
It's not. They're winning, eh? They're killing it.
Why? The underdogs are killing it.
No way.
Oh, probably people pick Argentina. True. I'd pick Argentina. I'd pick Germany, and yeah, I lost money on it. Fair enough. They are killing it because the favorites are losing, and people are more likely putting more money on favorites. That's a good point from Sean coming in there. I'm currently looking at Best Buy, ladies and gentlemen. Best Buy had its original pop off the morning. I was watching the chat. People in the chat were saying, oh, people shorting Best Buy are getting absolutely destroyed. So I pulled up and I saw, wow, you're not joking. The stock is now clearing $80 and ripping to the north side. But something that stands out to me is we're having a little bit of an issue to get past 81.50 on Best Buy. So that double top giving me a quick little short scalp on it. I'm gonna take some more size L as we are 30 cents in the money. Quick little scalps on the double top. If the market wants to keep going higher, which it looks like it wants to, the Nasdaq still at the high day ranges. As same with the S&P 500. I think Best Buy could try to go back towards the high day, and then maybe we do get a triple top rejection, but we could also easily see the double top failing, and then a breakout of the double top to the north side. So I'm currently short. I'm just scalping my 30-cent trade on it, but more importantly, TSM continuing to go to the north side, 82.80 coming into play while the market's going up for us. So let's go TSM. Now we're about 50 cents in the money on that trade, and this trade just continues to pay us every single day. For the past few days in a row now, TSM, this $80 level has come into play for us. Obviously, today, the $80 level not coming into play. Pre-market high was around 82. Sorry, pre-market low around 82, and the opening range high of 82.94. So around $1 per dollar range coming in, but you're not even getting the whole dollar range. We keep bouncing off the 100 period EMA and the 50 period EMA on the 5-minute chart for TSM, Taiwan Semiconductors.
So the reason I'm even trading Man U today is because of this headline right here, Bradley. The Ronaldo
I
news.
heard about that.
So the Glazer family is the family that I guess owns the majority
Buccaneers.
stake. Yeah, I'm not sure what else they own.
They own
yeah.
the Tampa Bay Buccaneers also, yeah.
Cool. Not sure. So what I was trying to say was they, I believe, own the majority stake because it is a public company, right? So it has to be like a majority of the shares or some other legal majority. So interesting news bit here because Ronaldo really kind of like indicted the family, saying that they had basically been stuck in a time capsule and they hadn't moved on, incorporating new training techniques and facilities. And he basically indicted them for being kind of lax in appointing very effective management, that they kind of were just settling for these, I want to say, non-Manchester United level players. So, and coaching, excuse me. So basically saying that it could be run a lot better. And so it's just unbelievable for me for him to have that interview and then for them to put it up for sale like that. So it looks like we may get some new blood in Manchester United. And there is definitely a rivalry to be had with Man City, definitely, with all the money they spend.
76.2% by 23rd of May. That's how much they own?
It's a lot.
That's a lot.
The entire thing, yeah.
The Glazers' shares in the club had only reached 97.3 by 14th of June, short of 97%. So they pretty much own 100% of this company. That's a lot. Wow.
They own a lot of it.
And the article that I was reading on the way to work is they also own Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and they were talking about how a previous company sold for, or Chelsea sold for billions and billions of dollars when the investors originally only bought it for 300 mil or something.
Yeah.
So big boost in their
oh, no doubt. Valuations for sporting clubs, like the Dallas Cowboys are like $5 billion now. Right, it's crazy.
There's a story about Mark Cuban, who's a Dallas Mavericks owner, about how when he bought the company, it was like only in the millions, and now it's in the billions. It's in the one of those Kevin Hart.
Very inflationary. Like,
So it's crazy. So we'll see how Manu ends up going, obviously. I thought the news of them wanting to sell might be a negative catalyst, but clearly Manu using that as a positive catalyst today, running up 17.46%. I'm still watching TSM and Best Buy, honestly. Best Buy, I want to keep a close eye on it, because if it doesn't get under VWAP for my trade to be a bigger winner on the short, I want to keep scalping my wins on it. I don't want Best Buy to rip back to the north side and take my face off on that trade. Coming back to Citigroup, though, Citigroup looks like it wants to keep going down, and the volume spikes keep getting bigger and bigger. We actually do have a news right now on Citigroup. It's the Fed and FDIC say Citigroup data governance program could adversely affect its ability to produce timely, accurate data. So negative comments coming in over here from the Fed and FDIC. You know what that is?
Is that the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation?
Okay.
Okay.
Federal Deposit
Yeah.
Insurance Corporation, both coming in and
What's
saying
the
that there's a
article?
problem.
Sorry, can you
Yeah,
read
go
that
ahead.
again?
You read
Okay.
that. Read that.
Fed and FDIC Citigroup data governance program could adversely affect its ability to produce timely, accurate data. Okay. Interesting. So I guess maybe with respect to how certain sectors of the economy are faring at any one point in time, so you could make assessments one way or the other. Okay, I can see that. That obviously being a problem of sorts. All right, let me have a look. Guys, I just got into a new long. It's on YMM. My thinking here is to take a VWAP bounce. So I basically given myself to the break of 698 is my out. I'm looking for a bounce here, possibly back into 7.25. This is the entire thinking here behind that, with a defined amount of risk and a certain upside goal. So taking bounce long here on YMM. Manu continues to hover sideways. My only concern with Manu at the moment is that even though it's marginal, I see higher lows a little bit. So that gives me the idea that there is some upside inclination. And if that's the case, that's not really positive for your short. So unless I start seeing some lower lows soon, I may want to reassess where I have my risk parameters. So that's just an update on Manu there, but one long, one short, Bradley. Two positions.
Oh, man.
This guy is watching
Whatever.
the game.
Whatever. All right, so we got Best Buy currently popping at the moment, and thank you for the viewers in the chat for mentioning that the position board is actually inversed over there. It said I was long Best Buy, but I was actually short Best Buy. We are now restarting the system, so maybe it will update. Let's actually get out of the last few shares of Best Buy over here, as it is pushing back to the high of day. There you go. Now TSM is showing that I am long, and we're 40 cents in the money on TSM, as the market is still continuing to go to the north side. S&P 500 up 0.59% on the day, and currently, let me zoom in a little bit better, currently around 40.33 coming into play. Let's also go see if there's any important levels of the S&P 500 around these areas. Looks like that high of 40.50 stands out, that high of November 15th. Also, Sharif, look at this. Remember when I drew this?
Bro, how good for you. So you got a downward channel. Your thesis was a downward channel, and then you said we'll play off the highs of that channel. Essentially, that's how you drew it up, right? Okay.
So
and that's never a bad way to do it.
And we're now ripping to that markers, man, where we might just be able to go to 4,100, 4,200, and then maybe we go right back down.
I think you might be right.
We do have the FOMC still coming up today, the FOMC minutes, that is. You know, we're just going to get a transcript with the text highlighted in red, I believe, as to what is different from the previous transcript compared to this transcript at the moment that we're going to get. Looks like the market's actually trying to pull back down with the failure of going through the north side. You know, you've heard Sean talk about the lack of liquidity in the market. It is 11:20 already, and only one 3 times leverage ETF is at 63 million shares. That's the highest volume traded on a position today, and it happens to be TQQQ, which is your 3 times leverage ETF for the QQQ to the long side. You also have your other inverse position for this, which is SQQQ, 3 times leverage ETF to the downside for QQQ. SOXL is at 52 million shares, so a little bit of lower volume type of day. Sorry, I was kind of like forming the words without being able to say the wrong things. A little bit of a lower volume type of day. Makes sense though, because the people are waiting for the FOMC minutes to come out at 2 o'clock in order to decide where they want to put their risk on the table. And that's what a lot of the traders on the floor are waiting for too.
Yeah, BBY making a nice little spike here off VWAP. VWAP being that 80-70 level. It's now popped up through 81. I think our high wick here is 23. So a nice little move there. Quite an aggressive green candle here on the 3-minute chart. Playing within that range though. So have a look at this. I mean, we're obviously sort of range bound. No exact numeric number for that range. It's just a general area. And I guess you could draw a downward trend line here. And for the exception of this dip, you could see just a consistent inclination and now above VWAP. So let's see if the range comes back down into VWAP here, which would be, about a 40 to 50 cent range, which is decent. I mean, if you can play off that range continually. It's sometimes tricky though, like there are a lot of fake outs and stuff like that. So BBY on watch. Menu still within that range. I keep saying that word range, but that's what seems to be like the theme of the last 2 weeks, which is range. YMM also still near my entry point, 707. We still have 707 on the ask. So looking for a dip bounce off VWAP on YMM. That's a New York stock, by the way, up 15%. So those are what I'm looking at the moment. Not much else. I wish I had gotten into Best Buy off VWAP here, but focusing on the other two and now not reaping the rewards. But definitely a range to be had here, Bradley.
Currently looking at JWN, that's going to be Nordstrom, which previously, something that I remember, well, today they had earnings report and they missed out on the earnings reports a little bit overall and also guided lower. But previously on the last few reports that JWN reported, someone actually came out and said that JWN is poised to make a better recovery than most other clothing brands because they could put it on discount. They have that inventory. They got that brand name and everything. But look what happened. American Express and what's the other one? Abercrombie and Finch got a bigger spike in volume apparently for clothing than Nordstrom. I guess half of that might be a little bit about inflation. Nordstrom selling that expensive brands, a little bit more higher end brands, whereas American Eagle, Abercrombie French probably on a middle scale where people could actually afford it. So Nordstrom getting hurt by inflation overall is my guess coming in, and today down 6% from that. Something that I did notice earlier on is at one point on JWN bids, there were about 900 lots. I think I actually mentioned that in our work chat over here. Yeah, in our work chat, JWN NY at $21.06. There were 950 lots sitting there, and ever since then, we never really went below it. So now we're just holding above that level on JWN and trying to trade above VWAP, but below 100-period EMA. Still down 6% though. Someone in the chat said AMD Prad. Yeah, AMD. Ooh, actually, I like the long on AMD here. Let's try to see a quick little long. And the reason why I'm doing that is because TSM continues to rip to the north side, a new higher area for us to take profits in. Now 54 cents in the money on TSM. And if TSM is ripping like that, I would expect AMD and NVIDIA to start getting ready to also go to the north side. So here's NVIDIA bouncing off the 50-period EMA on the 5-minute chart. AMD is exactly near the 50-period EMA at the moment. Let's see if this market, which is trying to go up north, S&P 500 bringing in some green candles. Same with the NASDAQ bringing in some green candles. If we can get the breakout of the high day on the market, maybe we can see AMD ripping right back to $78.
Manu not going my way. Now printing in the 60s. I got to start thinking of... I should have already thought about it, but start thinking of where the exact location is. My loose stop before getting into the position was 3/4, 17 3/4. We're really close to that, so I'm gonna have to enter that in now. 1776, and then we'll cover 79 if it goes to that height. Yeah, this one unusually strong, I guess. 18% on the day, looking to close in on 20. Man, Messing with me again. This team used to get, I used to hate this team so much, Brad, because they were so strong in the late 2000s and early 2010s. They basically dominated the Premier League under Sir Alex Ferguson, and Arsenal was always like second best, third best to them at that time. So it would drive me crazy. Let's go up to Brendo at the big desk for social sentiment.
Hey guys, an improving board to have a look at now. Again, if you're joining us for the first time, this just shows you basically a heat map of comments that are coming through on individual stocks on social media. So let's have a look at, as I mentioned, an improving board here. A lot more green on here than we saw in the pre-market. Little penny stock COSM getting all kinds of mentions today on the way to the upside. Notably different COMS. I had that issue this morning trying to pull up both. Both on here, though. COSM, COMS, both very positive. Tesla, very positive, up more than 5% on the day. There's DWAC having a good day. Very low volume, however, for DWAC today. AMC's here, SPY green once more. HLBZ was green, actually, in the pre-market, has since gone back to flat, essentially, as far as sentiment is concerned. MMTLP here, but look at the difference in size. So actually, the OTC listing getting way more mentions than the NASDAQ listing today on social media, guys, for Meta Materials. There's Apple and Amazon to round things out. Positive for today, guys.
The OTC listing is getting all the love today. Jeez.
OTC market taking all the volume, eh? Jeff Mendo, I think that's the name over there. He's going to be happy about that volume coming in over for OTC markets. I only trade OTC markets when I'm trading GBTC or ETHC or like any of the cryptocurrency stocks. I did trade DD for like a little while when it poured it over, but then afterwards I was like, I don't know what I'm doing over here. This market's way too crazy for me. I'm just gonna stay away from it. But GBTC, I remember trading GBTC for a good time. Market's currently coming back down. So AMD longs are already 22 cents out of the money at the moment, pulling back to the south side a little bit more. Sadly, I didn't take, thankfully, I didn't take too much size on this, so I can give it a little bit of wiggle room. But if the market gets ready to break this range lows, then I'm just going to jump out of that trade and reprice myself somewhere closer to a 76 instead of giving it a 50-cent wiggle room for my trade over here. TSM still 40 cents in the money. And Best Buy looks like it is going to make a triple top and pull back down. So if you are looking for a scalp short again, you could think about it on Best Buy. But, you know, I don't want to take that gamble. I don't want to take that risk. It didn't really pull down the way I wanted it to. Someone in the chat saying Apple's tanking down. Yeah, I mean, it's moving down. It dropped 25 cents. I wouldn't say it's tanking, but it is moving down. Yeah. We are getting a little bit of a flush on Apple over here, Meta, which is up 0.6% on the day.
Meta as well. Google trending down. There's a few of them are trending down a little bit. You see a bit of a reversal candle. This is on the 1 minute on Microsoft, so that doesn't really count for much. Yeah, some trending down. I guess just that's part of normal futures trading, Bradley, and the big caps move in lockstep. So let's flip to our trades here. Prad, you called that short nicely on BBBY.
I just didn't want to take that gamble.
I was out, right when you said it, I was like setting up to hit it. I'm like, I'm going to take it and not tell him. And then like when it prints, I'm like, hey, thanks for that, Prad.
I didn't want to gamble with it, but it was a good trade.
That's a good trade. Look at that trade. It makes absolute sense.
But now what are the chances that it's going to quadruple top?
No, I mean, at this point, yeah, you're talking about the next trade, but this trade was pretty, you know, it's there for the taking. Look at the range bound. High, low, high, low. It's right off VWAP most of the time, right? So, yeah, nice trade there, Bradley. You could have had a nice print on that one. Neither of the trades going my way. I am worried about this Man U trade. I keep seeing higher lows. You don't necessarily see higher highs on every every 3 minute candle here, but the fact of the matter is we're holding the 7-period moving average and we are creating higher lows. So need to see some reversal. I put my out for the break of 3/4 on this. I'm not going to change that. That's set in place. Otherwise, we'll have to see here. YMM going our way now, kind of going against us a little bit. Haven't had an opportunity to scalp any out. I've got my out through the break of 94, so I'll give it that whole dollar level plus 5 cents. The thinking there is that's about 10 cents of risk, while I'm looking for about 25 cents to the upside to break high of day at 30. So trying to way in risk reward, but there we go. Man, flushing off that top. Come on, it's got to break down below 50. That's been the level. I mean, it hasn't held 50 to an exact, place, decimal place, but it has flirted with like 47s, but that's it, right? Otherwise, it hasn't really been making notable lower lows, and that's what we need on Man U at the moment. Not happening, but we'll be patient.
Uh-oh.
What's up?
No, I'm just watching.
Okay.
I'm just watching what we're watching.
Okay.
COSM, people in the chat talking about COSM. Brenda already also mentioned COSM not too long ago when we sent it for the, what was the segment called? Social sentiment segment? Social sentiment. I love how you say that. Social sentiment. A penny stock with 200 million shares traded on the day with 23.8 relative volume, up 23%, 24%, but looks like it actually pulled back towards the 100-period EMA. And even with that pullback, it's still up 24% over year. So a little bit of a crazy move coming in for this stock. And if you look at it on the daily, not too long ago, it was actually trading at 5 cents. And now we're at 40 cents with a high of 65 cents on the day today. So monster move coming in. A little bit of a bid showing up too. 1,100 lots showing up on 40 cents though. 1,100 lots, that's not a lot of buying power. Like I could wipe up that level if I wanted to myself. So I'm not saying like, that's a lot of size for us to lean on. But just to note in terms of relative to the other levels on the book right now. So you don't see that much size on the book besides that 40-cent area. But for a stock that's traded 234 million shares, that 1,100 lots are insignificant. They don't mean anything at all. So just be careful. Always compare the position to the stock itself or the size of the stock itself and how much volume it's traded on the day and etc. I actually punched long Best Buy just recently. You're kidding me. Oh, yeah, that's why I said, you're kidding me. But, yeah, hey, they're getting clapped. Best Buy. I actually punched long on Best Buy at VWAP because I missed that short. So this is a little bit of a revenge.
It bounced right off VWAP, too. Did you have it right at the level?
Yeah. So I took it exactly at
wick.
VWAP. I'm taking the bottom wick. Hopefully, we do go right back to the north side, which is, I'm not sure if we do get that move, because if you're looking at the markets on my right side of my screen over here, the NASDAQ currently pulling back down, sadly, and the S&P 500 also pulling back down. So this long on Best Buy might be a little scary.
Yeah. All right. So what do we got here? Let's talk about our positions before we talk about anything else, because there are a couple of stocks halted at the moment.
Ooh, we got halters today?
Yeah. Man U breaking finally below 1750. So this one showing lower lows. That's what we were looking for on this for a trend reversal confirmation. Now I'm actually looking to be even more aggressive with this one. I'm going to add to my position below the 1740. So if we get any 30 prints, even high 30 prints, I'm going to add a quarter position to my size. I'll start scalping out in the 20s. That's my thinking on this one. I want to see a retracement to this support level right here. That happens to be in the low to mid 20s. 1720s there we go. Now we're seeing the breakdown. I want to see that breakdown of 41 though. I want to see that breakdown of 41. We got to get into the 39s. If we get into the 39s, I'm going to add to my position. In the money on this one, though. Pumped. Let's go. There we go. I add below 39. Let's see. Are we going to get any lower? I've got my profit taker already there in the low 30s. All right, so this one reversing a little bit, up 16.4% on the day. A lot of people will be looking at this one just based on the movement, the price action it's giving you, the name. So many people are just going to be eyeballing this stock, I feel. So we're going to get lots of volatility, plenty of momentum, either to the up or downside, Bradley.
Yes, sir. Still watching the market pull back down, and I'm trying to manage my positions. AMD 20 cents out of the money. Best Buy 4 cents in the money, which is good. And TSM 50 cents in the money, which is also good. And looks like Sharif's killing it on the shorts. Let's quickly go back to Sharif.
Spin that money. There we go. That's a nice trade on Man U. Okay, there we go. We were looking for that breakdown. Let's take a little bit more in here. What do we got? Sorry, I'll send it back to you, Bradley. 60% left on board.
No, you're good. Keep talking.
No, go ahead.
We are getting a nice little move on Best Buy at the moment to the north side, even though the market's pulling back down. So it looks like Best Buy bringing in some volume to the long side. Along with Best Buy, Roblox is standing L. I think it was... no, it was not in our watch list. It was actually a push notification that I got onto my phone. I think it was from Wall Street Journal. It said that video game sales are going down. Video game online retailers such as Steam, Epic Games, and even GME and all other companies might be reporting a decline in video game sales. And Roblox over here is a stock that comes to my mind right away, which is also a stock that's actually at the top of the scanners on the race view. This is the Trade Idea scanner. Let me just show you guys the scanner real quick. Here we go. Let me do that. And then bring it this way. And then there you go, right there. Roblox is at the top of the race view scanner for the mega cap winners. This ranks it based on relative strength and relative weakness. You yourself could subscribe to such scanners from Trade Ideas using code tradertv.live, which gives you 30% off up until Monday. So on that scanner right now, we see Roblox is bringing in some relative strength and actually clearing the previous high a day and a little bit higher than the previous high a day, which is surprising that it's doing so when the market's pulling back down. So what's going on over here with Roblox is the question. And a nice little curl in the volume too. Looks like volume did dissipate, but as we are breaking past 32 and continuing to go to the north side, we are getting a little bit of an elevation in volume. So it looks like buyers are showing up. Look at that, 6,000 shares on the liquid gateway punching it to the north side. We also have a little bit of other side of a trade coming in. So let's keep watching how the market's moving. If the market's going to keep on bringing itself to the downside, or will it actually hold that range low for the S&P 500 around 40.28 and also around 11,850 for the NASDAQ market. Go back to the north side. That way Roblox can keep ripping. That way Best Buy can stay positive for us. And then hopefully AMD can turn green.
Posting lower lows here on Manu. We're looking for 30 breaks here. I've got some to take out. Mid-20s. We're flirting between low and mid-30s at the moment, but it looks like I'm seeing a lot of below the bid prints coming in here on the tape. So let's see what this one does. I've got my out to break even here, guys. So I'm not going to be losing on this trade no matter what. The remaining 60% is at my entry point for an out. So, sorry, choking on some food there. YMM, I got stopped out of. So that ends up being a loser for me. That is, I believe, an 8-penny loser. The idea here, I reiterate, was to take the dip off VWAP. This VWAP here clearly was not respected. It broke below it, and it also broke below the whole dollar level at 7. So that's when I knew I was wrong, and that's where I got out. So an 8-penny loser on YMM. But that's all right. We're continuing to print. Now we're printing in the mid-20s, baby. Odd Manu continuing to retrace. We're printing 28s now. We were printing a little bit lower. I've got my out, I believe, at 26s. So this one will have to print a little bit lower. Yeah, now we're flirting with the low 30s again, Bradley. It's going to make me suffer and wait. You know, it would just be nice if the profits printed quickly.
Never heard that one before. Currently punching into a Tesla short. If the market's pulling back down, Tesla near 180. I did try that short previously. Didn't work out for me. We're going to try one more time over here, but with way less size than I previously tried. Don't want to give back my profits over here that we're currently making on other positions. I think it's time to send it to Brendo for European update.
Hey guys, yeah, we're just waiting for the final prints to come through here for a Wednesday session. It's not Tuesday, it's Wednesday. Here we go. There's a look at how things are shaping up. I mean, positive, but it's been a muted one, as we've been seeing in North America as well. Volume to the downside, but some positive numbers right across, including the stocks 600 and stocks 50, both back in positive territory, 0.4 and 0.5%. There's the overall look, 0.25% for England, Germany, and France, all positive on the day. Italy just gets back into the red there when all is said and done. Spain, Sweden, Swiss, and the Turkish market all higher, guys.
That Turkish forecast looking like a group stage, looks like a World Cup group.
What are you talking about?
Because they had all the flags there beside each stock market close. It looked like a World Cup group.
The board.
Yeah, because that's how I'm associating that right now with that. Yeah, Man U still flirting with, now we're getting a retracement here, but that's to be expected. I think my entry point allows me to have an exit at a key resistance level. I think that is advantageous to have a stop around there because, if it's going to be a resistance level and it holds up, then you don't get stopped out. That's the thinking there. But by the way, for anybody using P Pro 8, when you do hit the flatten key on the level 2 or whatever you're hitting the flatten key on, and you have a script order that's resting, for example, a stop order, you're going to have to re-enter that stop order after you hit the flatten key because that stop order will be deleted. So in this case, I hit the flatten key here to take profits in the mid-20s. So I need to go back in and re-enter my stop, which will be at 49.
Wait, that doesn't make any sense. If you hit your flatten key, you should be completely out of your position. So why are you having to send a stop out?
So for example, no, I have certain percentage flatten keys. One is a
that
25,
makes more sense.
50,
Yeah, that makes
100.
more sense.
Yeah, I don't
So
mean 100% flat.
So don't be lazy. Punch out the trade yourself. Don't use the flatten key.
Why not?
Because you're literally sending a market order to punch you out wherever
But I
it
see where
wants.
the bid and
yeah,
the ask
but like,
are.
come
So
on, man.
I know that I'm getting out on the
That's not a scalable way to
bid.
do it.
I think so with these ways.
Sharif, you're better than that. Trust me, you're better than that.
I'm really
that
not.
That flatten key is not. That's it's a get me the F out key.
I think my watch is speaking to us here. Let me get it out. Yeah, no, I have them at percentages, and I think it works for me. You know, I may change it down. I'm not married to it, so to speak.
Don't be married to it, please, because not Ian. Neil was talking about this a couple of days ago about how the flatten key is the market key, which is I'd much rather use a limit key and just cross really far, and I know how much I'm crossing, and that's the worst price I'm willing to pay. Than use a flatten key, which is a market key. Honest to God, I have that key program too. If I press Alt F2, I get 75% off. If I press Alt F3, I get 50% off. If I press Alt F5, because Alt F4 is already like a close the program command, right?
Yeah.
If I hit Alt F5, it takes me 25% off, and Alt F1, which is 100%, which is when I need to use to completely get out of my trade, which is, I'm about to get beat up on this trade. That's the only time I use it. I use like the really far limit cross keys that Neil always talks about. Guys, I punched into a brand new long Apple at VWAP. Let's see if it will work for us. We are getting a little bit of a nice pump on Apple itself. 7 cents in the money on it already. AMD also moving back up north, which was 20 cents, 30 cents out of the money. Now only 7 cents out of the money. And Best Buy, let's go Best Buy. That long is paying us. We are getting a nice little move on that one. Only 13 cents in the money, but hey, at least the longs are working. We were killing it on the shorts earlier. Now we're getting ready to make some profits on the long side for that stock itself. And Tesla, we did stop ourselves on that trade. Did not like how Tesla moved up, and now the market's curling back up north side, so I don't want to be holding a Tesla short and getting beat up on that one. Apple now 14 cents in the money. Keep pumping it, Apple. Let's go. That 151 long coming in for us. Wow, I'm actually long exactly 151.
Yeah, I've got nothing on deck here, guys. Just the trade that I'm currently in on Man U. We're just waiting for that one to either stop out on the remaining portion or continue to the downside. But let's see what I've got on my other charts here. Let's analyze them for any undercover movement. I like where BBY is. I should have taken that dip trade again on VWAP. There was about like 20 pennies to be had there. That could have been just a decent trade. What else? Perfect. We're looking at it here, retracing into VWAP. This one's kind of range bound, but looking at it, to be honest with you, I do see consistently higher lows here on the 3-minute chart. This is going back to before 10 o'clock, so a bit of a trend developing. And the good news is you're seeing also higher peaks and the reclaiming of VWAP. So this might be actually an interesting entry into Perfect at the moment, retracing back into 8. So let's go ahead and actually debate taking a long the area. Let me get this out 1 second. I want to take a long here proudly on Perfect. Just got to set myself up. There we go. No YMM. We'll take out, actually, you know what? We'll go to this one. So PERF, I believe it is a NASDAQ stock. And I am wrong. PERF. It's a New York stock. There we go. All right, so we're going to try to punch along here. Let me see. Did it get away from me? Where's my perfect thing? No, so I'm in a good area. I'm going to punch long here. The idea will be, let's see. No, that's not going to get me filled. Okay, so it's a 5-cent spread. That's the thing. Okay, so now the spread's opening up on this guy, but I do like getting in here. So, wow, I'm not even getting filled on the ask. That's how crazy this is. Now, wow, it moved up. Okay, this one's going without me, it looks like. I'm trying to get filled here. The idea is to try to break through that 775 into 790s, but I don't want to pay too high of a price here because then I have to keep moving on my stop with an increase in the price. But right now it says 25s, but I'm not getting filled 25s. So there you go. Now we're printing 20s and I'm still not getting filled. So we'll have to wait for that one on perf. Menu makes its way up. I get out for the remaining portion, so the other portion is break even on Manu. All good. That was about a 45% portion, so we don't get it all on Manu. That's fine. That ends up being a decent winner. Looking now for a dip trade here on Perfect. If I can get filled, I think the bid and the ask are getting crossed again, so we'll see. I'll send it off to you. Maybe I can adjust the order here.
Apparently AMC is squeezing right now. Whoa, look at the volume spike on AMC. Big, big, big volume. Siren alert. Amazon? Whoa! Amazon invests in AMC $1 billion for what again?
Into their catalog, into their movies.
Into their movie catalog. So they're basically trying to buy out AMC and put it on Prime Video. So more of a reason to AMC die then. More of a reason for AMC to die. They're going to buy out AMC and put it onto Prime Video. That's my idea based off of that. But look, AMC using that catalyst to go to the north side. Every time we talk about AMC, GME comes into the picture without fail. Let's go see if GME has a volume spike on it too, and it does indeed. GME up 2% over here. AMC up how much now is AMC? Up 6.28%. About to go maybe test that $8 area. I'm waiting for a nice little pullback to buy long on AMC so we can get that get a secondary pump to the north side when the market starts pumping to the upside. So we'll have some fun with it. Yay, one share of AMC, says Ron Miller. Look, it's not the size of it, it's the fact that at least you made the trade and you're about to make X amount of dollars per that. If it's repeatable, next time add a 0 to it. And then the next time after that, add another 0 to it. So just keep on trading it. As long as the trade is scalable and repeatable, it doesn't matter how much size you take the first time, baby. AMC doesn't actually say anything specific about AMC, just that Amazon will invest $1 billion a year in cinemas. So it's not AMC specific. Amazon will invest $1 billion a year into cinemas, and that could mean they could buy out Landmark Cinemas, which is what's that Fubo's owner, the Dallas Mavericks owner's name again?
Mark Cuban.
Mark Cuban's. Oh no, that's Cinemark.
I don't think he's
that's
Fubo
Cinemark
owner though. There we go. We're getting a balance now on AMC, scalping some out there, taking a little bit of profit, got long 75s. There we go. So now we're printing in the 80s, take a little bit more out there. So nice little profit being printed here on AMC. Nothing really too crazy, but a good trade nonetheless. Looking for some more 80. If it breaks 75, I'll just be out. Since I've scalped some for profit anyway, I won't let it go against me. Yeah, printed down right into 75, popping back up into the high 70s. So we'll see what AMC does. I'm looking for at least maybe a test of 85 or somewhere 10 cents from where we are at the moment. That's the intended target. But yeah, flirting with that $0.75. If you keep your eye on the tape here, I'm seeing a bit more red and yellow than green at the moment. But hey, that's what to be expected with these volatile movers. A lot of the move there, I'm out because it printed 75s, so I'll get flat on the rest. A lot of these, the move initially obviously was by algos that read news items and then trigger accordingly. But that 75 level is holding quite well. Even though I don't see it. There we go. Now it breaks out. I saw a lot of blue on my chart. Now Bradley's probably getting long.
Big seller on AMD, 7620, 1,000 lots on 7620. AMD seller right now. Let's see if there's if that's that's a legitimate seller or a fake seller. By fake, I mean a spoof order. That order came out of nowhere, and the market's actually moving to the south side a little bit extended. Look at the S&P 500 dump down. Look at the NASDAQ dump down. My Apple position, which was in the money, is now out of the money. Same with Best Buy and AMD. We were long on AMD, but now I have to flip short on this position because of that seller popping up over there. Something might be going on over here, so please be a little careful. Obviously, if you are long previously on AMD and you had monster longs coming into play on this trade but didn't take any profits, try to be careful over here. If that seller's still there with 1,000 lots on it, let me quickly do some math.
That 765 level looks good, Bradley, on AMC, because there's a nice little peak here that could act as support. What do you think about that 765?
Currently talking about AMD, give me a second.
Okay,
so we got
okay.
8 million shares on the ask for AMD. So just be careful with that one. 1,000 lots is not a joke. Obviously, we're still going down over here. 100 period EMA coming into play right now. Already 16 cents in the money on that one. I'm actually going to jump out of my Apple long also, because if this market keeps pulling back the way it is, I don't want to be stuck with my trades that are actually pulling south. And also TSM, let's just take all the profits on TSM as it is also pulling back down. And Best Buy at the moment, right back to VWAP. Quick little loss on that position. AMD is what we're going to focus on. AMD, 25 cents, and then that seller is helping us win on that trade. Let's take some profits on AMD.
Yeah, sorry, I was so concentrated on AMC that when you said AMD, I had AMC. That's why I asked your opinion on it. Yeah, AMC flushing.
Oh, hold up! I gotta
through.
come back over here. That seller is now on 75.90, and they actually took the size over there. 75.90 got taken. They got filled. That's gonna be my out real quick. If notice the word. If that was the same seller from 76.20. Pulling down to 75.90, they didn't fill that order at 76.20, but they did fill that order at 76.90. So I'm going to now flip long over here on AMD, and I'm also going to buy some Apple instead. Okay, yeah. So we get out at AMC right before that huge flush. Thankfully, scalped out most of the position. I would say about like 66% of the position before we took a third there flat right through the break of 75, now tracing back into the low 60s. So AMC, a volatile mover. The reason, what I was telling Bradley while he was talking about AMD was I saw a nice little 765 area of support, but that got broken through. It held up there for like a second or two, and then that got blown through. So looking like, it's retracing, giving back the gains. Let's see where it'll stop. This could be a V-shaped recovery to the high side as well. I wouldn't put it beyond this stock. It's a good mover. I mean, it's why we all traded it back in the day. Perfect. Getting that dip trade at 7.25, now retracing into the 17. So that one going against me at the moment. So not my best day so far. Got to tell you the truth. My winners have not been as big as my losers. So looking for a possible retracement. The idea here was we drew a trend line in and around this area, thinking, we're seeing a lot of higher lows and a lot of higher highs and the reclaim of VWAP. So we'll move back into hopefully test for 8 around here. And that's, that would be consistent with the upper channel trend line. So looking for that curl on perfect. My out obviously is a break of 7, which is the break of this low. So you don't want to see a new lower low on this, right? So if you see a new lower low, you'll see it below that 690 area. So if it breaks below 690, I'm gonzino on perfect. Let's flip back quickly to AMC to see what this one is doing. Yeah, it looks like it printed some 50s here, or did it? No, it did. Yeah, it did. Printed some in the high 50s. But, still in the low 60s, Bradley. What's up? Yeah, I was looking at Amazon because, if Amazon's getting ready to dump another billion into something else that might go sour, and the reason why I'm talking like this is because the last time they spent $1 billion for a program, we saw how it ended up going. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Remind me, there's been so many.
Thursday Night Football, baby.
Yeah. Okay.
$11 billion for 11 years. Basically $1 billion per year, and then their games have not been good. Maybe they might change it in the future, but NFL just offering them the worst games possible on their program over there for Amazon's network.
Well, it was the NFL that actually owned that. The NFL itself would broadcast it on the NFL network, right? Prior to that, so they had crappy games too. It's just that time slot.
This
Bradley. I don't know
bad
what it
time
is.
slot.
I don't know
but
what it
but
is.
Amazon though also is they're hosting one championship, which is a rival for UFC. They're doing pretty good job on that one. And Netflix thinking about getting into hosting sports on their own website. They bid for boxing a little bit. They bid for a bunch of other sports too. I think they tried to bid for World Cup and they missed out on that one. So a lot of these companies are trying to buy out a lot of the catalogs for movies, for sports, and take over, basically continue their monopoly that they've been running for X amount of years. Amazon, if they're getting ready to dump $1 billion, most likely you would expect the stock to sell off a little bit. I think that sell-off already came into it, but now we just bounce off of that 100-period EMA. That might actually be a dark pull candle. So maybe we did not really pull back all the way to the 100-period EMA, but we did pull down with the rest of the market pulling down. S&P 500 right now actually getting under VWAP. Let's see if we find some buyers coming in at that 40.10, 40.13 area, or do we pull back all the way to the pre-market bottoms of 4,000 and then bounce off of 4,000 instead? If that's the case, then what the heck is this long today about?
I don't know, man. The market's just been happily irrational for a while. And, it's making its moves. It's working within a range, and we'll continue to get volatility, I guess, or inside days. I feel like we get volatility around the big key number days, and then we get that period of inside trading. Yeah, I think that's just the highlights.
Oh, okay.
Take it easy.
I was like, no way. They got another one?
Perfect is now going in the direction that I expected it to, which is to the high side. 725 long. We got some 41 prints here. I'm looking to take some out in the mid-40s. Again, the idea is that curl, consistent with what we've seen earlier, and then hopefully a test into the 7 3/4, possibly even 8 to make a new high. So the volume creeping in on this one just a bit. I was watching the level 2 for the last little while, and it started flashing a little bit more and more decidedly to the upside. So looking for that first out to kind of reclaim some profits and de-risk a little bit, and just to confirm to us that we are in the right direction. AMC continuing to give up the goods, now breaking through that 760 level and now in the mid-50s, looking to
giving
maybe
up
test
the goat.
Yeah, it's giving up the the ghost. Yeah, the chat's gonna light up for that one, but giving up the ghost on that initial move. Thankfully, we got out of it. That one was volatile to say the least, Bradley.
Yeah, market's still pulling down at the moment. Apple near 150 and actually breaking 150 over here. Waiting to see how we trade for the rest of the market session. Pretty nasty pullback on the overall market, to be honest. S&P 500 now turning negative for the day, and NASDAQ, which was up 1%, only up 0.15%. So pretty drastic pullback coming in for the overall market. Be very careful, obviously, if you are trying to long any positions. I'm slightly out of the money on both my longs on AMD and Apple, but we also jumped right back into Best Buy because Best Buy didn't sell off like the rest of the market did. So we're looking to find stocks like Best Buy and continue winning on those positions because if the market moves and Apple moves with the rest of the market, Best Buy is not moving with the rest of the market to the downside. That means there's buyers holding up that position, and when the market moves back up, Best Buy most likely to benefit from that move back up north and rip up to the north side and give us more profit. So continue to trade Best Buy for ourselves. Yeah, pretty crazy move to the south side on the market.
Focusing on that. I was so fixated on perfect in my trades. I completely negated the futures, and I looked down, and it's just a whole host of red candles. Holy cow.
I expect the market to hold up here, honestly. Why would the market do what it did today with everything going on? But also, I'm going to have to sneeze, take over.
Bless you. Preemptively. Yeah, what a move by the market here. But we got that 4,001 level, it looks like, to the downside. That's not the low of the day because we had a pre-market low, obviously lower than that. But 4,001 is the level I'm looking at. Obviously, that 4,000 level comes into play. It's kind of the first day that we start above it in a while. So 4,000 becoming a level again. Wow, man, it was not long ago. Where were we on the futures, Bradley? We were in the 4,300s? How far do we get high in the futures? Let me look at my index real quick. 4,800, yeah, okay. Yeah, you're right. 4,800 is the high right there. Wow, 4,800. So that feels like it was a while ago. Wow.
We're only 800 points away from the all-time high on this market, and not too long ago, people were like, "Oh, doomsday, market's going to zero."
We hit 3,500 when. You remember that day?
Yeah. CPI day, and then we had the historical reversal, monster long action coming in on that CPI day on that market, which still wakes me up in the middle of my sleep, man. I wake up like, my shorts are getting burnt. And then I realize, wait, I'm still in bed. I'm still sleeping. I don't have to worry about it.
This guy's got PTSD.
PTSD, yeah, PTSD from that historic reversal.
We don't want to minimize that.
No matter any
obviously.
pop I would short, there would be another pop, and then another pop, and then another short squeeze. I'm like, yo, stop with the short squeezes, please. But no, that never stopped. We ended up ripping that day to a whole new high. And now look at the market. The market's so close to the 4,800 high. People in the chat enjoying that PTSD conversation. I'm glad my misery is giving you guys some happiness over there. No, I'm just joking. We got some nice moves coming in on the market over here to the downside for the time being. But look at UVXY. UVXY at the high a day, pre-market highs. I'm expecting the market to hold up in front of 4,005, 4,005 in front of 4,000. If that doesn't hold, then what was this whole move about? Obviously, we have a lot of Feds coming in today and talking about, and we also have minutes at 2 o'clock. That's what's happening later. But more importantly, what is happening now? Let's go to Brenda.
Hey guys, big move down here for the overall market. There are a few headlines coming across as far as the Russia-Ukraine situation seemingly causing this move to the downside. Other than that, doesn't seem to be a reason for this big move down. Again, green to red on the SPY there very briefly. We are bouncing right now, but we just gave back everything. The Dow back into the red as well. The Russell has been holding up a little bit better than most. Same story for the NASDAQ here, still 0.3. If you joined us pre-market this morning, we discussed Nordstrom's coming off earnings, their forecast for the holiday quarter and sales data suggesting slowing trends in sales overall. Coinbase, nice day off the move in crypto. Tesla as well, nice positive note from Citigroup analysts today for this one. Tesla still holding up nicely. What pullback? Only back to support, guys, for Tesla, still up 5%.
Yeah, Brendo, JWN was on my radar earlier, but when I sat down here, haven't traded it much. Here's the 1 minute chart on it at the moment. You know, really range bound, 2164 to the high side, 2040 to the low side. I mean, that's not what you want to see in terms of a range from an earnings winner, or excuse me, earnings loser, or an earnings play in general. You want to see a bit more volatility. Let's switch to the 15-minute chart real quick to see what move we came down off. Yeah, so look at this aftermarket move yesterday at 4 o'clock. Look at the initial algo spiked, push out all the people that have resting orders there, and then you have the actual move to the downside. So coming off, I guess, closed at near 2287 highs yesterday, and then at the lows we were at, a little bit below 2050. That 2050 seems like an interesting level. Should we make it down there again, I would not mind. I would definitely entertain taking a long off that 2050 area, albeit the low is 2040, but I do like that 20. I like the $0.50 level better, and obviously giving yourself ample room and sizing accordingly for that stop. So yeah, this one decent in terms of an earnings mover, but definitely not a next day play. It hasn't really materialized into anything. So we'll look, basically keep it on watch. If it does anything, it's above VWAP at the moment, so not too bad. Look at this, guys. We finally get filled. Yes. On our position here on Perf. We dropped that money. That was a good one. I actually didn't mean to hit that one. I meant to hit the money dropping one, but there we go. We've got a 25 long. We take some out there in the low 40s, so almost a 20 penny winner. There we go. Now we're printing in the high 40s. Can we break 50? So let's go ahead and scalp some more out at 50. Right through the 50 break. I'm going to put some out at 49s, right? So if we print, I think I'll have to print above 50 to get the 49 prints. Now we're seeing 48s. The bid and the ask, on this one is not ideal. It's 8 pennies, 10 pennies, 5 pennies. It's wider. And, it makes you nervous when you're trying to scalp because then you can get cut up in and out. But thankfully, I got this one on the bottom curl. So I have a really good entry price here. It's not really about getting cut up on my entry. It's really about having the liquidity to get out at certain key levels because, the ask could print above it, but the bid, is like 8 pennies below it. So you need to pass through with some aggression at the levels that you've identified. So I'll be patient on this one. I feel like it's going to curl back up. Right now it's above VWAP, so that's definitely a bullish signal to me, especially with these small cappers. It's just about being patient, trying to take some more through the $0.50 here. Let's see what else is going on. Man U, after getting in and out quickly here on our short, this one has continued to do, sideways action, but reclaiming off those lows. So if I had to identify a level on Man U, I'm looking at that 1740 low to that 1765 high. Yeah, it broke below it here momentarily, but that was the anomaly. The rule has just generally been within this range at the moment. Proudly showing me some stuff I don't want to see, but you know what I want to see? I want to see that 49 print that I got on Perfect. This one is printing. Good trade on Perfect so far. Looking for more. I'm still got 70% of my position, so still holding a sizable amount of my position on Perfect. The next level we're going to take is high 50. So let's go ahead and cover some more at 58. Here, we'll take a little bit out there. Let's see if we can hold above 50 here. The spread still wide on Perfect. You okay?
No.
Should I continue?
No, I'm okay.
Okay, you're having like an allergy attack, right?
I am. I'm dying right now. I don't know why.
But there's a pharmacy next door. Go get yourself some Flonase.
Bleeding from my nose for some reason. And my left nostril.
I can cover. Go
my left
get
nostril is
yourself
really
something,
itchy.
bro.
I don't know why. All right, anyways, AMD long, 16 cents in the money, baby. Let's go. AMD is actually getting ready to move back up north for us. What did I tell you? I'm expecting the market to hold these bottoms. I'm guessing Sean just came back, punched some longs himself. That's why the market's moving back up north at the moment. And we're watching the positions that we're in curl back up for us. So come on, Best Buy. Come on, Apple. Come on, AMD. Return to the north side for me and take our positions up. Even TSM coming all the way down to where it is at the moment. I'm going to try and build a long over here. TSM was a pretty good trade for us all day. And it is our #1 stock on the board. So let's get back into that trade. Bring in some positive.
Yo, the chat is trolling you. Like, yo, Pratt is allergic to longs.
That's exactly what it is. That makes 100% sense. Let me actually punch out of all of these and look for my shorts.
That's funny.
And watch my health come back to life right now.
Yeah, true.
Why did I think of that, chat? You guys are so smart. You guys are all doctors.
That's why they're
in the
there,
chat.
and that's why we read off them, because they've got clever stuff to say, and we feed off that. Thank you for those comments. As long as they're clean and they're funny and they're not hurtful comments, bring them in. Yeah, we'll take it. No big deal.
Yeah. But I'm not allergic to profits, which we are getting ready to roll into. AMD to 30 cents in the money. Where am I typing? AMD 30 cents in the money. Apple barely flat right now, basically flat. TSM moving back up north. There we go. TSM right back above to the 100 period EMA. The NASDAQ and the S&P 500 are both curling to the north side for us. Let's go, market.
Okay, still waiting for my 50 level to stay above on Perfect here. I'm getting 49 prints. There's a little bit of size at 50, but nothing really to write home about. What my concern is, like I mentioned earlier, is the spread and the fact that I don't really see any big bids sitting at any key levels here as an indicator of support. My long is 25. I see 20 lots on the 26 bid. So I don't really see anything really here that makes me confident that it won't flush to the downside because there's a big bidder sitting there. But anyway, that in terms of a trend analysis rather than a tape analysis, it looks good. We're heading in the right direction, and there are some levels off which we can play. So I'm going to continue to hold this trade, still holding 70%. I want to look at Best Buy now because Best Buy, it had been trading above VWAP the majority of the day. Now we're kind of below it, hugging it from the low side. I'm not really sure what to make of this chart. Are you still in Best Buy at the moment?
Oh yeah, I'm long.
Yeah, you're long. Where are you long?
80.58.
80.50. Oh, so you have a really good entry. Okay. So yeah, man.
You know me, Mr. Perfect, baby.
Yeah. Well, I'm trading perfect, so I guess both have an association to perfection at the moment. I'm looking for some other trades other than perfect, and I'm not really seeing any. I see Man U really continuing to stay within that range. Proudly, look at that, completely horizontal there on Man U.
Chad, I'm calling the score right now. The game's going to end 5-1 Spain. Put your money on it, and if it doesn't win, then don't blame me for it, obviously.
What is
so
this guy?
put your money on it. 5-1. 5-1 Spain's going to win. This is how it's going to go. The score is not 5-1 yet. I'm not spoiling anything, but I think it's going to go 5-1. It's 48 minutes in right now, and you guys can do the rest of the research for those of you interested. I don't want to spoil the game for people who are recording it to watch it later. But if you have any money to put in and you want to become rich, 5-1 right now. I'm calling it. And I'm also calling that Canada is going to win later. Canada's going to win later.
I'm calling that. Look, let's talk a little bit about that.
Let's do it. Canada's going to win later.
I think, honestly, Canada has a lot of speed up front and a lot of really energetic, youthful talent. Not that Belgium is lacking in anything except maybe defense. They are aging, and they're not as quick. They're going to be very technically sound. They're going to make right passes. They're going to be good under pressure. But I think that this game might come down to like energy and youthfulness.
The Belgium-Canada one.
Yeah, this is the game I'm talking about. Yeah. It might come down to youthfulness coming into play as opposed to any technical skill. I think that, Belgium's best year, their shot for it was 2018. They underperformed by most people's standards, and I don't think that they're in their golden, this is not their best time. So I think that Canada has a real chance, guys, and I really mean that. And that's not just like a Canadian bias coming in.
Well, I did put money. I put money on Canada to win 2-1 on that game. So we'll see if it ends up going that way.
There you go.
Someone in the chat also saying Calgary activist, Canada 2-1.
Yeah, I saw that.
So more people agreeing with that statement. So let's see if it ends up playing out that way for us. The market did move up a little bit, but still under VWAP for both of these markets. They're back into the positive territories for the NASDAQ and the S&P 500, and UVXY basically up, but it looks like it wants to reject that $8 double top area. Pre-market highs coming into play. Some of our positions, which were, ripping to the north side, are now just hanging out near break even for us, which is Best Buy and Apple, and 15 cents in the money on AMD, and Taiwan Semiconductors also at break even, waiting for the market to decide what it wants to do. Keep in mind at 2 o'clock we have FOMC. Currently it's 12 o'clock, so 2 more hours to go. But right now, with the where time is on the current time period, where we are in the current time, the market's going into lunchtime. So we're going to look for a lower volume coming into the market. Some of these positions, if you're looking for those breakout trades, you might actually not get the follow through you're looking for. And we might instead be looking for those reversal type of trades that just recently played out around 12 o'clock. So the market rejecting those highs, pulling back to the bottoms almost near pre-market tops and pre-market middle ranges, and giving us a nice little bounce for us to maybe catch some longs in. Currently, I'm just long-oriented, long-based until the FOMC 2 o'clock comes out, at which point I will be net neutral, no positions on board, and then I'll look for some trades off of the 2 o'clock move.
Yo, the chat is trolling us proudly. They're like, what? They let Canadian soccer players use sticks? Like,
What? I don't get it.
Like hockey, because Canada's good at hockey. Right? Come on, dude.
No, didn't your team tie to Wales and lose to them by giving them a penalty kick? Come on.
Well, we don't know where this person is from.
For
It's
sure,
account.
they're American.
This person is their username is fake account.
If they're making fun of Canada and hockey sticks, they're most likely from America.
Good call. Yeah. Still waiting for that print here on perfect, but it's trending in a decent way. I'm starting to notice, we are getting some lows, but the spread is a problem on this one. I'm going to stop looking at it. I've got my out, and I've got my profit taking out. So as I'm just going to leave it, because the more I stare at it, the more, you start to question your previous decisions, and that's not what you're looking for at the moment. BBY kind of creating a flat top here below VWAP, at least on the 3-minute chart. I wonder if a break of this level decidedly would be a nice long to take. So I'm thinking maybe like the 885, the 8085, excuse me. A break of that level would kind of signal a shift above the range that it's been trading in the past little while, and then maybe through 81. It looks 81 seems to be a top here. So I like BBY 8085 long possibly here. I know you're long in the 850s, but I'm just trying to kind of ride this one. Let's go 8085, and we'll take like half a position. Oh, I got to set this one up this way. Take over, Bradley.
Yeah, I'm watching the market continue to go back up north, and you're talking about Best Buy, which is in the money at the moment. AMD also in the money, 35 cents on that bad boy. Let's go, AMD. Give me some money, 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 money. Best Buy also moving back up north. We're taking profits. What did I tell you? Put that money on that bet right now, man. I'm telling you it's going to happen. We're watching the market move up. Taiwan Semiconductors absolutely flat on the position for me, though. And Apple absolutely flat for me, too. Here's Bradley, Sharif, Neil, Sean, Bear vs. Bull, and Brendo, and Randy. Have a great weekend. I am over and out. See you guys Monday. Thankful for fun company. Yeah, no problem, my friend. Thank you for coming in on a day-to-day basis. Hopefully you had a great week. Go had a great Thanksgiving weekend, and we will see you Monday. Try not to eat too much turkey, all right? Just you keep it on the median end. Don't go too overboard. Don't go underboard. Have fun and drink responsibly. Don't drink and drive. That applies to every single one of you out there. Drink and drive. Don't drink and drive. And make sure you guys are having some fun with your friends and family over there. Hug your friends and family, obviously. Make sure you tell them how much you love them. Brad, working out? I am actually. I'm at the lowest weight I've ever been in the past 5 years. So it feels good. Feels healthy for sure. I feel a lot more energetic. I have a lot more stamina these days. I noticed that. The first 2 months of being able to go to the gym and run on the treadmill or do the Stairmaster or anything, I would notice I wasn't able to go like long periods of time. But like now, I'm able to push myself for those extended periods of time and keep working on my health. So thank you all, everyone in there who have wished me well with my progress of my gym and so on. I love you guys for that. The market currently curling back after touching VWAP, so not looking good over here for the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. So thankfully, we did take some profits on AMD. We should have probably taken some profits on Best Buy also when it did pop up to 80.70. So I'm going to throw an order out there at 80.82 actually to take some profits on Best Buy. Would like to deleverage some size on that position just in case it doesn't give us what we wanted to do. And Apple absolutely flat for us at the moment, not really doing anything. Pratty getting ready for the wedding. It's not my wedding. It's my brother's wedding. But yes, I am getting ready for it. Getting ready to eat a lot of junk food. It's going to be 2 weeks of just, hanging out in India and no home cooking meals because my mom's not going to cook in India. We're going to be busy with running around doing a ton of work. So it's going to be a lot of, outdoor meals every single day, eating some good biryani, eating some good rotis, eating some good, for those of you who know this cuisine, it's called Hakka cuisine. Hakka cuisine is one of my most favorite cuisines out there. It's Indo-Chinese cuisine, basically. Makes my mouth water even thinking about it. And Hyderabad, from where I am from, actually has one of the best Hakka cuisine places and all that. So I can't wait to go eat some amazing Indian food. And T-minus 1 month, I think I'm actually out of here. Let's actually go see real quick. When is my flight? I think I'm flying out.
Who's replacing you? Do you know?
Don't know, don't care, not my problem. I'm out of here. I'm out of here.
You
I'm
do
flying.
care. You do care.
Look,
you love the quality of the show. And
I mean,
it's part
look,
of your baby, and you do care.
Yes to all that. But
Yeah.
hey, it's my vacation. I'm out of
Of
here.
course, of
I'm not
course.
logging into any work platforms. I'm not looking at any messages. If anyone's asking me, hey, what's the account password? I'm like, hey, I don't know. Figure it out. I'm on vacation. So I'm gonna go enjoy all the oily food that I can for 2 weeks.
Nice, brother.
So hence I'm actually killing it in the gym right now, so I can go do that.
Yeah, and I gotta give this guy credit. Like you can tell, like he's leaning out. He looks good, and he's got a good work ethic there. Like you put in a lot of work yesterday. Come in like drained today. You were saying, right? So,
Oh, bro, I was so
Yeah.
drained today.
So good for you. Good for you on that. That obviously leads to rewards. Not much in the trade world, guys. Okay, so we got long BBBY here. We're long at 80.87. We're printing 84s. The idea is here that we're going to start trending upward. Yeah, okay. So we're staying above that level. Let's see some 90 prints. 90 prints would look good at this moment. But we're seeing high 80 prints, so we're in the right direction so far. We're looking for that reclaim of 81 and then maybe pushing up into the top end of that range, which is at 81.40-ish area. That's the idea here, trying to play the range. It's above VWAP, so that's why I favor the long. At the moment, curling up to the high side. So let's put some outs here. So we're long 87s. So let's take out, by the way, this is a half position, guys. Let's take out some 95s here to de-risk a little bit. If it prints 95s, we'll have about 20% of that position out, but we'll give that one time. Perfect, retraced also near VWAP, but we're seeing a new green candle forming here on the 3-minute chart. Let's see if we can get a continuation and a close above that to show that we're going to continue the trend. The trend line that I drew on my other platform is still intact. It hasn't been breached. The bottom trend line touching all 4 peaks here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a 5th forming at the moment. Hopefully this will be a bounce. There we go, getting some 47 prints here. So this one starting to move up. Perfect and BBY. Those are my 2 longs at the moment. I'm still eyeing Man U though, but that's still trending in a range.
Yes, sir. All of our longs are in the money. Apple 23 cents, Best Buy 24 cents, AMD 40 cents, and then TSM only 10 cents, sadly. But we're waiting for TSM to pop back up and continue paying us profits. Let's actually go take a look at what TSM looks like. Yeah, I'm going to take some profits over here at the 10-cent pop. And then we have a lot more size left to continue taking profits to the north side if it does end up giving us that. And looks like Best Buy actually did give us that profit at 80.82, and now we're marching back towards 81 as the NASDAQ re-pierces VWAP to the north side. Now we're waiting to see if S&P 500 could also re-pierce through VWAP, which is currently at 40.20. Brad loves those trend lines. I'm not sure what trend lines you're talking about, but yeah, I guess I do.
Printing, boy.
Yes, it is, sir. It is moving to the north side. In the money, 40 cents now on Best Buy. Continue to move to the north side, baby. Come on, don't stop anytime soon. I want to see you at 81.50 for myself and Sharif. Apple now 30 cents in the money. Time to take some profits on Apple over here. Let's head over to this stock. Bang. Take some more outs on that bad boy. And AMD now 40 cents in the money. Let's take some more outs on that one too, as the market is thankfully not going back down after rejecting VWAP. But the sad part is we're not actually moving well above VWAP on the S&P 500. The NASDAQ is slightly above VWAP, but still below 50-period EMA. So watching the overall market over here. Also watching UVXY, which is now once again negative. It did rip up to the $8 price, but now rejecting 8, coming back to VWAP and going back into the negative zone, helping the market turn back green and stay green for the time being. Come on, longs. I might be allergic to the longs, but I'm not allergic to making those money, baby.
You're not
the
allergic
profits
to
are
the
rolling
profits, that's for sure. I'll tell you that. Okay. So getting some 81.05 prints. I've got some to take out at 81.06 on BBY, but we're still flirting with that 81 level. It kind of we're a little bit below it now. We were above it for like a second ago. So we'll give this one room. We're long 87, so we've got a nice cushion brewing here at the moment. Perfect. Now we're still getting mid 40 prints. The spread is opening up though. It's opening up to about 8 pennies on perfect. Obviously, I haven't liked that about this stock since the beginning. The only thing that I like about it so far excuse me, is that it's holding up the trend line to the bottom side. And if it breaches that trend line, then I'm out, so that I have something objective off which to base it. So that's my thinking on that. Oh, what happened here? Let me just correct that really quickly. So perfect, and then, yeah, man, you not really going anywhere there. Yeah, that's from Street Fighter, right?
No.
No?
No.
It is from Street Fighter. Yeah, you're wrong.
Is it?
Yes.
I know it from rap music.
It's incorrect. It's from Street Fighter. Perfect is when the other guy doesn't get a touch on you, right? And you beat him.
I don't play those garbage games anyways.
Those are classic
Street
games.
Fighters are boring games where people just learn one combo and just constantly spam those combos.
That's incorrect.
It's button mashers. It's for people
Button
who memorize
mashers.
the button mashers, okay?
Not at all.
I
Putting
play
certain
real games that
combinations
involve
together.
aim and precision and skill and psychology and a higher frame rate and a proper graphics card.
Yeah.
I'll keep going.
Yeah, you could keep going, but it just shows how little you know about the game.
I'm bad at those games. That's why I'm so bad at those
No,
street
because
games.
like you get certain combinations together are worth more, and then like getting a certain position on a play on your opponent is like, you know, advantageous in certain situations. I don't remember, man. I just remember that I was, yeah, you know what? You're right. I used to spam the Hadouken. Who am I lying?
See, button masher.
Hadouken. Yeah, those old school games. I love those games. BBBY still holding at that 81 level. Really looking for that 8106 print, and then really the level we're eyeing here is 8130. That's the high of this peak at the moment. So if we can get up there, shows a continuation in the uptrend. I do like that we're above VWAP. I love this flat top breakout here that we broke up. That's where we saw, and that's what I was eyeing the entire time, that this flat top breakout. Sadly, you know, I would have liked to have it a couple of pennies earlier. Instead of being 87s, I wouldn't have mind having like in the high 70s, but not is the case. Oh, perfect. Going against me now. Oof, that one just bottomed out, holding the 50-period moving average and the $7 level. The stop is below 7 at the moment, so let's fix that one real quick. 698 and then 690. We'll give this one room. Bouncing right back up, though, right into that mid-17s. 17s, yeah. Yeah, so this one not doing well at the moment, but BBY printing, Patrick.
Yeah, I'm just really bad at those Street Fighter games. I've never been good at those games, so
Yeah.
like I always talk smack about them.
That's
I know
all good.
it does take some skill though, because you gotta time it, you gotta counter, you gotta block, and you gotta bait
gotta do
people
everything.
into it. There's a lot into those games that I never spent time to learn about it. But talking about button mashing, how about we get the chat button mashing the like button? So smash that like button, ladies and gentlemen. Only 1.6K likes. We're already at 12:30 Eastern Standard Time, and no Ian today. We're gonna have Sharif for the rest of the show. So let's smash that like button over here. We got 4.6K people still watching. Holy. We got 4.6K still watching. We have 1.6K likes at the moment. If you hear me, if you see like
struggling right
I
now.
am struggling. Like I'm talking out of my I have to like plug my nose and then talk out of a different vocal box almost. But anyways, smash the like, please. Also hit that subscribe button. We're now at 363,000 subscribers, Sharif. So we keep growing. I love seeing that number move up every single time we look at it. But you know. Still a far way out from our goal, 500,000 and then 1 million. For everyone in the chat that has a green name, they're a member of the Trader TV Live family. You yourself can be part of that family by clicking on the join button. Brendo will pop up on this little pop-up box telling you exactly what it entails being a member of the Trader TV Live family. This hoodie right here that I got on today, the Trader TV Live hoodie, on the back it says, I'd rather be trading. You yourself could also rock the same hoodie that people on the show over here wear. You can do that by clicking on the logo for the YouTube show, or by clicking on the name of the YouTube show. Do either of that, and you'll go to the home page of our channel, on which there's a store button. You can click on that store. This is the hoodie that I'm wearing right now, and I believe, where's the other hoodie that Varun was wearing? I think this is the hoodie that Varun was wearing yesterday. The big box logo, the BOGO, as the Supreme lovers call it. You know BOGOs?
No.
The BOGO, the big box logo, or you can go for the classic small BOGO with the label on the or the saying on the back. Your call, whatever you want to do with that. If you do end up purchasing any merch, make sure you take a picture of it, post it on the social media, tag us on that picture, and we would love to share it with our friends and family. Keep hitting that like button, guys. Only 1.7K likes right now. We went from 1.6 to 1.7. Let's at least get to 2K. I understand that it's Thanksgiving tomorrow. A lot of you people most likely leaving the show earlier on today to go enjoy your weekend and enjoy your long weekend for and whatnot. But please help us out with the YouTube algorithm.
BBY printing big boy right now, proudly. We'll call we're long 87s. Now we're seeing in the 10s and the teens. So this one, we've scalped out a couple of positions. Now we've got about half the position left on board. Let's take some out here in the mid to early teens. Let's take out another position. There we go.
Yeah, I gotta take some profits, man.
Yeah, right. So we'll see. It's a 5-penny spread at the moment. So I've got some to take out here at 12. Seeing 13s on the ask. Yeah, it's probably a better idea to do that. But you know, that's the thing with these spready ones. I've got to set up those keys. I don't have those keys set up on the computer on here. Sadly, I've got to.
What do you mean? Is it how far is your cross keys on your arrows?
Okay. 1 penny, or on my other one is like $1 because I do the earnings trades.
Yeah. So
right?
If you press Control arrow, it automatically crosses for you a little bit
seen
more.
That. So like this is what you're talking about here, right? Hold on, let me just set this up. So you go here.
No, just click
I just want to show you something, right?
That's
and then
right.
you go keyboard. Where's the keyboard at? There it is.
Yeah.
And then you go from the keyboard, you go to other key options, and then this is you change this from a penny to 10 or whatever.
Exactly,
like
and then you can go to modifier.
Yeah, and then you have like
go to
control,
modifier,
shift,
control shift, alt.
Yeah.
And then that you can choose to go into like $10, $5, $1, however you wanted to.
By the way,
that's
though,
basically how I cross into my trades.
I want to let the viewers know something that I learned on the show, in real life, not on the show, which was you can't have your stop order and your limit order be more than 30% apart. So, and the reason I learned that is because of the earnings trade. I would have a trigger order sitting there at a certain level, and I would have a limit behind it or in front of it or behind or above it. I mean, for more than 30%, and the order wouldn't trigger. So, I just wanted to let people know that
Rob, you just had to put that angle on.
Yeah, absolutely. Because when you have like $1.
I was talking to Rob. You're good.
Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. I just got my fill here on BBY 81.15s. This one is continuing to bring to the high side. 81.20s now. This one is strong. Let's take another piece out there. Do we get it out there? Let me see. BBBY. There we go. We got another piece out there. So we're super light on BBBY now, but it is printing really nicely for us off that flat top breakout. Gonna drop the cash for this one. This one basically fixed our day in addition to the out we had on Perfect, but Perfect going against us a little bit at the moment, but not too badly. Our out on Perfect is gonna be the break of 7, but BBBY printing all the money at the moment.
Market pulling back down over here, sadly. So TSM still flat for us, but I think it might be time to quickly take some more profits out on AMD, and same with Best Buy. I'm actually going to jump out completely off of Best Buy and AMD and just try to work with my Apple and my TSM trade, which are both absolutely flat on the day for me, that means the position is trading exactly where our average price is. What is reporting Man U? Not sure what you mean by that. Man U already reported earnings maybe, but more importantly, Man U, they didn't?
I don't know if they did or didn't. But
but more importantly, it's a different catalyst for it. That's not the catalyst for Man U.
Yeah.
I think Sharif has spoken about the catalyst, which is the selling of the company from their owners. They're getting ready to offload their risk to other people.
It's like a rumor, you know what I mean? Like it's a buy the rumor event, and then probably when it gets announced, there'll be some profit taking I don't know what it's up. What is it up? It's already up 17% on the day. Assume it runs maybe a couple of more days, gives back a little bit, runs again. So we'll see how this one does because, you know, it's not going to be an immediate thing. Like we saw how long it took for Abramovich at Chelsea to offload his
What
his
team
club.
does he play for? International Sweden?
No, that's Ibrahimovic. No,
Oh.
no, Abramovich is the guy that used to own Chelsea.
Okay.
But he was like connected with Putin, so the British government essentially forced him to sell the club, right? You know, basically he had to sell the club, and they see some of the stuff and stuff. Anyway,
Any connection to Ibrahimovic?
No. So that guy, it took him a while to find a buyer, right? I mean, there were all these proposed buyers, but nobody was buying it. So Man U, it's not going to be that easy to move the club. We saw with Chelsea that there was challenges. It wasn't as simple as people thought. You know, they're not very liquid. I mean, there's a lot of people that are interested, but not a lot of people can buy them. It's not like getting rid of a car, right? It's like a multi-billion-dollar club.
I'll buy him.
Yeah. Go for
I
it.
just need to start selling burnt hair cologne and make a $44 billion.
Burnt hair cologne.
That's Elon Musk. That's what he did. Burnt hair cologne, and he made like $3 million, $4 million selling that. I might just have to do that.
Okay.
Looks like the market pullback scared me and made me jump out of my longs that were actually working, and now we're bag holding the longs that are not working. So, either way, though, we are still in the money for Apple for 17 cents. TSM absolutely flat on that position, so nothing to be too worried about. Watching UVXY at the moment, that's that bottom right chart. Let's make that a little bit bigger. Watching UVXY to see what this one does around VWAP. Are we going to reject VWAP and then go back to the north side? Or, sorry, bounce off of VWAP and go back to the north side? Or are we going to break VWAP and go back down and continue being negative on UVXY, which is your volatility ETF? And if that ends up playing that way, then I think the market will be able to get back above to the north side and see how that one ends up going. Keep in mind, though, we're still in lunchtime, going into the end of lunchtime in the next 30 minutes or so. And then after that, in about an hour and a half, we got the FOMC minutes coming. So most likely traders are just waiting for that to happen. What did I tell you? What did I tell you?
Oh, wow.
What did I tell you?
Wow.
Now the only thing requires is the other team to do something. And
is
I'm
that
chilling.
what you bet on?
I didn't bet on it.
Okay.
But, if hopefully Chat
like,
did,
this
and Chat
guy-
can make some money off
This
that
is
call out.
a you-know-what whooping.
What's with you?
This is a you-know-what whooping.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolute bad game over there for those guys.
And by the way, the goalie for Costa Rica, that's Keylor Navas. Keylor Navas is like a very high-quality goalkeeper. Many years with Real Madrid. Now, I don't know if he's still with PSG, but he was with PSG as well. And so years and years of experience with this guy. So getting this many.
Paris?
Yeah, I'm not going to tell. We're not going to say the score, obviously, but it's big. All right, guys, I've adjusted my L on BBBY to 80.87. That is my entry. So if it breaks below that, the remaining 20% will be break even. We've scalped out 4 times here. There's 2 triangles here, and then there's 2 here. So this one, profitable for us, perfect. Continues to be flat. Our entry is right here. And we've scalped a couple out already to the north side here. We got another profit taker at the mid-50s, 750s to print. At the moment, it's holding the 50-period moving average. It's near our entry. Our out is going to be the breakthrough 7, as mentioned previously. So those are my 2 positions. Looking to my side charts here, looking for some movers. Nothing really coming to my attention. Let's look at the scanner. Bring down the scanner so the viewers can follow. There we go. All right, so we've got NAMS as a leading gapper, but that's only done 11,000 shares in the last 5 minutes. Perfect is below that. That ain't going to work. What are you giggling about?
The chat says, I'm deaf. My ears. Oh, my God.
Why?
That sneeze hit me in the
because
face.
you're sneezing. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I didn't even realize. Yeah,
No.
You got to hit your mute button. It's on
I know,
there.
I forgot to. Dude, it just comes out of nowhere. I'm not prepared for it, and it just happens. That's my fault, chat. I
You're
apologize.
reckless.
I apologize.
Okay, guys, DBGI just made a big move up, and now it is halted to the upside. On decent volume, it's done 1.6 6 million shares of volume, but that's all coming in the last 40 minutes. So this one moving to the high side real quick, halted to the high side. Let's have a look at this. This is a NASDAQ stock. Let's move over to the first one and remove menu. DBGI on the NASDAQ. Yeah, as you see, it's gray here. It's halted. Let me look what the theoretical auction price is for you guys at the moment. I don't have it up here, so I got to do it on my other platform, DGBI. Let's see what that is. It may or may not have it. We'll see. Did I type that in wrong, Bradley?
What's that?
DBGI. Okay. DBGI. Let's go. It's moving super slow. What's happening here? There we go. All right, let's have a look. Yeah, so 573 is the theoretical reopening price. It looks like we've been halted for about 4 minutes, so we should be resuming within the next minute or so. The close price there, the halt price was 572, so we are scheduled to open above, albeit by 1 penny. Now, let's see what the levels are on this one. Clearly here we have a consolidation area at $5, so that's going to be an interesting dip level. The wicks move up to about that 517, 520 area. So in and around that range could be an interesting buying zone. If we go to the high side through 573 and 8 and 6, look for a retracement down to 572, which is the close price, the halt level. So look for a retracement to that if we move up above for buying. So that's the way I'll be looking at this one. Obviously, I'll scale in reasonably because this one, it can basically do any number of things, and you could get caught on the wrong side of this one. So be reasonable and thoughtful in how much share size you use on these ones, Bradley.
Yeah, I'm dying right now, man.
Oh, this guy is...
Ole.
That better be allergies you've got over there.
Yeah, I'm praying to God it's allergies and not something more serious. Let's go. Okay, what were we saying? Just celebrate for whichever team wins. Oh, yeah, I'm guessing you're talking about the game. Yeah, whoever team wins, it doesn't matter to me, really. And my bet's already dead. My bet was Costa Rica to win, and that was a $3 bet, so it's already over. There's no chance that one's going to come through. But at least Canada bet's still alive.
Oh, I can't wait for that
through.
game. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, Canada. What's that, 2 o'clock?
2 o'clock,
So
yeah. I'm going to stream it
right
at the
when
gym.
we're coming to an end, you're going to be in the gym.
I'm going to stream it on my phone.
You're going to stream it on the phone. Yeah, that's what exactly
We're open.
what I was
Sorry
doing.
to interrupt you. DBGI open now. We're going to the high side. Let's see if we can break through that $6 level. That 573, look for, there we go. We go through 6, albeit really quick. Yeah, the spread opening up on this one, it's like a 10 pennies there. Now we're in the 630s, guys. This one is really moving to the high side now and printing a lot of shares. How many shares do we have? 1.75 million. So this one. Yeah, Brad, he's got allergies.
I don't have
today.
allergies. I never had allergies, I promise you.
650 now we're printing on DBGI. This
my eyes are
one, what
tearing
an
up 'cause I'm
aggressive
sweating.
mover up to the high side. I'd love to know where the halt levels are on these. Maybe a $6 dip here is not a bad idea. Let's see if we can get a small position in at this level. So we'll print there, we go. We get in a little print there. We're gonna give it to 6. If it breaks through 6, we'll be out. Our long on this one is 620. There we go. Breaks through 6 and we get out on that one for a tiny little loser. Actually, it didn't even break through 6, but I preempted. I saw 601 on the bid. A tiny, small little loser. Nothing really to write home about. Gave it like 10 pennies of room. So let's see here. Wow, it's continuing to go to the high side. So I should have given this one room. Yeah, you know, I didn't want to give it to below 6. So are you okay?
Yeah, honestly, I think it's just the nosebleed that's causing my nose to be dry. It's just this side, just the left side.
Oh, it's just your nose.
Yeah, it's just my nostril. Like, it's not like actual allergies or anything, and it's really dry up in that one nostril, and that's causing me like itching kind of sensation almost.
Prad, Mike.
Oh, sorry. Anyways, good thing that it was muted because I was talking about stuff that did not need to be spoken out loud. Apple at the moment failing me because the market's pulling back down. So the market's moving back down, taking my Apple, taking my TSM along with it. Rob actually tossed me a Halls right now to help me with the nose. So hopefully that one helps me a little bit. I don't know how it will, but hopefully it will. I know, yeah. That's a throat lozenge. But S&P 500, once again, very close to turning negative on the day. And NASDAQ very close to possibly turning negative on the day, too. I don't think I've seen NASDAQ be negative today. I have seen S&P 500 turn negative for a quick second or so. And then it went back to the north side. My God, no, it'll be an air dry, too, because the air too dry. Yeah. If the air's too dry, and then it just messes with it, man. I don't know what's going on. But either way, though, today is actually a pretty beautiful day in Toronto. We got a 6-degree weather outside, beautiful weather outside, perfect weather to go watch Canada beat Belgium at a patio. So most likely that's what I'm going to do at 2 o'clock today. Let's look for some stocks that are moving around in that meantime. A Canadian stock popped up on the scanner just now while talking about it. It's going to be Enbridge, ENB. ENB on New York, also on TSX. For those of you who do trade the Toronto Stock Exchange, up 0.5% on the day, probably with the low volume, though. Let's go see what the relative volume is on this one. Yeah, 0.82 and only 1.4 million shares traded on the New York market for Enbridge. You would expect, well, maybe not. Maybe you wouldn't expect it to have a lot more volume because no real catalyst to trade it today. A couple days ago, though, the oil sector, the energy sector was absolutely taking off to the north side with the catalyst coming out that the Saudis denying ramp up in production. I believe that was the news because they're not really increasing the supply. So since the demand's still high, the prices keep going up to the north side. I believe that was the catalyst that came out not too long ago. Best Buy that we punched out on is now also pulling back with the rest of the market, waiting to see if Best Buy can pull right back to the areas where we previously punched long into, so we could retake that wonderful trade that has been absolutely showing us profits all day. Let's also quickly go take a look at where AMD is. AMD still above the 100-period EMA. I would like for it to pull back a little bit more if I want to try for that long on that position. Did Pratt get in and out of his Apple position? Not sure at what time you saw me get in on that trade, but I did do that multiple times. If you saw me get in around 12 o'clock, then no, I'm still holding that trade for me. We're currently long at 150.03, and the stock is trading around 140.96. With the S&P 500 pulling back to 40.10 almost, and NASDAQ also pulling back down. So be careful if you are long. The Apple stock is negative on the day now. It was previously negative. It doesn't really matter to it. It used the market's momentum and the market's strength to rip back up to the north side. Sean, you thinking Apple long here near 150? You haven't looked, he says. Oh, that scares me now. Because usually you're always looking at Apple and Microsoft. But he's eating now and he hasn't looked at it. Hopefully, he is bullish about Apple at this 150 area because that's where I'm trying to build into my longs for myself. Let's keep looking for more opportunities. Ooh, Snapchat's popping up on the scanner. Let's go take a look at that stock. Kind of forgot that Snapchat even exists ever since the earnings report because it got absolutely destroyed. But look at Snapchat at the high day range, $10.30 coming into play for SNAP. Sorry? Sean just looked at Apple and he said Apple has to get above $150.20 for him to be excited about the long. So let's see if Apple can do that for him, and we can see also the market which currently is around the same lows that it created earlier, around 40.13, 40.10 or so on the NASDAQ, sorry, on the S&P 500 futures. Looking at the scanners again, Snapchat did pop up. We talked about that for a quick second. Let's go look at Zoom. Zoom, which came out with earnings report not too long ago, did actually do good on the earnings. They beat on the earnings, but they showed less growth than expected because of the lack of, or at least the demand for Zoom and video conferencing went down ever since offices started opening back up again. So Zoom went down quite a bit yesterday. Today, once again, down on the day, down 2.3%, and creating somewhat of a double bottom action around the $75 area. A possible long could be attempted, but, I'm too bearish on Zoom to even try that at the moment.
Yeah, a couple updates on my positions here on Perfect. We got two pieces out, but the remaining piece is for a loss. Our long was 725. We got some out as high as mid-50s. but we go through that $7 and we get stopped out at that 697 area. So the remaining portion of perfect will be a loss. BBBY, we get 4 pieces out to the north side, and then the remaining 5th and 6th piece are break even at 80.87 where we got long. So update on both those positions. I'm neither long nor short anything at the moment. DBGI, excuse me, continuing to make aggressive moves to the high side. Big ranges here. 660 is the high at the moment. The halt level is at 573 that we talked about, 572 or whatever. You could have got plenty of trades off that. Look at this. And remember I told you guys the halt level is a key dip area. Look, the candle. Look at this candle here. It dips right to that level. What's up? What are you looking at? Yeah, it dips right to that level at the halt level. So you could have got a dip trade off that, and then you're moving up to the high side. Super volatile. You're going to have resting orders sitting there. Unless you're super quick on the keys. I'm not, so I'll have to have resting orders at that area. But DBGI continuing to give opportunities. Look for this breakdown here as a signal of a trend change, probably.
You think they're gonna do extra time for this? No, right? Because no amount of extra time will
I just
happen.
want to tell you. That's added.
Yeah,
added time. So
yeah.
extra time means something different.
Yeah, overtime.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
no.
there's
I mean added time. They're
there's
not gonna do added time for this.
They will.
It doesn't make sense. What? No matter 10 minutes,
I know.
15 minutes, it doesn't make a difference.
I get you, but they're gonna add it anyway.
They shouldn't. There's no point. Just wrap it up. Call it a game.
Yeah, it's gonna go. They're gonna probably give like 4 or 5 minutes, depending on how many subs there was.
Yeah,
or how many injuries
like how many injuries. Yeah, I know
exactly,
that.
Yeah, but soccer, definitely. And can I tell you something though? There
Yeah.
was a TSN reporter. I'll leave her unnamed because I don't want to call her out by name. But she was like, basically saying that nil-nils are yawners. Some nil-nils are yawners. Yes, she's right, but not all of them are. There's a lot of nils where there were a lot of opportunities on both sides. Sometimes there were goals that were taken off, right? So there was the excitement there. So, and as just from a professionalism perspective, you're selling the World Cup to your viewers. Your advertisers that are paying you all this money. Don't call your product a yawner, all right? Like, I know you're a reporter, you're trying to be objective and stuff like that, but, oh, look at this, Pradley.
No.
Look at it, Pradley.
No.
Look at it.
Oh.
This is a bloodbath.
That's a wrap.
Bloodbath.
That's a wrap skis. All
Yeah.
right. At least it's not a wrap for Best Buy today because Best Buy's still going up. Are you still in the long? You're
No,
not.
I'm not.
Out too, sadly. But at least we caught the shorts, we caught the longs, and we're killing it on this range for Best Buy. Best Buy has been an absolute wonderful range for us to kill it. My number 2 stock of the day by only pennies though. AMD and Best Buy are my number 1 and number 2, but the differential is only 50 cents on both of them in terms of how much money I've made on that trade. Looking for more opportunities in the chat over here, so feel free to throw stocks that you guys are looking at or stocks that you guys want us to take a look at. In the meantime, I would like to take a second for you guys to hit that like button. Espanol and Costa Rica. Bro, the odds were insane. For $1, I would have
We
made $100.
haven't said the score, by the way.
You're my bookie? All right, you give me 3 plus 300 odds, I'll put $1. I'll put $1. All right, sick. I'll do it. Like I'll put $1 with your book if you want me to. If Costa Rica odds were plus 1,600.
So win the game, were they?
Yeah.
Okay, so tomorrow you give me $1, I'll give you 16. Find another one.
All right, I got you. Sean over here trying to make a book for me because he sees me making stupid bets on that side. But hey, man, one of these will hit. All it takes is one, Sean. All it takes is one. Currently, though, man, the stocks that we are long are going south side because the market's still pulling back down. So
Yeah, and it's
Apple,
below VWAP too, and it just
jump-
kind of like bounced a little bit. But look, Bradley, sorry
The
to interrupt
market?
you. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll come to my screen for a second. There we go. Yeah, look at this. So like retracing off the lows, trying to make new highs, and then bouncing right off VWAP and curling right back down. So you have those lows to gain or to target, Bradley. I don't know if you want to take any shorts. I know you're in a couple of longs, so.
Yeah, I don't think the market breaks 4K today. That's honestly my opinion. Maybe it does at 2 o'clock.
Maybe,
but,
yeah.
but I don't see it doing before 2 o'clock.
Depending on
FOMC minutes.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, let's talk a little bit about the FOMC minutes. I don't know if you've been following some of the Fed speakers coming out and
They're
speaking
all bearish, eh?
Very, very hawkish, bro. So if that is the general tone among them, why would the notes be dovish, right?
Yeah.
Unless the market has already priced in a hawkish FOMC minutes. I mean, and I think you could reasonably reach that conclusion based on how they're speaking. And another one. Okay, wow, this is getting out of control, guys. Anyway, we're not trying to give it too much attention, but yeah, speaking about that, like I watched Loretta Mester on CNBC the other day.
Fed chairman?
Yeah,
Okay.
I believe like the Cleveland Fed. I may be wrong. I mean, I forget which Fed. Yeah.
Like one of the Fed.
One of the Fed.
I meant like one of the Fed
She's
members.
An
That's what I meant.
FOMC voting member. Yeah, exactly. She's one of the presidents. Like it's a board, right? It's a committee. So yeah, she was quite hawkish in her tone, and she was very, very direct in saying that they're not stopping at the moment, and it's just going to be about how much. And if even a downshift is warranted, that was also in question. People were already basically assuming that it's going to be 50 basis points. At 75 was unlikely, and she's like, well, that's up for debate as well. So it's it's going to be data dependent, but then their interpretation of the data is what's in question. So you can never really see it exactly the way they see it. So you can never predict the market the way that. Maybe they effectively do,
Two
right?
pieces of data depends on how you see it and how I see it, and we both could see it differently.
Absolutely.
Market still pulling back down here. NASDAQ still positive, but barely, and S&P 500 now negative, but also barely. So it keeps flirting with being positive and negative. Once again, I don't think the market will break 4K before 2 o'clock, but we're not that far away from 4K, so it could easily do that too if it wanted to. Just be careful. It's not a bad idea to just be out of trades at the moment and wait for that 2 o'clock move to come in, so you could put risk on at the right time and the right positions. Be at the right time, right place, and take advantage of that. A lot of people call that luck. I call that taking advantage of opportunity at the right time, baby. And we're looking for some of those opportunities to
I just want to tell the viewers real quick
ourselves with that.
The position board up at on the screen says I'm long Man U. I'm not long Man U. I think that's just messed up. So if we could possibly restart that or fix that, because it's showing that I'm long Man U and I'm not long Man U.
Thank you for that update. Yeah. The position board sometimes screws up, and it covers it checks your covers as an entry. So
yeah.
We're gonna get that fixed for you real quick. Scanners, what's going on with the trade idea scanners? Let's see if any stock that stands out for me. I see Mobileye. Was it Mobileye?
Yeah, Mobileye. You
Mobileye,
got it right this
okay.
one. Last time you were a Mobileye.
Mobileye. Yeah. Mobileye currently still popping to the downside, apparently. Still struggling around this $30 area for this stock. We did get above 30 in pre-market, but off the opening drive itself and 10:30, there was a big volume spike on this position, taking it to the downside, right back to that $28 area, that 26. If you guys remember how that 26 level came into play on the IPO day, still standing true. We're not able to get below 25, 26 for this position. Every time we get to those bottoms, a nice little long pops up for us. And every time we pop up to the 30s or 32s, a nice short comes into play for us. S&P 500 and NASDAQ still going down.
Yeah.
Your monitor just died, by the way.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, you're back. Awesome.
It's curling down.
Yeah,
probably.
market's going down
Yeah,
right
that's
now,
a
just like one of the
beautiful
soccer
curl.
teams in the game. They're absolutely going down just like that. And we're watching 4K. Maybe we'll see a test of 4K before 2 o'clock, and we'll see if 4K actually holds or does it break. What's up?
Yeah.
Sorry?
Man U, I got to interrupt you guys. Man U is making a monster move to the north side here, bouncing off that 7 period, literally bouncing 30 pennies in 5 seconds here. A lot of movement coming and volume. The volume just exploded on Man U. Are we getting, this is not a halt. No, that's not a fake. Okay, yeah, that's not enough for a halt. Anyway, looks like we're topping out there. We break through 60s. all this size coming into Man U. All of a sudden, we're going to break high of days. High of day I've got is 1771. We're getting mid 60 prints right now. So a lot of the volume coming in. I'm looking at my charts on my tape as well, and I'm seeing a lot of the overprints. Orange on my tape means over the bid. There we go, popping right back up, back from the 50s where we moved down to. So a nice little move on Man U. Just want the viewers to know about that, Bradley.
Man U, Man U, Man U, Man U.
Ole, ole. Okay, so quick story.
Yeah.
My buddy from law school, he is a crazy Man U fan.
Okay.
So I went to law school in Leicester. Aston Villa plays in Birmingham. That's about 45-minute train ride between the two. So Man U came to Birmingham to play Villa. So we were going to go and we were going to watch a game. And this is the team. The year before I started supporting Arsenal, I supported Arsenal my last year, and this was my first year. So we go there. We look for tickets. We don't have any tickets, by the way. So we're like, okay, we're going to go to this bar that is all traveling Manchester United fans. And this guy he did all his research online. He knew exactly where the bar was. Anyway, so we get there super early. We go to the bar. These guys have every single possible melody song like that's folklore made into like a chant. Okay, into a Manchester United chant, and these guys.
Yeah, I love those chants.
They start drinking at 8
a.m.
a.m. 8 a.m. These guys were completely hammered by. Well, no, that's when they started drinking. By like 10 a.m., these guys are completely, you know what? They're gassed, and so we got to get tickets now. So we end up getting tickets, but they're with the Aston Villa fans, so we can't cheer for Manchester United. Otherwise, you get whooped. Right, you got to be in the away area, in the supporters area, the away supporters. So we couldn't cheer for Manchester United, so we had to completely hide our excitement. So that was an interesting experience. And then leaving and going on the train, they heckle each other even more on there. Guys, we just made high of day breaks on Man U. Looks like we got up to 1777 is the high there. That's a high of day for Man U, up 17.75% at the moment, but retracing back into 17.5. It's kind of in a range, but it does have forward momentum. The volume is coming in there, so this one could do anything. It could be, we could break 18s, I think, but I'm looking for a dip trade on it. If I'm telling the truth, I'm not looking to take this long through a high of daybreak.
Those soccer chants are amazing. One of my favorite chants that I recently found out is the Mo Salah one. Mm-hmm. The Mo Salah.
Mo Salah running down the way.
That's not the one. This is the one I'm talking about.
There's only one, bro.
If he's good enough for you, he's good enough for me. I don't want to say the rest because I just will leave it where it is. People can Google the Mo Salah chant yourself and find out hilarious chants coming out from the soccer world as always. You were talking about Man U. I'm still watching Best Buy, AMD, and Taiwan Semiconductors. People in the chat are looking at the SPY 4K level. Trust me, I'm watching that 4K level too. We're at 4005 right now, 4005 on the S&P 500. Only 5 points away from that 4K area. 11,700 also stands out. That was a level on NASDAQ yesterday that if I remember correctly, we pierced at some point and started going higher. Right here, 11,700. We went up to 11,740, 11,750, and currently pulling back to that 11,750, 11,740 is the very same market, the NASDAQ market. So be careful. NASDAQ might just turn red on the day like SPY did, but both of them very, very light on volume as we are gearing up for what is going to happen on the FOMC meeting. As your boy Sharif already talked about the dovish comments coming in, the hawkish comments coming in from all the Fed chairs. Let's take a quick second to take a look at the Fed table. The Fed, we're currently, it's still 50. 75% for a half BP and 24% for a half BP, 25% for a half BP, for 75 BP coming in for possible next. When is the next rate hike date? It is the 14th of December. Darn it, I'll be in India for that. Might have to remote log in for that trade.
There you go. Okay, All right, let's see what we got here. Shout out to Playmaker in the chat, obviously always keeping it entertaining and live. Let's see what some of these stocks are up to. We were trading perfect. Now looks like we've decided to stay below 7 on perfect. So let's see where some levels could come into play should we make our way back down. It looks like there's an obvious level here at 6, obviously being the whole dollar level, but there is some price action in and around there. 6 in addition to 6, let's say 665. There does seem to be a level of support around there too. So that one is a bit closer to where we're at currently. 686 is where we're trading. So 20 pennies possibly to the downside before we may encounter some support on perfect. But 6 looks like to be the better level longer term. BBY really holding that range. You know, it's not always going to the high point of the range, but it is still within a wave. Like it's clearly a sideways wave, a consolidation period. You could play this. I've played this. I've made my money on it. I don't want to play it again and give back money in case it does change. But looks at, for the moment, it's staying within these ranges to the high side and the low side. So I guess we'll continue to watch that. DBGI was that big halter from earlier that we saw move through the break of 6 up to 650. I recall I said that 572 area was an interesting support area. We bounced off that a number of times. We're now making our way back down to that area. We're printing 580s now on the bid. So this would be an interesting long to go here. We'll have to see if that level holds. I mean, it held previously. Now looking at the volume definitely has declined. So will the buyer step up at this particular area? I guess that's a different question to be had at the moment. So yeah, I think I'm going to dip by in and around there. I'm going to put it at 75s. I'm going to put it for a quarter position. Let's go long 576s. Let's put 76s. Why not? A little bit above that level. And then I'm not going to give it much. I'm really going to give it like 10 pennies. So I'll give it to like 66 or maybe even like 65 because the whole point is for this level to hold. And if it doesn't hold, well then the trade is wrong. So that's how I'll play that one. I'll put my stop 10 or 15 pennies below.
All right. I want to talk about where I was going to do this. Why did I click on that? Darn it. Okay, super chat time. Mia. Okay, Mia. Wow. Mia with the $1.23. Oh, God. Mia with the $1.23 super chat coming in. Thank you for the support. Nicole Harris with $2 super chat. Told you COSM at 18 cents now. 0.54 LFG, says Nicole Harris. Love to see that, Nicole. Love watching our viewers, especially our regulars who come in on day-to-day basis, winning on that side. So let's go COSM penny stock winner for Nicole Harris. Woodchuck Alaska, brand new member. Wally World, that's all the messages. Is that a company that's public? Yeah. I'm not sure. Oh, apparently at the theme park in some Chevy Chase movie or something.
Those are like 90s movies.
Yeah, I wasn't even born then, bro. You're talking to the wrong audience right now. I wasn't born then, okay? But yeah, thank you for the love and support. If there was a bigger, deeper meaning into this message that we're missing out, I apologize for that. But we love the fact that you renewed your membership for the Trader TV Live family. Brian Snell with the $2 super chat. SMH, a short word with Fed minutes and China worries question mark. What is SMH? Let me go see what that is real quick. SMH is semiconductor ETF. With China worries and everything, would the semiconductor ETF be a short? I mean, yeah, maybe, but you know, semiconductors are slowly moving away from China and moving more into America and other countries like India and so on. So maybe might not be that big of a deal. Might not be that big of a deal for the China problems. We'll just have to wait and see. I mean, you saw how strong AMD, NVIDIA, and the semiconductors were overall. So that's my opinion on that. TSM over here too, kind of helping out Apple overall with their chips and so on. How innocent, bro. FIFA is a business. Love you. Bribery question mark, says Gamma $2. I'm guessing you're talking about the whole corruption in FIFA and so on. Look, there's corruption in everything. There's corruption in almost every sport there is. Adam Silver in NBA is probably corrupted too. We just probably don't know about it. So there's. Let's leave FIFA alone. I know FIFA has a lot of controversy with that. So let's leave FIFA alone. Let's just enjoy the fact that a bunch of countries are getting together to face each other, and all of us get to talk with each other about those awesome matches that are happening, and leave the corruption to the side.
And my cousin is there right now. Like he went to the France, the France-Australia game, and he's like, the vibe there is good, man. Everybody's having a good time. People on the street, nobody's bugging anybody. So he's like, just a couple of incidents of like some drunk people walking down the streets. And the cops there, they don't take lightly to that. So if you're going to go there, just don't get drunk outside. Get drunk in your room. Okay, so let's have a look here. DBIG really hovering right at that halt level where we have our dip trade. It looks like it made its way to 77, and we're sitting at 76. So kind of frustrating because it's already given you like 30 points there, 30 pennies with which to work to the upside. It's range bound. That's the whole idea. So I wish I would have punched in a little bit higher, but it's all
I wasn't
good.
quick enough to mute my mic. Sorry, chat.
The chat's gonna get upset about that. No, of course. Hey, it's
I tried. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so DBGI, I'm still looking for an in on that, but the thing I worry about the most is the repeated attempts at that level. Like, okay, so we've attempted it once and twice on a 3-minute candle, so probably multiple times on a 1-minute candle, right? And so how many times does this level hold up before it breaks to the downside? So it's like I kind of want to get in and get out, and waiting for it to test to my level may only hurt me in the long run. I guess that's what I'm trying to get at here. So we'll see what this one does. I mean, it's small size, so perfect now, kind of bouncing a little bit here off that 680 level, kind of retaking 7. Let's see if it can retake VWAP. VWAP's at 733. So if it retakes that and heads to the north side, we'll get more interested in it, but at the moment, nothing brewing there. BBBY retracing back down into that 8060 level. That was the low end. 8060 to 8050 was the low end of that flat top breakout that we took to the north side. So let's see what brews around here. Do we break down below, or do we consolidate like we did last time? So those are what I'm watching at the moment. Nothing really coming up in my scanner all that much to get my attention. I mean, NRBO is up there, but it's a dollar stock, and I'm not interested in that. Nothing really else. RLX, that's a $2 stock. So yeah, I'll leave all these ones out. I mean, I see the chat telling me Carvana. I get that, but it's not one that I've traded all day. It's above VWAP, so it's not bad in that sense. Maybe a VWAP retracement, but I'm not going to trade Vana now.
Do you remember that graphic that said if you shorted every single company that advertised in at the NFL Super Bowl, you would have made X amount of dollars? I wonder if that same thing could be applied to FIFA, because I see a bunch of companies. I see Adidas, I see Coca-Cola, I see Visa. I see a bunch of companies.
More market dependent than the fact that
fair. It was a market dependent.
Yeah.
I mean, the markets were at all-time highs, and they were getting sold off. But that was a pretty good statistic over there. Sorry. Is it Al Global? Yeah, it is. Hey, listen, Al Global is a real word, okay? If I said it, it is. It's now in the dictionary. We're throwing it in there. Probably someone in the chat has already thrown it in there for us.
It's already at Webster's, man. What are you talking about? The algos picked it up
We've yet to
and
not say an incorrect word, We said squoze. The OGs doubted us. They Googled it. They fact-checked us, and they saw that squoze was a real word. And you're going to see that Al Global is also a word, okay? We want nat gas in negative today. It says fruits of deeds, sorry. Prad Global. Okay, take it easy. We want nat gas in negative today. I'm going to try and pull up nat gas over here. I remember using D gas and U gas. So I'm pretty sure those are on pink sheets now. You know any ETFs for natural gases? Maybe
on my weekend to-do list, I have create an ETF watch list. So
you made one?
I'm going to make one this weekend. Okay. Yeah. So I'll have one for you Monday.
I'm gonna type it right here. Nat gas ETF on ETF database. We should see some popping up for us. Just give me the ticker, my friend. Don't give me like the company
My
name.
friend?
Boyle, people in the chat saying Boyle. Oh, KOLD. Yeah, I remember that one too. BOIL and KOLD on Amex. Let's go see where they are going towards today. The market's still trying to stay negative for the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ positive, but trying to go back down. Boyle
People
with the
saying UNG.
UNG, yeah, up natural gas. DNG probably down natural gas if that's the case. I'm guessing.
Wow, cool.
I'm guessing that's how they usually work. U and D or L and sorry, Lab U and Lab D. Lab U for lab up, Lab D for down.
Can I tell you, I never
sometimes they
put
work
that-
with L's and S's instead, like SOXX
Yeah,
or
sure.
SOXL or
Okay.
something like that. So Boyle over here is up 3.53% on the day. Someone in the chat's wanting it to go negative because I'm guessing they're short. Boyle is a 3 times leverage ETF, says the chat. People are also mentioning UGAS-F, which is probably on the dark pool, not dark pool, OTC.
Oh, you're throwing to me? Okay, yeah, cool. All right, looks like we are like 45 minutes from the start of that game, Bradley. I'm getting all sorts of antsy at the moment.
These Canadians are hyped, man.
Yeah, I don't have a trade at the moment, to be honest with you, except this dip trade here on DBGI. Other than that, I'm kind of sitting on my hands. I'm not going to really force any trades that are not appropriate for the time. But let's have a look at my watch list. Let's see what industries are strong, and then maybe we can make some commentary with respect to some of these companies. So let's starting with EVs. Tesla, yeah, that's probably the standout, up almost 5% on the day today. It's been having a few bad days, so nice retracement there on Tesla, despite the fact that the market is absolutely flat. The market is basically at the level, the open price, or the yesterday's close, excuse me. It's at yesterday's close at 40.10. So, you know, Tesla definitely relatively strong in that regard. Now you're making me sneeze. NIO also was up this morning, and I was eyeballing it for a bit, but didn't end up pulling the trigger on NIO. What else is active here? Look at this, GBTC up almost 6.5%. Let's have a look at GBTC. Yeah, this is not the kind of chart you want to trade. Looks like more like a buyout. Let's flip to the 10-minute chart and see. Yeah, so this gapped up from yesterday's close, and that's what making it up 6%. But with respect to how it traded today, definitely traded within a range for the majority of the day. What else is going on here? Nothing really standing out. Everything in the single digits or low single digits. Proudly an unvolatile day. Is that a word, an unvolatile? Yeah, I think that is. Okay. Now
Involatile? Unvolatile?
No, I think it's unvolatile. Well, Google it. You're chilling. Google it. Energy. We had some movement on energy on Oxy. Like there's that 3% mover today. It's trading at 70.50. Zooming out, yeah, you had an opportunity to go short. There was a big pop at the open that took us to 72.25, and ever since then we've been making lower lows. It looks like we almost tested 70 there. So about $2.25 range. Nothing really that great on Oxy. Moving down the watch list here, what's standing out? Nothing really standing out. Everything in the single-digit mover, low single-digit movers. Yeah, Chinese ADR is coming up next. I know that Baidu was a market catalyst this morning, moving
Non-volatile.
Non-volatile. Oh, thank you.
Not un or in, it's
Non-volatile. Good to know. Baidu was the market leader this morning with interesting earnings. Yeah, Chinese ADRs have not done well, though, since the bell. Look, this column here is indicative of their performance since the market opened, and they're all in the red, save and except for BYD. That's it. Basically, my watch list is uneventful. So are the scanners, to be honest, but we'll wait for a trade to come in here, should one come in. I'm watching these 3 stocks, BBBY, Perfect, and DBGI, Bradley.
Yes, sir. Going to super chats real quick. Black Sun's coming with 999 euros. Trader Prad, bless you. Thank you. I do apologize for sneezing in your ears over there. Probably blowing some eardrums out and some speakers out, so I do apologize. It's not quick enough to hit that mute button for myself. I'll try to focus on that next time. Playmaker88, happy Thanksgiving tomorrow. Go Cowboys. Yeehaw, baby. Happy Thanksgiving indeed to all the American friends out there, no matter what part of the world you're in, as long as you are, celebrating the Thanksgiving holiday. Have fun. Don't drink and drive, obviously. Eat lots of turkey and can't wait to see all the fun, nice pictures that people are going to post. Yeah,
I want to ask Neil and Sean. Do you guys, either of you, do you think Dallas has an opportunity at the Super Bowl? Just flat out, yes or no? Yes. Yeah? Yeah. To me, that's genuinely how you feel? Yeah. Okay. Because of the defense, I'm assuming. That's probably what you're basing a lot of it on?
I think of offensive weapons. All of the league, I just don't believe in Philadelphia that much.
Okay. So lack of faith in Philadelphia is your catalyst.
I think San Fran might be better.
I like San Fran. I think their record is not reflective of their skill. Yeah. But that's I just want to ask the guys that because, as a Dallas fan, you get caught up into really believing. I mean, I've been caught up in this before. You get really caught up into kind of believing your team is the ish, and then you really want to hear how people feel about you. And if people do like Dallas, especially with the amount of animosity that Dallas has out there, if they think they're legitimate, then they're probably pretty honest about that. So let's see. Hopefully, this will be the year for Arsenal and Dallas, and then I can die happy.
Yes, sir. Coming back to Super Chats. Yeah, looks like we are covered up on the Super Chats over there. Let's go see what the like count is looking like at the moment. Hopefully, we are closer to 3K. I'm guessing most likely not. 2 likes already for the closing show. Keep in mind, the closing show, as you guys see, it's a brand new show, and the like counter for that will be completely fresh. So make sure that you are hitting the like count or like button. Actually, let me just do that for you guys right now. Show you guys how to do it. You click on the show, you click on that like button right there, and then you you come back to this show, and then you also hit the like button over there. So we're now at 1.9K likes. That's not bad. We started off with 1.5K on the midday show. So 1.9K, not bad at all. Let's see if we can get to 2K in the next few minutes for ourselves. Would love for you guys to get us to 2K. And then 3K would be an absolute dream, obviously. The markets are moving back up north right now. So AMD around 76, getting ready to maybe pop up. Best Buy continuing to hold that range all day. So you could have added back at that range low on Best Buy at $80.50 and been in a winner right away. It looks like that that range does not want to break, neither to the upside nor to the downside. But if I want to continue trading this range, I'd much rather trade it to the long side instead because the stock is using a positive catalyst to trade at the moment. So if I don't want to be continuously hammering the shorts at the high of those ranges, because I think eventually that range is going to give and we're going to break out past it. So I'd much rather keep on building into the longs, scalp out the longs, and then have some size for a possible breakout to the north side as the market right now turns back green for the S&P 500. The S&P 500 was down about 0.9% at best. Now we're still kind of flat. We're up 0.06, but at least we're on the green side for the S&P 500.
Yeah, JWN Nordstrom making a nice little volume spike and a multiple green candle spike to the upside there. I think topping out at 2170. In fact, it made a new high of day. So, off an earnings loser, it's only down 4.5% now. Let's have a look at the macro chart on this. Let's bring that in from the side here. I like to look at the 10 and the 15 because it kind of gives me an idea of the levels for both days. There we go. So that's the 1 minute. So let's switch to the 10. First, here we go. So with respect to the price action yesterday, look at the low of day before the spike for earnings was about 22 to say 21.93. So 21.93, let's say 22-ish, right? So when we're talking about to the upside, a possible retracement move, we have to keep 22 in mind, and we aren't all that far away from it at the moment. 2170 is a high, 2164 is we're trading at. So realistically, if you're looking for a retracement, you could be looking for that 22 level. I think that is a good level on JWN. And to be quite honest, we made lows here at 2040, but look at this 10-minute chart. I mean, it's very clear to see that we have higher lows continuously. that trend line holds quite well, and this is 10 minutes. Each one is 10 minutes, so like we don't break that trend line whatsoever. So this is a good pattern. I think 22. Again, I don't want to keep repeating myself, but 22 is possible. Good level on this. I'm long. I'm long 70s. So let's see what this one does.
Playmaker just now texted me saying Dallas minus 9.5 spread is a good bet against the Giants.
Tell them we're filming picks.
You're filming picks tonight for what? For World Cup?
What are you talking about right
Oh, about NFL? Yeah. Oh, okay. I don't know, man. You said you're filming picks. Wipe my nose.
Yeah. Thank you. I was trying to get his attention for that, Lucas.
I just put the cream on my nose because
I don't know what he thought I was doing, but I was trying to point to my nose. But he was fixated on Sean, I guess, right? Listening to what Sean was saying. Akash sending a $2 super chat asking, do you guys compete to see who is more profitable? That's not really the atmosphere here.
Yeah.
It's more about like just do you kind of thing. There's really no braggadocious, like personality or culture. Yeah, perfect. That's why I like how you put that. So not really like that at this firm, guys. So let's see what we got here on deck. Yeah, we're in the money. I knew JWN tracing up now. We're breaking 21 3/4 at 75 coming into print. I see a little bit of size coming in on 75, but nothing that can't be taken out. I'm looking to take profits in the mid 80s. So let's go ahead and take some of that in the mid 80s. 21.83 is where we'll take some out at. We'll wait for that one to come to fruition. I like this uptrend retracement. I think 22 is a decent level. Maybe not exactly 22, but in and around that area, Bradley.
Yeah, keep talking because I'm trying to put Vaseline in my nose to help with the dryness.
And DBGI, I mean, this is the one I really like. I'm not pleased about missing. I missed it by 1 penny. Look, the resting order is still there, guys, so it's not hard to see. We missed it by exactly a penny. Look at it, it's curling now into 620. That's about a 40 penny winner. That's not bad at all. It's up 43%, and we got it off that halt level. I mean, it's not a random level that we chose. No, we based it on the halt level. I find these halt levels work quite well, especially these days. So a little bit disappointed about that. With respect to BBBY, I'm not doing anything on this one. It's holding a range. I'm honestly waiting for some mid-80 prints here on JWN. We're printing 77s now, Bradley. I like where this is going.
All right, hopefully that helps because, if my nose is dry, hopefully some Cocoa Radiant.
Mike.
Hopefully some Cocoa Radiant, cocoa butter over here, whatever this is, helps me with the dryness over there. Might have to start busting out that humidifier you were talking about,
Yeah,
Sharif.
hold on.
Might have to start doing that.
I thought you said there was one.
There is. They're just sitting there in boxes. We just have to start using them again. All right. Looking for trade opportunities. Apple right back to 150. AMD still hanging out near 76 at the moment. Market really not really showing us the moves that we wanted to. I mean, I'm not surprised by that. Only 30 minutes before FOMC minutes come out, and that most likely will be an event to trade. Hoping it's not a nothing burger. The last FOMC minutes, if I remember, was a nothing burger. If I remember correctly.
Can I ask you this? Thank you, please and thank you. Okay, so read these odds for me. So what am I looking at here? It says New York, just so you guys can see, it's you can't see it. New York Giants, Dallas Cowboys tomorrow. It says T:45.5, and then below that is a minus 8.5. So
total 45.5.
So that's what the total score will be
for both the teams.
Okay.
So they're predicting the total score to be the line to be 45.5. So if you're betting over, you go over 45 or under.
Okay.
And the spread for is negative 8.5 for Dallas, which means take the overall score.
Okay.
And if you have Dallas minus 8.5, that means if you bet on New York Giants on the spread, that if New York Giants loses by 8 or less points, they still win that bet for you.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So whatever the total score is, you just do plus or minus that number. So if you pick minus 8.5 Dallas, that means Dallas has to win by 8.5 points or more.
I got it. Okay.
Yeah.
I got it. So that's just like how much they need to win by. Guys, we took a piece out here on JWN in the low 80s. I think actually right at 80. So nice little trade there. That's a 10 penny winner. We're still holding 75% of the position. We're looking now for prints in the high 80s to low 90s. That will be the area looking. But don't forget that 22 level is an interesting area of resistance going back to yesterday's low. So you know, if you're taking profits and you want to manage risk, I mean, take some profits into that level. Now we're getting low 80s. There, we're going to take another piece out there in the low 80s. So that's a nice little print. Now we're looking for the low 90s, Bradley. Nice little trade on JWN. We'll drop the money for that, boy.
People in the chat are talking about Qatar and Qatar. It's Qatar, right?
Well, it's you want to know how it's said in Arabic or in English?
Qatar.
It's Qatar.
Yeah, it's Qatar.
Yeah, and like in English, it's Qatar.
Qatar, yeah. Qatar.
Well, it depends on like
these
what
Arabic pronunciations.
What parlance of English. I don't know. Do British people say it the same way as North American people? Because sometimes they say words completely differently.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. People saying the market's about to Qatar, but I'd rather go and say the market's about to Costa Rica, baby. We're gonna have to wait and watch what the FOMC minutes is going to do for us over here. And does it move it to the south side? Does it move it to the north side? I would like the market to move north, honestly, because we got better short ranges to the north side if the market does pop up there. But if 4K breaks today, I think some short opportunities on that 4K break to the downside will also be awesome for us. We might get a nice 50-point move flush to the downside, right back to 39.50 on the S&P 500 futures if 4K breaks and the whole catalyst is negative. And that's what I'm expecting on the market. If 4K ends up holding, then you might get a nice long right back to the high of day 40.35, maybe even 40.50 coming into the market for the positive direction. So be patient. Only 30 minutes left for the minutes to come out for ourselves. UK pronunciation, that's fine. Who cares about that?
Why? What is it?
It says Qatar.
Qatar. Okay, yeah, I can see that. They may open the A's a little bit more. Okay, yeah, so that's why I was asking. Sometimes they say, remember that phone company Vonage?
Vonage, yeah.
So I go there with this phone so I can call back home when I was.
That was the internet one, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what was like in at the time. So I got there. So then they say Vonage. Right?
Really?
So, yeah,
Who
it's like
says that, British?
the British people, right?
Yeah,
so like going and saying Vonage the way we say it, they say words completely different. Like we joke about Target and Target, but I mean, like I bet you somewhere out there, there's someone saying.
Yeah, but you know what my dad calls it?
What?
Internet phone.
Internet phone.
Internet phone. It's like that. It's Vonage. No, it's internet phone. I'm like, okay, that whatever you want, bro.
Bradley, we are getting some high prints here on JWN. We're getting high 80s now. We're looking to test into the 90s. That would be ideal because we are looking to have like the majority of the position out before 22 arrives. And then, you know, we'll hold that piece for the dream if it makes its way through 22. That's what we're trying to base that on now. A lot of green and orange coming in on my tape. That's at market and above market, and I love to see that, Bradley.
I say voice over IP. Yeah, voice over IP. That's basically the field of business that they're in.
Yeah.
John, that 150-20 is coming in. Do you like it now on Apple?
I'm doing other stuff.
He's doing other stuff. He's not focused on Apple.
Long AMC 750, long AMD 75.9.
Long AMC 750 on AMC, and then yeah, 750 already 10 cents in the money. AMC did pop up to $8, man. Look at that beautiful pop on AMC. Obviously, the catalyst for this one is coming from Amazon looking to invest $1 billion into theaters. We don't know what theater yet, but we do know the #1 and the most beloved theater in America, most likely AMC. I don't know any other big theater brands out there other than AMC, Landmark, and Cinemark. So most likely, if they are picking one of the American companies, it could be AMC. They could also buy out CGX, you know.
I have no idea about that.
CGX is Cineplex, and Cineplex actually was getting ready to get bought out by a company back in the day, and that deal fell apart. I remember trading the Cineplex buyout. So if Amazon wants to, something's going on with your screen. You might have to tighten the wires from the back over there. But if Amazon's looking to buy out a movie theater company.
Yeah.
I do know that CGX was thinking about getting sold out before. They could approach Amazon and be like, hey, buy us out for $1 billion completely. That is a possibility. I'm just creating this theory right now, thinking about it.
I'm just trying to
People
think
in the
of,
chat
like,
talking about Regal. That's probably someone over there too that could
how
get
they
bought
would
out.
twist it to make it really profitable. Like, what's the angle here that
Prime
Amazon
movie
would take?
theaters.
Prime movie. Okay, so what's the angle? Like, what's different than the current theater? You know what I mean? Like, that's why I'm not saying, I'm not putting the pressure on you. Obviously, you're not inside the company. Why would you have the answer? But that's what I'm trying to wrap my mind around. How do they come at this to make it like unique, to make it fresh, to make it Amazon-esque?
Well,
You know
it
what I
probably
mean? Like,
allows them to compete with Disney Plus in a way where, because Disney can buy a lot of rights without being in a movie theater, but Amazon can do that too. But with AMC and movie theater access, I'm guessing they get access to a lot more rights with that movie theater logo brand name behind it,
Okay.
and they're able to purchase these rights, which they will first play it in the movie and
Okay.
then bring it to the stream. So theaters might get access first.
so the
and
theaters
then,
will restrict which movies are played. Like, it's not going to be like a free-for-all now. Like, only this theater only. Okay, yeah, okay.
yeah.
Interesting. Let's see how that works out.
So
Hey,
if
man.
you want to watch Wakanda Forever, and if it's
gotta
signed to
go
Prime, you gotta go to a
Cineplex.
Prime theater.
Yeah,
You
okay.
can't go to an AMC theater. Like
Hey,
that's
man,
what I'm saying.
It's
you
not
know?
out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah.
Just it's got if it makes financial sense for them, I'm sure they'll do it. I remember there were times where a movie was only playing at Famous Players or Cineplex, but not
Yeah,
both.
yeah.
But some movies were playing at both.
The rights.
You know what I mean? Yeah,
Yeah.
the rights were exclusive, whereas some of them were mutually shared. JWN still holding up here, guys. It bounced down momentarily into the high 70s since it's retraced back into the mid 80s. So we're waiting for this one to print us out in the low 90s. I'll be patient on that one. DBGI also retracing back into that halt level. I'm not sure how I feel about this the umpteenth time it's going to test this level. I mean, there at some point you have to make the assumption that there will be a breach and a move down. Perhaps the better move here is a short below this halt level, maybe in the 560-ish area, maybe a little bit above that. That would allow for a decided move through that halt and ultimately support level to the downside, because I don't want to keep waiting around. I just canceled my order. I had an order sitting around here at 573, but I've canceled it because I don't really want to see another attempt there, because I feel like the more attempts it makes around there, the more likely it's going to break down. So I think I might look for a short below the 573 level, probably in the 565, 564-ish region. But the market retracing proudly up to VWAP, but holding above there. I mean, holding below there, not really breaking above it.
Yeah, market currently at VWAP for both the NASDAQ and the SPY, and we're waiting to see how it ends up playing out like that. I'm happy that the market did not break 4K before 2 o'clock, because that's what I said it shouldn't do, so it didn't do that. I'm pretty happy with that call out from Pratstradamus, yes sir. Someone in the chat saying CFLT running. Why is CFLT running? What is CFLT doing? Not sure what it's doing exactly, but it is indeed ripping to the upside like you mentioned. Let's go take a look at it to see if it has an earnings report today. It's actually not today, the earnings report for it. It was on November 2nd post-market. So let's go see if there's any news for it. Confluent this is on the 21st of November, present at upcoming investor conference. And no real information behind that. So maybe they're having an investor conference today, or at least right now, that's helping it to go to the upside. No, the investor conference is actually on November 30th. It's not today. So not sure what the reason is for this position to do what it's doing, but most likely some insider buying coming in, allowing CFLT to be up 10% on the day, push towards that $23 area, and it's still trying to continue go past 23. So monster move for CFLT. Market green on Friday, Trader Prad. Pierces his nose 100%. What? Okay, anyways. Can you please share S&P 500 analysis? The market right now absolutely flat, my friend. I think the market will eventually decide where to go at 2 o'clock. That's what we're all waiting for. Notice how I haven't been in a trade for over an hour now. It's because I'm waiting for the 2 o'clock move to come in. I've already made my wins and I've already taken my losses that I wanted to. And then at this moment, it's better to be hands off. It's better to be risk free and watch the market move for myself, and then decide what happens at 2 o'clock. See if positive trades show up, or at least good risk to reward setups show up for ourselves to damage the market with.
Yes, sir. Waiting patiently for my levels to come in on JWN. It's moving sideways a bit now. Doesn't look all that great on the 1 minute. When you flip to the 3 minute, it doesn't look all that bad. It looks like we're consolidating sideways with higher lows, which is usually a positive sign and an indication of continuation. But, you know, hey, everything's up in the air now. I'm also monitoring for that DBGI short. I'm looking for the mid 560s to punch in short here. That's about 20 pennies south of where we are currently. We are up 37% on the day on that. So it is a bit of a riskier trade because it could be interpreted as counter trend. You know, you do take a short on something that's up big. Yeah, you know, sometimes you end up paying the price for that, but I'm taking it at a reasonable level, and I'll also have a stop that I will respect, that I will not back down on. Yeah, I'm just waiting for JWN if it makes its way into the 2190s. Pradley is fixated on the warm-ups here between.
Honestly,
Canada.
I'm not even looking at that. I'm just focusing on my nose, man. I know my face is over there, but I'm just so focused on my nose.
So the pictures here
right
coming in from the game. They're showing Canadian players warming up. This is such a big moment. I mean, I was hearing on the news items. Sean, are your kids watching this game in assembly? Because I heard some kids are actually being taken out of class and being. Okay, they're watching it in assembly, and they're bringing Canada flags. Like I went to the dollar store to buy some stuff yesterday.
I'm actually really pissed off about Canada.
Why?
How many Canada flags have you seen on cars? Like I
No,
drove home yesterday.
I saw a few in my area. Yeah.
Zero.
Yeah.
Fuck Canada.
So, so Sean's disappointed with the fact that not as many people as you'd anticipate to rep the Canada flags. Like we have a thing here where you put the Raptors flag, you put the Leafs flags during playoffs and stuff like that, and a lot of people put their own country's flag. So if you have your heritage, you'll put like whatever the Egyptian flag. Fewer Canadian flags have been seen. I've seen some in my area.
That's a very good point.
Yeah.
I haven't actually seen none.
I've seen some in my area, I won't lie. Guys, there's a bit of a tussle here between buyers and sellers at that 89.90 area on JWN. It looks like it's slowed down for the moment, but what's promising here is that the spread is only 1 penny. So we're going to go ahead and take some out there. There we go. We take some out at 89. It breaks its way up through 91. We've got 33% of the position left on JWN. We're coming close to our $22 target. That is the level that we identified as a possible resistance level. So as a final last piece before that piece we leave for the dream, we're going to take out some mid to high 90s here. Let's go ahead and put this amount for a 95 break, Pradley. Okay, so we're going to sell that one at 95. JWN has been a good trade for us coming off the bottom here. This is an earnings play going back to yesterday.
Yes, sir. What's the chat looking at? I see people still talking about Man U. Can you guys check the COUP halt, the Coop halt? Let's go see what Coop is doing at the moment. Looks like it's actually off of the halt, and wow, ripping $60 coming into play, up 30% on the day for this position. Recently halted at 50, opened up near 55, and now we're going to 60. Are we going to halt above 60? Most likely is my guess. Is this a brand new IPO? What is this position? Not a brand new IPO. No. It is a 75 million float, short float 10.5%, and holy, it is clearly going wild at the moment. So be careful if you are trading this. If you don't know what to do with this position, it's better to just stay away from it. Don't get hurt by it, but if you know what you're doing, then keep on smacking it, because if you're long, you're loving it, you're laughing about it.
Yeah, Bradley, this one is like the main concern is before you enter is not how much money you can make, but how do I manage risk? I mean, that's really your always your thinking when you're in a trade about how you're going to manage risk, but some are more clear than others. This one really needs you to articulate a solid plan that you can execute in real time, because this one can go against you super quick. So part of that is going to be obviously sizing in accordingly. And as I'm talking about that, we're testing that 6150s. We're making new highs proudly, breaking through 62 there. Bless you. This one flying to the high side, guys. Coop taking out all these shorts. I'm likely assuming this is a bit of a short squeeze at these levels. Don't really know much about it. Let's pull up the daily chart here on our top screen. So it looks like we have some interesting levels with which to play. Let's first talk about the breach of the 50-period moving average, which was at $54. So we are above that. That'll trigger some mechanical systems into place. Above where we're currently at is a clear level of 66. There, yeah, I'm just giving out technical levels. Yeah, $66 here. Look to the high side. This one's got lots of legs. What's a news item, Bradley?
Is it Visa
Mike.
Partners? I'm unmuted. Yeah. Is it Vista? Vista Partners potential deal to take over on COUP.
So it's a buyout?
Yeah.
Okay, wow.
Possible buyout coming in.
Go for it.
Possible buyout coming in. We don't know what the price is yet. It could be a false rumor too. You know, some of these stocks come out with these rumors. We've seen Best Buy, the number one, not Best Buy, Beyond Meat's number one rumor champion who comes out with rumors every now and then, you know, turns out to be a fake news. Fake news. I haven't said that one in a long time.
Yeah,
Fake
it's
news.
been a while, yeah.
But, you know, waiting to see how Coop over here takes advantage of it. Coupa Software Incorporated might be getting bought up by Vista Partners. So let's just keep on watching the news wires over here to see how this news dissolves going into the future. The S&P 500 slightly above VWAP, and same with the NASDAQ, slightly above VWAP. Waiting to see how these two trades can help us out. I see people in the chat saying, go home, Prad. Prad has COVID. No, guys, trust me, I'm nowhere close to being sick. It's just a dry nose in the left nostril. It's not even both my nostrils. It's the itchiness of the left nostril that is making me sneeze. It's because I keep shoving paper towel up my nose over there to itch my nose, and that's making me sneeze. It's not sickness at all. I am not sick. Trust me on that. Nowhere close to being sick.
Took a long gone Coop, made some money on it. Not bad move at all. Yeah, I took that 61, where did I get it? 61.24. Scalped up into the 61.70. So a nice little trade there. There we go. Oh, wow. This one makes me feel silly. There we go. Now we're printing 62.50. So this one flying to the north side. Could have had a better winner on that, but such a risky trade. I'm still waiting for my out, guys, on JWN. Yeah, I'm looking for a mid-90s out. I mean, we've been printing 90s and 89s for the past little bit, but haven't had that last little push up to the upside to get through into the mid-90s, so I'll continue to wait on that. I'm long 70, so I got plenty of room. There we go. Now printing 92s. We do get that push. I'm still not high enough, though. We need, in like, where'd I put my out at? 94s? Yeah, I think it's like 94. So still 2 pennies away, but in the right direction. Now 93s coming in on the ass. 94s now. There we go. Come on, give me 94s. Then we're going to flatten out there. So we get, do we out? Are we out? So we're out of our JWM position. We get 94s. That's where I want to get out. I want to get out before 22. That's the level I was looking at. And successful, well-executed trade for me on JWN Bradley.
All right. Would you touch Broom for the future? I'm down 50%, thinking to sell. I mean, look, I'm not allowed to give you financial advice on any possession, especially if you're talking about one that you're invested in. I will tell you, apply proper risk management. You can always take that loss, come back in at a different price if you really like that company. Or if you really love that company, then you can, dollar cost average until a point where you might want to draw a line in sand and be like, there's no more dollar cost averaging coming in. But if you are down 50%, I think the smart thing over there would be to, sadly take that L, come back at a different price, and then, or even look for different trades and look for different stocks. But I can't tell you what to do on a certain stock or a certain position. Not a financial advisor. None of us here on the show are. What we can do is show you trades on a day trading spectrum on how we are trading ourselves, on how we are taking positions, and hopefully that helps you guys to make better decisions in the long run. So that's all I can do for you, my friend. Where are we going to next? Canadian Minister of Health entered chat. Okay, euthanasia. Writing on the Fed. Whiting on the Fed. Witting on the Fed. Not sure what you're trying to say over there. Tesla recovering, question mark. Sorry? What does that mean? Oh, waiting. Oh, yeah, he missed the A in there. Okay, yeah, waiting for Fed. Exactly. We are waiting for the Fed at 2 o'clock. I mean, we're, what, 15 minutes away from that? So not too long ago. We're just going to have to keep waiting 15 more minutes, sadly, to see exactly what direction the Fed's going to move the market. Is it going to go make a new high a day? Is it going to make a new low a day? Are we going to break 4K on the S&P 500 futures? Are we going to hold 4K and run towards 40.50 to the north side? Is the market going to get Costa Rica on, or is it going to Spain its way to the north side? So a lot of question marks over here for us to wait for. Only T-minus 13 minutes for that move. So if it's not a bad idea to kind of take some size off the table if you're already in a long or already in a short, just to make sure that you don't get blindsided by a random move to the opposite direction of what you are in. It's not a bad idea, but if you want to hold on to your size, then you do you. Make sure you're applying proper risk management, obviously. I don't want to see anyone in the chat saying that FOMC move took me out. Please. I don't want to see anyone saying that. Let's go take a look at what the like count is at the moment. Hopefully we're at 2K. We are at 2K. Awesome. No 3K today. I don't see ourselves getting the 3K. No chance about that. But I appreciate you guys helping us to get the 2K today. Please try and get the 2K for the closing show too, as we will be going to that show in about 10 to 12 minutes over here. The closing show is a brand new show. The like count starts all over for it again, and the YouTube algorithm considers all the shows, all the videos like counts in order to see how it wants to boost our channels for people. How to boost people. I don't know. I hear questions about coming in Friday. Do I have to come in on Friday? I have to come in on Friday too, sadly. So I know I will be here. But yeah, guys, keep in mind tomorrow is a day off. We will not be trading tomorrow on the show. The show will be off. I better not see anyone in the chat saying, "Where are you guys? We didn't see you." We're not going to be here, but Friday is a half day. We will be here on Friday. Not sure who's on the morning show. On the midday show, we will be here. And then on the closing show also, not sure who's on that one. So we will have fun on Friday no matter what.
You're a joker. That's all I got to say about that. Okay. Let's see. We got 10 minutes to go, guys, before we send you over the big kahunas. That DBGI short that I was talking about, well, it materialized big boy-ish. We talked about getting a mid 560 short. I didn't take it like a goofball. There we go. Makes it down all the way to 520s. So that was the better trade there. It was not the long off the long bounce off the halt level, but rather the short through the break of the halt level. So DBGI analysis on point. Also, I'm happy with my JWN out. It looks like I got top wick. Ever since I got out, it's retraced. A good like 15 pennies or so. It still looks like it's heading to the high side, if I'm being honest. We got that $22 level coming up, so it may make its way up there. Who knows? May even break it. But I'm content with this winner. Good direction. So I had started off pretty poopy, and I've turned my day around into a nice little winner today. How many have I traded? Perfect, YMM, AMC, DBGI, ManU, BBY, Coop, JWN. Wow, that's way more names than I typically trade, Bradley. You know me, I'm like a 2 or 3 stock kind of guy. Today, I'm up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 stocks, Brad.
I was just checking out to see if my buddy over here, who I went to high school with, he was my junior in high school. He's actually on the Canadian football team for the joined in 2015 Canada's men's national soccer team.
Wow.
But I don't think he's playing anymore. Sadly, I was just going through his LinkedIn, and looks like he is working in a bunch of different companies and so on. So not sure what happened. Maybe an injury took him out or something. I was just trying to see if he's playing on the team, or I do remember that he was on the junior team back in the day. But prayers for that guy if anything changed on that one. Wanted to see if he was in the game or not. 10 minutes until market surge. Get the buy button ready, says Jim. Hey, it could also be 10 minutes before the market collapse. Get your sell buttons ready. So whatever it is, just get ready for it, right? Don't make don't have like a hard in stone, set in stone theory already ready before the FOMC comes out, because you don't know what you don't know. You simply don't know what you don't know, and what you don't know will hurt you. So just be careful. Be very, very careful. Apply proper risk methodologies, obviously, and hopefully that helps you out. In the next 9 minutes or so, the FOMC minutes will be on. The closing show will be on with Neil, Sean, and Brendan. If I was to take a guess what the trade of the day is, I'm going to guess that it is. I'll be wrong. I'm going to guess it was AMC.
That's what you think.
It's not?
We were both literally long that news and it's not.
Oh, no, it was not AMC. Okay. Well, I can't wait to see what the trade of the day will end up being. Neil just said we were both long on that news, but that's not the trade of the day. So that means there's a better trade of the day coming in for you guys. Stay tuned, 2 o'clock. Don't go anywhere. Trader TV Live closing show coming up next.
Yeah, wow, what a nice sale at the high of day. Not high of day, but yeah, it's actually close to high of day there on JWN, because it has retraced now 20 pennies, and it came down way quicker than it went up. Let's be honest about that. So very happy with this trade on JWN, making me look good. But this is what I missed out on. Proudly, look at the short on Coop here. Wow, look at that break below 61. You could have had 60, you could have had 59. You look funny. You could have had all these different levels. Coop could have given you a really good short. I'm sure you would have had to secure shorts on it, though. Don't have them at the moment.
Hop in my Coop, bruh.
Yeah, I don't even.
My Coop
What
Rari.
is Coop? Coupa Software Incorporated. They is a provider of business spend management, BSM solutions. The company offers cloud-based BSM platform that has connected its customers with suppliers globally. It provides visibility into the control over how companies spend money, optimize supply chains, and manage liquidity. Okay, so like a business solutions type gig. That's cool. Oh, Man U, I think is, it's not at recent highs, but it's closer to the high of day than it has been in a while. Look at this little move back, this uptrend here. Man U breaking through that ceiling of the mid 1760, 1763, 1765, breaking through there. Now we're above that decidedly by like 15 cents or so, making our way up as high as 18. Look at that candle wick, right up to 18 there, but the better level is 90. So Man U continuing to show us that it's got that move to the upside, almost up 20% now, Prad.
Yes, sir. Trade price action and volume. Forget market bias. Yeah, I think Neil was saying this. A lot of people have this problem that they want to get the market correct. They want to be correct.
Yeah, rather than making money.
Rather than making money.
Yeah.
Just focus on making money. Who cares if you're right or wrong?
Yeah.
Focus on making your 10% scalps, your 20% scalps, your 50% scalps, your 10:1, 3:1 trades. Who cares if you're right or wrong on the market? So focus on the trades, guys, and focus on the setups, focus on the profits, and everything else will just line up in itself. Trust me. Calls are great, but it's profits that feed you, okay? Calls don't feed you at all. Currently looking at Dollar Tree, which had a earnings catalyst yesterday.
Bradley, I got to interrupt you because O Canada is about to be sung now at the Belgium-Canada game. Couldn't be prouder of Canada for being in the World Cup, and as a proud Canadian, proudly standing up there with his hand on his heart. But we are very proud of Canada. We wish Canada the best of luck. And honestly speaking, Canada's got a shot today, and I'm going to be watching this game very closely. There's Alphonso Davies, and we're seeing all the guys.
Oh, Canada.
Can you read their lips?
Our old man native land. All right, I'll stop there.
There you go. We're pumped. I'm really happy for Canada. This is like a monumental moment for our country. 36 years, we were out of it, and last time we were there, we didn't even score a goal. Our main objective this time around, definitely to score a goal, then to win a group stage game, and then to come out of the group stages. That has to be our objective. That's the winning mentality. Go Canada.
Go Canada, go. That's what we want to see. We're going to have fun at the bar watching this game for sure. You're going to have fun at the gym. I was going to go to the gym today, but it looks like the Canada game is more important. I'll go to the gym at 4 o'clock.
Who's going to the bar?
Me and Spencer.
Yeah?
And
Okay.
if whoever wants to come, we'll see.
I think I might come
I'll
with
go
you
to
guys.
I'll go to the gym at 4 o'clock. You know, tomorrow's the day off anyways.
Yeah.
I could work out tomorrow
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
The game's more important. This game's only going to happen once every 4 years. And what are the chances Canada even makes it to the next World
Yeah,
Cup?
I don't
well,
mind
the chances are
watching
100% because we're hosting it.
Yes.
So the chances are 100%.
Yeah, exactly. It is. I totally forgot about that. 2026, Canada, America, and Mexico.
North
We all
America,
get it.
yeah.
North America.
But
We
isn't
all
that
get it.
weird how they do that? Like, so are the games going to go flying from all three
It's
countries?
happened before, though.
It is? Okay.
Yeah, because Japan and South Korea shared it in 2022.
And
correct?
games were flying
Yeah,
between
you go-
countries? Okay.
Yeah.
So that means the better chance for us to watch Canada because they most likely will host Canada in Canada.
Absolutely.
Most likely at BMO Field.
Yeah, but they're going to have to make upgrades. Sean, are they talking about BMO Field being the venue for the World Cup? They're adding 30,000 seats. So I
To the
think
BMO Field?
So we have 40,000 so far, so it'll be 70,000?
They're adding 30 to 40.
Okay, so that's not bad at all. That's really
huge.
good. There's going to be 3 games there. There's going to be a knockout game? Okay, we'll see. Yeah, they've got to give knockout games to all 3 countries. Yeah. So we'll see about that. Guys, we are 2 minutes away from sending you over to the afternoon show with the Big Kahunas, Neil, Sean, and Brendan. They'll be taking you guys through the afternoon movers and what's hot during Power Hour. Pradley and I will make our way to the bar and cheer Canada on. I don't think I'll be drinking too much, even though tomorrow's a holiday. So I don't even think I can have a couple of drinks.
You can have a couple of drinks.
Yeah, I can have a couple of drinks. Tomorrow's a holiday. I don't have to be up super early like I do when I'm here. Let's just look over some trades quickly before we send it off to the big guys. I still really like Man U. We're super close to high of days. 18 got skimmed there for a second, but we're down to 1790, but still printing higher. I like JWN. I think that, if we can break through 22, but 22 is a resistance level. There's no doubt about that. But if we can break through it, I think we've got some good room to the upside. Coop now retracing off that, 57.50 bottom. Is this a short to pop type event? I would have to say so, to be honest with you. I'm not going to like this unless it breaks over 60 and then obviously makes new high of day at 63, Pradley. I'll send it over to you in case you have anything for the viewers.
Yeah, I'm just watching the market, guys, as we are in the last 1 minute of the closing show, not closing show, of the midday show. The closing show will be coming on for you guys in the next minute. I'm looking at the MES or the ES futures, S&P 500 futures. If 4K breaks off the catalyst of the FOMC move, I would like to take that 4K short. But then if we do get a positive catalyst, then I think I'm just going to stay away from the market because I don't like the fact that every single day the speakers were hawkish, but then randomly on this FOMC minutes they're going to be dovish. So I don't know if I can wrap my head around that.
Here we go.
I would like for it to be
seconds.
hawkish and for it to dump. You guys have fun on the closing show, guys. Obviously, we will see you guys Monday for the half a day trading. Have a great, blessed Thanksgiving holiday for everyone who is celebrating it. Peace out from myself, Trader Prad.
Yeah, take care. Brendo, give him that number.
And here we go, guys. Yeah, we'll show my screen here right away. I can show you everything just coming in right now. And a big reaction to the overall market back to the upside initially, but selling off a little. I mean, not a huge move, 0.4 to the upside. I will sift through all of this, and I'll send you over to Neil and Sean.
Oh, geez. It went one way, then it went the other way.
Yeah.